Clerk, will you call roll, please?
Yes, ma'am. Councilmember Burt,
Here.
Mayor Koo,
Here.
Councilmember Lowing,
Here.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames,
Here.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Here.
and Councilmember Vinker.
Here.
For the record, all present.
Thank you. Our first item is interview for openings on the Human Relations Commission and Parks and Recreation Commission. Madam Clerk, I'll give it back to you.
Okay, yes, so we're going to start with the Human Relations Commission. Katie Causey is our first candidate. Let me see, she's going to be participating via Zoom. See if I can find her, and there she is. Ms. Causey, I'm going to allow you to talk, and you have up to 10 minutes. The format that we use is you can use up to 1 minute to make a brief introduction, and then afterwards, the council members will ask you questions. But let me promote you to panelists so you can turn on your video.
Are we all good?
Ms. Causey, can you just give me a minute? I want to ask Madam Clerk to provide to the council how many positions are available and how many applicants are we expecting for Human Relations Commission, please?
Yes, just 1 second. Let me bring that up. It's not loading.
And Madam Clerk, could you also provide whether they're full terms or partial terms? Thank you.
Oh, it's on the next agenda. Okay, hold on. Sorry, there's a quick delay. 1 second, I have it. Scrolling. Okay, so for the Human Relations Commissions, we have 2 full terms ending March 31st, 2026. And then we have 2 new terms because the City Council adopted an ordinance adding additional members to this board. So you'll have 2 terms that end in March 2026, and then 2 terms ending March of 2024, 2 new terms.
So we just have 2 positions that are 2 vacant positions that are full terms.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. This is for the Human Relations Commission, sir.
Yep.
Just a
Sort of
minute, can we
Point of order,
take
if there,
turns?
I think it's 4, isn't it? Because if there are 2 new ones and 2 that are full ones, we have 4. None of them are short and they end at the same time.
Yeah, so that's correct. There's 2 terms that end in 2024 and 2 terms that end in 2026 so that they alternate. That's correct.
Got it.
So 4 terms, but unfortunately 2 will be truncated just to make sure we don't have a full board turnover at one time.
So we're interviewing for 4 seats.
That is correct.
Very good. All right.
And then
Thank
for
you.
Parks and Recreation Commission, there are also 4 vacancies ending 2026.
And there what?
4 full vacancies for the Parks and Recreation Commission.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Okay, Ms. Causey, you are welcome to begin, and I'll put the timer up on the screen so you can.
Thank you for your
Manager.
patience, Ms. Causey.
No problem, no problem. Thank you so much. Good evening, council. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Sorry to call in on Zoom. I'm getting over a bad cold, and as we all know, one of council's priorities is public health. My name is Katie Causey. I'm born and raised in Palo Alto. I've lived here my entire life, and it's been a huge goal of mine to be on HRC. Since I was a teenager, I've volunteered extensively in Palo Alto, and after completing a degree focused on inclusive approaches to community work, I've now spent 6 years working with our local nonprofits and faith-based organizations, helping community members navigate our city's resources, whether that's supporting Palo Alto youth or those facing housing insecurity. Over the last year, the Commission has repeatedly expressed a strong need for further understanding the landscape renters in Palo Alto are navigating. And as a former staff member at the Palo Alto Renters Association, my day would always start with an urgent phone call from community members facing eviction, and it was my job to help them navigate that eviction. I've watched HRC meetings, reviewed the last 2 years' work plans, worked with city staff, and given presentations to HRC on what our renters are facing, and I would really welcome the opportunity to join HRC and help them support our most vulnerable community members.
Thank you, Ms. Causey. So is there any council members with any comments or questions for Ms. Causey? Vice Mayor Stone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Ms. Causey, thanks for applying. I see in your application you have experience working with our rental community. Can you tell us more about Palo Altans who face evictions, the work you've done with those populations, and what you envision our HRC can do to work to mitigate those issues?
Sure. So the Palo Alto community members who always face eviction, they are almost always seniors, single parents, and members of marginalized communities, usually Latinx, Middle Eastern, or disabled communities. And my direct work has been with them at PARA, and that's looked everything from helping them navigate eviction, doing outreach to buildings where mass evictions are happening, helping community members navigate the right resources to make rent, affordable housing waitlists, translators, finding social workers. It's really been a broad range. And I'll also mention my work as a staff member at the First Presbyterian Church, who host our local shelters, and community members often stop by the church just looking for similar community resources on homelessness, immigration, affordable housing, and just don't know where to start. And what I'm most excited to get done on HRC is, in our housing element, Palo Alto said we would be committed to educating more renters about their rights and the city's resources. And as the rent registry is implemented in early 2024, working with the HRC to see how the city can use that data to better reach renters who are most likely to be struggling. The city is doing a lot of direct outreach right now, canvassing for water heaters, and at PAR, we're constantly trying different approaches to reach renters, canvassing targeted digital ads, calling, emailing, texting, holding events, and I would be really excited to help the city champion that renter outreach and education.
Councilmember Burt?
Thank you. So Katie, you may have just answered my question, but feel free to either answer it differently or elaborate. But I was going to ask, in addition to all the excellent initiatives that the HRC already has that they've been in the middle of, is there one particular thing that you would hope the HRC would take on in the next year or so that isn't currently in their work plan or at the top of their agenda?
There is 3 things that I want to see. So one I just mentioned, which is like helping extend renter outreach, especially as we implement our rent registry. But I also just want to see more opportunities to collaborate with other commissions, and also make sure as we're developing HRC's work plan that it aligns with council's work plan as council's priorities as best as possible, so that we're all working to get things done.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lowing?
I'm going to ask you a slightly easier question than what Councilmember Burt asked. But of the things that are on the HRC agenda, what do you feel is most urgent for the city?
Oh, that is an excellent question. I have to continue to say, like, housing, renter issues, and helping our unhoused population.
Councilmember Vinker?
Thank you, Mayor Koo. Katie, my question is, the Human Relations Commission, the issues and topics they often discuss can be sometimes difficult ones. They can be charged topics and things. And so I'm just wondering, how do you go about discussing charged topics in circumstances like this when you want to get to some kind of decision?
That is an excellent question. I think that, I'm actually going to go back to my degree is in women's studies, and it is specifically focused on working with communities at the local level. It's actually very mediation focused on when communities are having very charged disagreements. How do you come to conclusions, and how do you find common ground. And I always come back to being very empathetic, being very assuming everyone there has the best intent when finding common ground within tough issues, and particularly as we have difficult conversations, like giving a lot of space to listen to others and let others learn, because there's, as we learn about different communities, like as we've seen with issues in the with renters in Palo Alto, a lot of people didn't know that close to half of Palo Alto rents and what those experiences are like. So really listening to each other and giving each other space to learn, and always assuming good intent.
Councilmember Lifcott-Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Causey, thank you so much for applying. When we think about the work of the HRC, as you've pointed out, we're paying special attention to communities that may be overlooked systemically. It's one thing to draw attention to the needs of overlooked communities, but sometimes those communities are also misunderstood. So with an eye to that concern, how would you use your role as commissioner? How would you speak of the issues in a way that addresses some of the misconceptions people might have, for example, about communities you've pointed to, such as renters and the unhoused community?
I think, that's RC, because I've heard a lot of just misunderstanding of what of what it's like renting in Palo Alto. Like I will give a little gentle pushback to council right now. One things I hear a lot from council is that a lot of renters are only here short term, and every major eviction I've handled in the last year was a community member who had lived in Palo Alto at least 12 years, was super active in the community, you probably knew them because they were so active and knew so many people, and even just little misconceptions like that, where it's just really listening to each other and understanding those perspectives. So I'm hoping to elevate more voices like that.
Ms. Causey, I just wanted to ask also how, we're talking about the renter registry and renter issues. But what kind of program would you foresee, or do you foresee coming up with a program where there might be an opportunity for first-time home buyers, for people transitioning them from renters to home buyers?
Oh my goodness, I'm so glad you brought that up. That is it. Oh my God, that's so exciting to hear you ask that question. And honestly, this is a great opportunity to hear. I actually never knew that council was interested in something like that. So if that is something that's something I would love to see in this community, and like path to home ownership in Palo Alto is so critical. And so I think, like, as once we get the rent registry on launched and understanding what that population looks like, I know that we have renter protections on Path. I 100% would love to have further discussions. We actually have a very active volunteer in the rent registry at Para, who has been involved in creating paths to home ownership in other cities. And so I would be really just excited to, I'm not sure what that would look like, but I would be really excited to see that happen in Palo Alto.
When I ask that question, we have to also be realistic about what kind of price point this city is at. And so, the first thing is getting them the opportunity to have that step into home ownership. So be it's in this community or elsewhere. I think this is something that we should explore, if not here, then countywide, because I think there's more opportunities there. I'm sorry to take up your time, but if you have any closing, I'll give you a little bit more time to finish.
Sure. Do you want me to is there any more questions, or do you want me to just make a closing statement?
Just a closing statement. Thank you.
Okay. I just want to thank council again for this opportunity. It's been a huge goal of mine to be on HRC. I've seen firsthand the difference commissioners make in our community. During my time at Para, I've sat on the phone with parents who debated living in their car until their kids graduated PAUSD. I've spent late nights looking for social workers for seniors. And I just want to take this moment to let you know how much you are keeping our community together when you pass renter protections. And that perspective of those in nonprofit doing the direct service work in Palo Alto is deeply needed on HRC, and I would really love to bring that to the commission. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Causey, for applying, and it's really great to hear from you. Thank you.
All right, our next candidate is Miles Goodman here in the council chamber. Okay, perfect.
Can you hear me okay?
Just a little bit closer.
It's good?
Yep.
Cool. Right. Hi, everyone. Council, thank you so much for having me. My name is Miles Goodman. I've been a lifelong Palo Alto resident. I was born up in Redwood
Mr.
City.
Goodman, raise it. Yes, there you go. Thank
Tall,
you.
sorry. All right. Is this good? Just make sure. Okay. Council, thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you for having me. I know you'll have a lot on your plate right now, so it means a lot to have this opportunity to come before you and kind of tell you my story. My name is Miles Goodman. I've been a Palo Alto resident since I was 10 years old. I was born up in Redwood City, but we moved up here during the tech boom. I graduated from PUSD. I went to Barron Park, then Fletcher, and then finished at Gunn in 2018. After that, I went to Foothill College, where I got an associate's degree in social sciences, and then I transferred to the University of San Francisco, where I got my bachelor's degree in psychology. I'm interested in a spot in HRC because I feel like a lot of the issues that I've been advocating for over the past 4 be that my work with adolescent mental health and empowering youth voices, or the insecurity that my mom and I often face as renters. I'm really excited by the opportunity to potentially share my voice and advocate for this, for the same things that council is working so hard to push forward.
Thank you. Is there any lights, council member questions? Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Mr. Goodman, thanks for your interest in serving the city on the HRC. What do you want the HRC to do more of or to improve upon, and how do you see yourself making that happen?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think that what I'd really like to see more is seeing HRC collaborate more with other commissions on issues that get brought before the council. Obviously, I don't think that HRC should be acting entirely on independent goals. I think it does exist merely as a supportive role in what council aims to accomplish. A recent example I can probably give is the whole debate about banning e-bikes on unpaved paths. I think it would have been helpful to potentially have a human relations commissioner weigh in on that debate and say, oh, maybe there is an accessibility angle to this, and maybe this is an issue of accessibility and people who use those to commute. I think at that point I would bring in ownership statistics, because we have seen a pretty big uptick in people who own e-bikes and electric vehicles since 2020. I think it's close to like 500,000 over the country. In that regard, I also think that there are opportunities to strengthen what we are currently working on with our action plan. We've touched a lot on public health in regards to adolescent mental health. I think that there's a huge window of opportunity for collaboration between HRC and the Arts Commission. Whether I talk to students at Gunn, I was a band kid in high school, so I still have those connections. Whether I talk to the students or, Councilmember Byrd and I had a great conversation earlier this month about the role of music in our community. We see a lot of young people and also adults turning to art as a form of alternative healthcare. And I think if we are to kind of create more opportunities for musicians to thrive, that is an angle where HRC could potentially weigh in and say, oh, we shouldn't just be looking at music and art as this entity that's meant for expression. We could also use it as something that brings people together in a shared space. So I would definitely like to see more of that.
Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Koo, and thank you, Mr. Goodman, for applying. So you've been looking forward a little bit and telling us about some things you'd like to see the commission do. I'd like to say, looking back at what they've done anytime, is there any decision you think was particularly good or maybe not so good that they've done, in the past?
Yeah, that's a great question. Give me 1 second, sorry. I will say, aside from the e-bikes thing, I am very, very proud to see that the work that HRC has been putting forth in the past year align with a lot of the things that have more or less defined my experience living in Palo Alto. What I would like to see more of, I think, if I were to get a seat on this commission, would be to do more work in the outreach component of HRC. We talk a lot about I have experience with doing research when I was undergrad at USF on how people respond to activism and policy decisions at the local level. I think that understanding how people will respond to the decisions that council makes or a commission makes is one thing. Understanding how people will interpret the literature we put out surrounding like why we make decisions we do, that's a whole nother piece to the puzzle. And that's the perspective that I think I would bring as someone who has experience understanding how people will interact with one another, and especially in the setting.
I'm struck by your personal story, having grown up here. You say in your application, son of a single mother, a first-generation immigrant who raised you to understand selflessness and altruistic behavior through the lens of sacrifice. I wonder if you could share with us some specific skills that you have emanating from who you are, what you've studied, the experiences you've had, that you feel you will bring to the commission, which is inherently a body that must collaborate in order to get anything done. What skill set do you feel you bring to that cause?
That's a great question. Thank you, council member. I've always been a very detail-oriented person, and I owe a lot of that to my mom. She works as a media specialist for a company called Travel Zoo, and she's basically in charge of making PowerPoints for a living. So she's always been very, very attentive to detail when it comes to things that we're putting out that could define the reputation of a company. In fact, when I made my first business card, we just spent like 3 days trying to figure out the layout. In that regard, I think that I've always tried to approach every issue that comes before me, whether it's being a team lead at the Phil's down the street or being the research director at a student-led nonprofit. I always try to understand the big picture and look at all the little details that could define how a certain policy decision we're making or a certain grant that we're applying to would impact every single one of our members or guests. I think also having had the experience that she has going back to work full-time when we moved up here, I've learned a lot to be very pragmatic with the issues that come before me. I like to dream big, but I also recognize that there's only so much we can do. When I was undergrad at USF, I served as a transfer student representative on our student government. And one of my main projects over the school year was creating a resolution that was designed to overhaul the current transfer articulation agreements because a lot of them are just very outdated and holding students back. It's a very long piece of paper. And from that, a lot got created that kind of got broken down. We got a new credit evaluation system out of that for prospective students with the salary caps in those fields. And we also got the creation of a new student pathways work group that was targeted at the most marginalized students because USF does take in a lot of students, particularly from Foothill and De Anza. But we weren't recognizing the fact that the transfer process doesn't just end at coming to a new school. We wanted to look at how does the decision to go to this institution impact them long-term. Those are the like, tiny details that I would definitely want to look at if I were to get the seat.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. Miles, as someone who has lived most of his life in this community and has seen kind of the range of social and cultural assets that we have and needs that we have, is there a thought you have about any particular way in which we can leverage those social and cultural assets to address certain of our social and cultural needs that are undermet?
Could you repeat the question? Sorry. I just want to make sure I got it right.
So how would you take our strengths as a community to better address certain needs that we have?
I work at a place where I meet a lot of interesting people every day. I've been told one of my favorite compliments that I've ever received is that I'm someone who likes to collect experiences. And when you work at a place like Phil's, you meet a lot of people who come in your door who share a lot of life, whether that's triumphs that they've had recently or hardships that they've been dealing with for a long time. And as baristas, we have like this short window to make a change in their life, even if it's just making their day a little bit better. And a job like that also gives you the opportunity to learn in depth what a community's strengths are. I've done a lot of work in the past 2 years understanding, not just how people respond to activism, work we do so that people are not alienated by the decisions or I'm blanking on the word, sorry. Decisions that we make, making sure that people are not kind of pushed aside, or I forgot who mentioned it earlier, but kind of left behind by the decisions. I think that one of the biggest things that I've kind of taken away from working here since graduation is that I just have this great opportunity to meet so many interesting folks on a day-to-day basis, and giving them a seat at the table, whether that's me just being at work or me kind of making the strides to go reach out to them. That's how we leverage social progress, by bringing more voices to the table.
Mr. Goodman, you have some time to give a closing if you like.
Sure. Just once again, thank you for the opportunity. To address the elephant in the room, I know it's very obvious. I am the youngest applicant in this year's cycle. When I talk to folks on the street, when I go to the farmer's market, I often get met with a lot of comments when I tell them that I want to go into public service, along the lines of, it's a lot of work. Or recently I was told by someone that I was young enough to be her son, which, it's accurate. But a large part of why I'm standing here today revolves around whose son I actually am. I am the son of a first-generation immigrant, a Black dad, a mom who went back to work full-time 13 years ago to get me through PUSC in college. And most of all, I was raised by a community that taught me the importance of breaking down barriers and setting precedents where they once did. That is the vision that I want to bring to the city. And I see a position on human relations as the great ideal chance to not just give back, but also push forward. Thank you.
Thank you for your application, Mr. Goodman.
All right, and our next candidate is Mary Kate Stimler, followed by Amy Shea.
Hello, Council. Has anybody been outside today? This is an unbelievably beautiful city. It is just so beautiful outside right now. And to be here talking to you all and thinking about ways in which I could serve this beautiful place, it's just really quite astounding. I wanted to start by thanking you all for helping this beautiful, beautiful city tackle what I think is one of the most complicated challenges that this community faces, which is how do we create inclusivity in a place where wealth and privilege, extreme wealth and privilege, are the norm. And it's actually this same question that has underlined so much of the work that I have done as a social scientist at Google. I led a team that ran over 1 million survey applications a year and helped to bring unprecedented transparency into the needs of our Black employees, Latinx employees, and employees with disabilities. And I was actually given an award by our diversity team for helping to bring those perspectives to the needs of our leadership, much the way that this particular commission helps bring those needs to the leadership of our city council. Thank you.
Thank you. I see a light from Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Ku, and thank you, Ms. Stimler, for applying. I noted in your application, you talked about Chair Smith's question about asking about ideas for how to solicit community input into the selection of the next police officer. You wrote about some of the experience you just described and how you would go about that. I was wondering if you could just describe that further, expound on that a little more for us here.
Yeah, absolutely. What I've learned is that places where there are inconsistencies and ambiguity in process often lead to bias. And so by creating a really rigorous process around hiring, which is something we have obviously needed to create at a company that's been growing quite quickly in terms of employment, one of the things we've looked at is creating hiring rubrics. And so I was thinking, if we have a hiring rubric that could be publicly available to say, these are the criteria that we're going to use, potentially vet them with leadership of community organizations and say, these are the criteria, do we agree to them? And then creating a question rubric, a hiring rubric to evaluate the dimensions on which we would bring in police into our community could be really empowering for folks to have that level of transparency, accountability, as well as community input.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for applying, Ms. Stimler.
Yeah.
I'm curious about how you view the similarities and differences between being involved in HR at a company like Google and being on the HRC in a city like Palo Alto. It strikes me, for example, that in the workplace, you have a shared set of values, perhaps, certainly expectations. People get hired, they get promoted, they get a lot of feedback, they might get fired. In a city where a disparate group of 68,000 people who may have not a whole lot in common. So trying to get the people of a city to adhere to a set of principles and values feels quite different to me than a corporate environment. But perhaps there are ways in which you could actually leverage that expertise quite well for the city. So what are your thoughts on that?
I think there are ways in which it's very similar and ways in which it's very different. I'll start with the differences. Obviously, like you mentioned, Google is an intentional community. We're all there with the same exact intention to get the same exact things done every day, right? It's corporate, right? So it's shareholder revenue and those sorts of things. In a community, we don't all have the same exact intentions. Somebody might be trying to drive their kids to school and someone's trying to cross the street, and those two things might conflict at that moment, right? We're not all trying to get the exact same things done at the same time. But I actually think that the city also has particular advantages as well. Even though everyone's not here for the exact same intention, we actually have a participatory democracy as well, which you don't have in a corporation. In a corporation, there's a very set hierarchy, and those kinds of hierarchies mean that underserved folks don't have the same chance to be heard often as you would in a city. In a city, everybody should have an equal voice, and that is one of our founding principles as a city and as a democracy. And so I think that's really where there's a lot more opportunity in a city than there might be in a corporation.
Councilmember Lowing.
I'm intrigued in your application about the number of times you talk about analytics in a human relations setting. So somewhat piggybacking on with what my colleague just said, how do you see the analytics working on something like, okay, we probably need to look at police reform. Where do we start?
Yeah, absolutely. So I am a PhD from Berkeley. So numbers are my thing. I actually lead a team called People Analytics. So analytics is really a part of the fiber of what I find out. Like when I was listening to the renters registry hearing, I just started to drool to think about the data coming up. So it is really a part of how I think through problems. And in a public environment, there's a lot more data on a lot of things than there might be in a private environment as well. So that's also really exciting. So for example, when we're thinking about police reform, starting by looking at the composition of the police, the composition of the population, the composition of who is committing crimes and who's being arrested by crimes, and working at what those disparities have. That's incredibly powerful data. And there's a lot of really interesting analytics that are actually already being done in terms of police reform as well, that we could compare ourselves to national benchmarks, similar cities and whatnot.
Thank you.
A lot of volunteer work that you have done with the youth. And then obviously you've talked about sexism as well as racism. But I would like to hear a little bit more about the different age groups within our community. So a lot of times our elderly seniors is left out of the conversation.
Yes.
So do you have some thoughts about that? What we could do with some of our elderly?
It's very funny
folks?
because I literally wrote down on the back of this paper, listening to another respondent, actually it was Councilman Burt's question around where are our strengths and how can we play on our strengths to address some of our weaknesses. And I was thinking, wow, that's a really great place for a generational coming together, because in many ways, a lot of the divides in our city are generational divides as well as other types of divides. I know this really well because I have a 7-year-old. And when I moved onto my block, I was the only person with a child on my entire block. We threw a holiday party so that we could meet all the kids, and no kids came, and everyone showed up at 5 o'clock exactly on time because they were all retirees and they were so excited. Now I have a book club with all of my neighbors. All of them are, I think they're all over the ages. I shouldn't say, they don't want to discuss their ages, but I do see those generational divides really strongly. And I see how much energy it brings when we close those generational divides. When I was the president of the Palo Alto Menlo Park Parents Association, I actually made a proposal to Avenidas. Could we do some cross-programming? And unfortunately, the pandemic kind of came in the way. But I truly believe that those generational gaps are ones that are really actually a cool opportunity for us to address some of the needs of our community.
The elderly have a lot of wisdom and experience that they can impart, and I think the youth can bring a lot of excitement and energy to the
Yes.
elderly. Thank you so much for your enthusiasm there. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, thank you so much for applying. Have you actually watched the HRC meeting yet?
I have watched all of them from
All
the
of them.
last 6 months.
Awesome.
Being in this room feels a bit like I've stepped into a Hollywood set.
That's awesome. So what do you think is the biggest problem right now that the HRC faces?
Oh, there's a lot of them for sure. I think the discussion around renters protection is extremely complicated. I think there's so many things at tension in that conversation, right? We want to protect our renters. I think I think everyone in the council, on the commission agrees with that. But how much protection will create too much bureaucracy and too much process and dissuade people from wanting to become landlords as well? And so I think those are really interesting tensions. And it's been interesting to listen to that feedback and that discussion that the commission is having. So I think that's one of the most challenging things that we really need to get right.
Ooh, you have a little bit time for closing, Ms.
Oh, thanks. I had only prepared an opening, but I will say I really enjoyed meeting you today. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much for your application.
Okay, our next candidate is Amy Shea, and I apologize if I mispronounced that. And our final candidate will be Daryl Savage.
Amy, please pull your microphone to you. Yes, thank you.
Sure, thank you. Good evening, honorable members of the Palo Alto City Council. I am humbled to be here today to express my interest in serving as a commissioner on the Human Relations Commission. My name is Amy Shea. I'm a 17-year resident of the city of Palo Alto. I am a nonprofit fundraising professional, and I currently serve as the Director of Institutional Partnerships at the Glide Foundation. We are a 60-year-old social justice organization that serves unhoused residents in the Tenderloin in San Francisco. I'm a proud graduate of the Palo Alto Citizens Police Academy and a 2018 Leadership Palo Alto Fellow. I am motivated by this notion that this is the time to create the Palo Alto that I've always wanted to live in. As a community advocate with a passion for promoting diversity and inclusion, I believe that I have the unique skills and experiences that can contribute significantly to the Commission's efforts to create a more equitable and just Palo Alto. My experiences in advocacy and nonprofit capacity building have allowed me to work closely with diverse communities, including communities of color, immigrants, and low-income families. Through these experiences, I have gained a deep understanding of the challenges that marginalized communities face, and I am committed to working towards addressing them. I am familiar with the complex systems that contribute to systemic inequities and the importance of engaging with stakeholders to create meaningful change. I'm committed to collaborating with community members, city officials, and other stakeholders to promote human rights and social justice in Palo Alto. Thank you.
Thank you. Council members. Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Ku, and thank you, Ms. Shea, for applying today. I have a question because I see that you're a fundraising professional and right now Director of Institutional Partnerships at Glide, which I love. So that I assume is more financially based partnerships, but I'm curious if you could elaborate a little on that and whether or not or how that might inform fostering partnering among community nonprofits right here in Palo Alto, perhaps with the HRC, perhaps with each other to accomplish the goals of the HRC, but just, that sort of fostering partnerships, both experience and a vision for that.
Yeah, I want to say that as a grants writer, grants manager, and now a director of fundraising, I have 15 years of experience actually writing CDBG proposals for the city of San Jose, Daly City, San Mateo, Hayward, Fremont, and it's always been an interest of mine to be on the other side, funding the critical nonprofits that solve these human service problems in our community. At Glide, we have a tremendous number of institutions that support Glide and the issues that are that exist in the Tenderloin, from partnerships with UCSF, with local community health centers like San Francisco Community Health Center, local nonprofits, community-based organizations and foundations such as the San Francisco AIDS Foundation. So we have a tremendous synergy. We worked closely together with the San Francisco Department of Public Health and numerous city organizations to support our organization. And so I think one of the most critical things for the city of Palo Alto is to really look at all the community-based organizations such as Avenidas or Peninsula Healthcare Connections, Life Moves, Momentum for Mental Health, and really see how they best can collaborate together to develop that capacity to serve the community better.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lifcut Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Shea, for applying. Appreciate it. You indicated really beautifully, I think you said something like, you want to be on the HRC to create the Palo Alto you've always wanted. And I wonder if you could give us just one example, there may be many, of where you feel the city has fallen short of the ideal as you envision it. And what specifically would you do to address that issue if you are a member of the HRC?
Yeah, I'd like to tell you a story, and that story is about my father. So my father was a immigrant from Taiwan, came to the Bay Area for graduate school, got a PhD in electrical engineering, and his first job was in a small town in Pennsylvania. And so my brother and I grew up there. And so he had one job his entire life, that was at Bell Labs. And for 25 years, my mom asked when were they moving back to California, because her sister lived here and she always wanted to come back. So, after my dad retired, they did move back to California and they settled in Sunnyvale. But, for some reason, I never felt that my dad felt grounded or never sensed that he had a sense of belonging here in California. And I think that many elderly people, they get such a sense of meaning from their jobs. And after my dad retired, I just never felt he felt that he had a place, in society. And so, several years ago, my dad had a debilitating stroke. He ended up, having dementia and unfortunately passed away during the pandemic. And I think of, the last years of his life, I just felt that, despite having friends and family here in the community, I just never felt that he belonged here or felt that sense of belonging. And so, one of the things that did draw me to being on the commission is the sense of there's got to be thousands of elderly residents and people who live on the margins who, despite having connections and families and friends, they just don't feel like they're wanted or cared for, or that they're an integral part of this city and, in many cities across the US. And I just feel that that is important part of the commission's efforts is to really ask questions, hold community conversations, be inquisitive and be curious about the different ways that we can draw people in the margins into the center of our city. So thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, thank you so much for applying. I really, really appreciate it. I was looking at your application and you talked about kind of the outreach you want to do to the AANHPI community. And, in Palo Alto, if you look at the latest, according to the latest census, there's actually a larger percentage of Asians now living in Palo Alto. And even though we don't hear about it as much, there's actually still a lot of hate crimes happening. So in fact, I think a group just got charged with a hate crime because they're targeting Asian Americans. And I'll be curious to hear from you as to what do you think we should do about this issue, right? It's not getting as much press, but these things are still happening. What's your thoughts and how do you think you might try to address that on HRC?
Yeah, I know that the HRC is collecting information via survey right now about Asian Americans, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander communities, and their thoughts and feelings about belonging and their relationship to the city. So I would love to be a part of, the task force that looks and digests that information and also holds, really a set of meaningful community conversations with residents of all ages to really, see what their thoughts are on, what's going on in our city in terms of hate crimes and incidents of racial bias, et cetera. So I think that, it all starts with being curious, being inquisitive, and inviting the community into the conversation before we come up with solutions. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Shea, for applying. I'm really curious about your experience with the unhoused community and wonder what your take is on how City of Palo Alto has addressed those issues and how you could use your experience and skills to be able to further some of those issues.
Yeah, I used to work at Samaritan House in San Mateo. We had a homeless shelter near the San Francisco airport. And of course, Glide is, eminently, involved in the housing crisis in the city of San Francisco. I'm really familiar with all the community organizations that serve the homeless here in Palo Alto, whether it's Momentum for Mental Health, with the new initiative, with Peninsula Healthcare Connections, Life Moves, the city shelters, Hotel Zinc, et cetera. I just think that, through the HESRAP process, perhaps there is a way to encourage deeper senses of connection and collaboration between these organizations and to really, hold, some future partnerships with Stanford or other, businesses or corporations to see if there are additional ways that various entities can partner together to increase the services for the homeless.
Ms. Shea, thank you very much for applying. You have a little bit time to give us a closing.
Yeah. Yes, in closing, I just believe for this work that compassion, access, diversity, and equality truly matters. I'm excited about the opportunity to serve on the Human Relations Commission and look forward to working with and complementing the skills and dedications of our current and future HRC members. Thank you very much.
Thank you again.
Our next candidate is Daryl Savage, who is here in person.
Good evening, council members. As a current commissioner of the HRC and a former chair and former vice chair, I would very much like to continue, at least for the near term, in HRC work and dedication. There are a few things existing now that I don't believe were around before, so it's a particularly important time for me. The addition of 2 or 4 new members means that at least about half the commission will be brand new. So I think someone with experience, me, might be helpful at this time to help with the transition of all the new people. And hold on. I've seen a variety of issues come to this commission, but right now the increase in crime, particularly hate crime and hate incidents, is something that's very disturbing to me. In addition, there is a funding problem with a lot of local nonprofits. They did not anticipate the pandemic. As a result, they don't have funds for the near term. And I'm very fortunate to be on the Emerging Funds Committee, where we review nonprofits' grants and give them emergency grants for the pandemic-related issues. And that's what I have.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Hi, Daryl.
Hi.
Thanks for your service and for your interest in reapplying. And I appreciated what you mentioned there about the importance of the institutional knowledge you bring. And kind of on that, can you maybe talk about what have you been most proud of during your time on the HRC? And then looking forward, what do you hope to accomplish in another term?
I am most proud, I think, of the relationship that I've developed with the Palo Alto Police Department. I am on the liaison committee where we speak to the chief or assistant chief captains, someone on the command staff quarterly, and bring back to the HRC what's going on with the police department, whether it's recruitment challenges, whether it's policy manual changes or crime trends. I'm very happy that they trust us enough to carry their message back to the HRC and we can act on it.
And thanks. And then, sorry, and then moving forward, what do you hope to accomplish in another term? Is it kind of related to that?
Back to the need of local nonprofits needing funds. We have one more round of funding this year for these emerging needs funds. And we have actually quite a bit of money left, and that's because there aren't enough nonprofits applying. So I think it's really important to get the word out, maybe this will help, that if you're a nonprofit in this area and you have some unforeseen costs due to the pandemic, please fill out a grant application. We would love to give you money. It's just unfortunate that somehow the word has not gotten out. I know don't need it, but hard to believe that the need is not there.
Councilmember Lifkiff-Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you, Ms. Savage, for your service and leadership and for stepping up again to serve an additional term. I have a technical question. You mentioned, I think, that you were interested in doing this at least in the near term. And I wondered if you were trying to signal to us that you are interested in a one-year term rather than a full 3-year term.
That was exactly my signal.
Councilmember Burt.
Thanks, Daryl. You mentioned that you recently, and I know over the years, you've had a important role of kind of a liaison between the HRC and our police department. Can you share an example of something that through that role you were able to bring a greater awareness through either side of an issue that maybe hadn't been understood well enough?
Yeah, well, the police department is very aware of community involvement and community awareness and getting the message out and straight, that it isn't misunderstood. And I think I've been helpful in that way. There was recently, it was Coffee with a Cop, but it was called a different name about a few weeks ago, where the chief and many of his command staff were out just on the street talking to people, talking to kids. And I just think that encouraging them to do more of that is the right thing to do. I think the more people that get to know police officers on a personal level, the less misunderstanding there will be.
And it just occurred to me that an example that I realized was that we've recently adopted this trust program dealing with needs for community members with mental health issues or otherwise. And I was first introduced to the Eugene Cahoots program at a event at your house that your son had brought. And sometimes it takes a good number of years before something comes to fruition, but that's finally happened in our community. So thank you.
Yeah, well, because of my son, I have a really deep understanding of the homeless. He's a homeless advocate and has done a tremendous amount of work in the Tenderloin. And he brings back stories and advice on, how to deal with homeless people in the right way, in the respectful way, and to determine what is it they need. Do they need shelter? Do they need food? Do they need housing? Do they need health care? And just to go about it in a completely respectable way, and it works.
Councilmember Venker.
Thank you, Mayor Ku, and thank you, Ms. Savage, for reapplying. So you mentioned being a liaison with the police department, as Councilmember Burt was talking about, and talking about they're trusting you to bring the message and helping clarify things for the community, and that's great. Would I be right in thinking that from time to time, there may also be I don't know what the right words are, consulting advisory role back and forth on any police policies? There are some that maybe relate to community values and things. And could you describe if that's correct, when it's correct, and how you would go about, what type of leadership you would have for those issues on the commission, including how to get community input?
Well, here's an example regarding canines. The canine policy it was recently changed in response to some outspoken people in Palo Alto who just felt it was too lenient. So the police department was the messenger who brought this information back to the HRC. And there still may be more work to be done, but they're certainly headed in the right direction.
And that's great. And so then in terms of, can you talk about when and how you solicit community input into decisions like that?
Well, a lot of community input comes from oral communication and the HRC when people speak and they're unhappy, disappointed, or upset with the way things are. Some of their comments are valid, some are not. And we try to, decipher which are the salient points and discuss them with the police department and see what kind of changes evolve.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lowing.
I have a closely related question. You were very involved in all the police reform. And so I'd like to get your assessment if you think it basically went okay and or great or whatever. And if whatever that is, do you have sort of recommendations for us on a 2.0? Meaning not specifically, but do you think we should take another look at it in a year? We missed a couple key points. It's important to kind of educate us on how that process went in the HRC.
Yeah, well, I immediately think of encryption. Everybody was upset about it. Okay, they changed it. It went back to the way the majority of people believed it should. And I'm sorry, what else were you interested in?
If you had suggestions for what isn't done yet, or if we should just sit tight for a year and then do another re-up or?
Well, I think there's a happy medium in both those points where, to be aware, to be observant, and to see if there's something that just doesn't sound right, seem right. But I think the police department is very keen on hearing any kind of constructive criticism and acting on it.
Thank you.
Ms. Savage, would you like to give a closing statement? I'll give you a little bit time.
Sure. I think as a former columnist for the Palo Alto Weekly and a 30-plus year resident of Palo Alto, I believe I really know the people, the climate, the city, and the importance of being treated fairly and equitably by all.
Ms. Savage, thank you so much for reapplying and
Okay.
for your service to the city.
And that concludes our interviews for the Human Relations Commission candidates. We'll start the Parks and Recreation Commission candidates, starting with Amanda Brown, followed by Bing Wei.
Hello, Ms. Brown.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Amanda Brown, current commissioner, and I just want to say that I'm very proud of what the commission as a whole has accomplished during my partial term. I haven't even actually served a full term. Some of the projects that I'm particularly proud of are being involved in the CIP, which is always interesting, and the sidewalk vendor policy update, court usage policy update with pickleball and tennis stakeholders, and a Mitchell Park dog park improvements. Despite only serving a partial term so far, there are many new members, and I am actually one of the longest tenured commissioners at this point. And I really appreciate all those that came before and were able to share their knowledge with me so that I feel comfortable saying that. I do think that given the new commissioners, my perspective remains unique. I was born and raised in Palo Alto. I grew up in these parks and I love each and every one of them. I don't have a favorite. I currently also work in local government, so I understand the staff perspective and how busy they are and understand the demands that are on staff resources, time, and funding. Before that, I worked as a consultant with local governments all throughout California. So I've taken those best practices and what not to do from other organizations. And I use that both in my professional life as well as my commission work. I'll also add that during this partial term, in addition to the many changes on the commission, I personally have had a lot of changes in my life. I lost my senior dog, and so now I have 2 puppies. So we're in the dog parks more than ever, trying to get their energy out. And I have a 3-month-old baby at home, and so he will grow up in these parks. So I am more motivated than ever to make sure that they are safe, long-lasting, and accessible for everybody, just so that he can have the same experience and fond memories that I did. So as much as I loved Palo Alto before, I just have a new appreciation for it, given these changes, and appreciate the opportunity to reapply for another term.
Thank you. Any questions, council members? Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Commissioner Brown. Appreciate your re-upping. I have to say, I attended one of your meetings, and it was a night when you were wearing a sweatshirt that said municipal, and you made the point that you wear that sweatshirt because you love local government. It struck me as a pretty unique perspective, and I wonder if you could just shed some light on how you came to be the person for whom that was true.
Yeah, so it actually started with my grandfather. He went door to door trying to incorporate the town of Portola Valley, failed, did it again, and was successful. So local government has been in my family. I used to watch these meetings on TV when I was little. I just think that it's where policy happens. It's boots on the ground. And I'm very proud of the work that my grandfather did, and he went on to serve on that Portola Valley Town Council for more than 20 years. And it's just something that's in my blood, and I think it skips a generation because my dad's not that into it, but I'm proud of him and proud of the work that I do, and the story behind the municipal sweatshirts that I have quite a few of them, and I wear them proudly too, because it's a brand that the owner credits his success to being able to stay off the streets of Boston and play on municipal basketball courts. So he said, the reason that I am who I am today is because there were municipal parks services. And so I wear them a lot to Parks and Recreation meetings, especially, just trying to hammer home that message. Thank you.
Councilmember Lowing.
Yeah, thanks. You certainly have a lot of experience with parks all over the place, but you've been swimming at Rinconada since you were a kid. So in your short term, how do you think we compare to all the parks that are out there? And by that, I don't mean a specific comparison, but I'm always looking for how can we get better? So based on your experience set, what are you thinking that we could, work on even harder?
I think Palo Alto is unique in that it has both the breadth of different types of parks. We have nature preserves, we have aquatics, which not every jurisdiction has.
Right.
And that's a real gem, as well as sort of smaller parks and some of these bigger destination parks, I'll say. I think a trend that is more common, I think we're doing a great job as it is comparatively to other jurisdictions in that way, and that we're able to keep that breadth and keep the quality of the parks high. There's nothing that's falling apart and being mismanaged. I think that that's something that cities can get in trouble with in terms of a maintenance and facility perspective, is just the cost of keeping those up.
Definitely.
But there has been an interest, at least in my conversations with some of the dog park advocates in town, and towards sort of pocket parks, just making them a little bit closer walking distance. And I think that really came from the pandemic, as people were more outside and they just want more opportunities to be outside, either with their dogs or their family. And so creating these sort of smaller park opportunities and being creative with space is something that I think that is probably on the horizon for Palo Alto as well as other jurisdictions.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Commissioner Brown, thank you for reapplying. So Parks and Rec seems to have been dealing with more controversial items as late, whether it's Measure East Side, the e-bike ban. Can you tell us about your approach to those kind of more emotionally charged debates, and how do you respect both sides but come to your own decision?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of pressure when you're sitting up there, and which I didn't realize until I actually got the opportunity to sit up there, to listen to the loudest voices in the room and to listen to the inflow of lots of emails. But it's important to take a step back and look at it from a data perspective. I'm a big data junkie. And so looking at whether it's quantitative or qualitative information that's available, as well as policy information. So particularly on the Measure E site, I wanted to look at state legislation related to SB 1383 and those impacts on cities and their budgets and their staffing, and really take that into consideration rather than just, not that I don't value the public comment. There's nothing, that's my favorite part of watching any meeting, is the public comment portions. But I do think it is important to look at it holistically, and to not just simply bend. And I think that's something that I grew into it during my time on the commission, and I feel much more confident with that now.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So I want to ask about your thoughts on the recreation side of the commission's role, and in particular, kind of what has been emerging as additional thinking about how communities can have a broader definition of recreation and how people experience their communities. Do you have thoughts on ways that we could embrace not so much formal recreation, but more social related and spontaneous recreation that builds community?
Yeah, I mean, I think pickleball is a great example of that. That's sort of a spontaneous group that emerged in town, and providing the resources and the space to foster those types of relationships and that type of building community is something that the Parks and Recreation Commission and staff has had their hands in. I also think anything from as small as terminology. So when we're talking about the gym, a lot of times now it's referred to as a wellness center, because that's more inclusive of the different types of recreation programming, and it doesn't turn off people that maybe don't think, oh, I don't need a gym. It's more about wellness and it's more inclusive. Something that's very popular in Parks and Rec communities throughout, or departments throughout the state, is not naming a senior center, because then people don't want to identify as a senior, or they don't think that they need those resources. There's a little bit of a stigma. So a lot of times you'll see senior centers that are named after a person because it makes it more palatable, or it makes it more approachable. And so I think keeping that verbiage and keeping the community in mind when we create programming and create these spaces is something that we can do to just make it more inclusive.
Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Ku, and welcome, Commissioner Brown. So I was impressed to read that you have supported the development of strategic plans for Parks and Rec departments for the cities of Pleasanton, Beverly Hills, and Tracy. And so what I'm wondering is, are there any lessons learned from those communities that would be transferable here, either good or bad, things we should do or avoid?
Yeah, I mean, the city of Tracy was doing a multi-generational wellness center a few years ago. And so I pushed that information right off to that ad hoc. And I think that it's something that is common in both Beverly Hills as well as Pleasanton is the combination of library and recreation services into a single department. So Pleasanton's is called Library and Recreation. Beverly Hills is called Community Services. And I just think there's a lot of natural overlap in those. So when we were working on Foothills outreach and education, we made sure that that information was available in the libraries, and really keeping those sort of parts of the department close, because they just have a lot of overlap and it's just sort of a natural fit. And I think that allows a lot of opportunities in terms of marketing and communication, because the libraries are spread out through the community and it hits the age groups that will use some of the recreation services.
Thank you.
So I'll give you a little bit of time for your closing, Ms. Brown.
Yeah, so I mean, just in closing, I'm very appreciative of the opportunity of having been able to serve, and would appreciate your consideration moving forward. Like I said, it's just near and dear to my heart, both as a kid growing up in Palo Alto and now as a new mom. So thank you very much.
Congratulations, Ms. Brown, on that baby. And thank you for your service to the city.
All right, our next candidate is Bing Wee on Zoom. Ms. Wee, you've been promoted to panelist. You can turn on your camera if you'd like to make your comments. Oh, you're muted. And we do see you.
Thank you. Sorry, I have to do Zoom because I just got over COVID. Good evening, Madam Mayor, esteemed City Council members, and all our esteemed member of community. I'm Bing Wei, and I'm proud to have been a resident in Palo Alto for over 16 years. As an active community member, I have been dedicated to serving our city since 2012 through my involvement with Neighbors Abroad. With the support of my many former mayors and city council member here, I successfully brought Yangpu, Shanghai to become the sister city of Palo Alto since 2018. As a Park and Recreation Commission candidate, I'm excited to share some of my thoughts with our community. And by harnessing the power of parks and recreation activities, we can create a vibrant and inclusive environment for all community members to strive. As we just celebrated Earth Day last weekend and continue to recover the challenges posed by COVID, which I just did, this is a unique opportunity for our parks mission to align with the city's key pillars for 2023, as stated by our city manager in his capital report. Our parks can be vital in promoting community health and wellness, addressing climate change concerns, and tackling affordable housing issues. If I were the commissioner for the Parks and Recreation Commission, I'm passionate about bringing my perspective on diversity, inclusivity, creativity, and corporate social responsibility to create positive change. As someone who has spent countless hours exploring and enjoying our city's parks, I sincerely appreciate the unique character and value. My favorite ones was serene Foothill Park, its beautiful lake, and Pearson Dodoro Park, its scenic trail. I'm honored to also speak at the bustling Mitchell Park many times for the Chinese New Year celebrations, and also took my family to the state-of-art playground exciting events like movie nights in Mitchell Park. So I'm wholeheartedly committed to fostering community engagement across cross-generations learning through our parks and open spaces, with our Asian community become the majority in Palo Alto. And I think it's critical to have actively share our privileged over 4,000 square open space and welcome new immigrants with open arms, helping them integrate into our social fabric through our parks. And also imagine cross-generation families practicing Tai Chi, Kung Fu, ping pong, and yoga in our open door gym and promoting community health and wellness. Our parks can also be transformed into open concert halls for our youth performance, fostering a sense of youth identity, togetherness, and inclusivity. In addition, offering community hiking classes for new immigrants from Asia to familiarize them with our local plants, birds, animals, and terrain can be a wonderful opportunity for them to connect with nature and our new community for them. As there's also certified Japanese forest-based meditation teachers can offer and lead diverse community members to forest meditation classes in Foothold Park and other nature parks. And this program can create opportunities for youth peer-to-peer mental health support groups, utilizing the tranquility of nature for positive outlets. Indeed, our diverse community deserves a park and creation that reflects our inclusivity. I'm also determined to collaborate with organizations such as Friends of Palo Alto Parks, Palo Alto Creation Foundation, and Arts Commission to expand the boost programs in our oversubscribed Enjoy catalog. This will help reduce the stress of working mothers unable to sign up for their children or our senior adults and who could not secure a class in our parks and open spaces. Furthermore, those collaborations will invite our neighboring cities such as Mountain View, Menlo Park, Redwood City to enjoy our city's rich cultural heritage and provide unique and engaging experience for all residents here. I'm also committed to making our parks accessible to everyone, including those in low-income housing. I will work to incorporate local green spaces and parks into plans for establishing new local housing, ensuring that all community members can enjoy the benefits of our parks. I also plan to leverage those new programs to generate more donors and funding sources, enhancing our parks and recreation offerings. With my background in corporate social responsibility and fostering public and private partnership, I'm committed to finding innovative, collaborative, and feasible solutions to meet the needs of our diverse community. I'm dedicated to advocating for initiatives that promote health, wellness, climate change, resilience, and affordable housing opportunity for all residents of Palo Alto. Drawing on my professional experience as a corporate executive in Dow Jones and Cisco and in the public sector for Barrick Council and my involvement in the neighbors abroad in the last few years, I'm eager to contribute to the Parks and Recreation Commission to expand my horizon to serve. I'm inspired by the comprehensive master plan already laid out by the current PRC Commission with its wonderful principles of being playful, healthy, sustainable, inclusive, accessible, flexible, balanced, and natural. But this might be also a good time after 5 years to look into the 2.0 version. So I'm excited to serve on the Parks Recreation Committee to make a meaningful impact on our community, and let's strive together through this beautiful nature around us. Thank you.
Ms. Wei, thank you so much for your opening. I'm going to open it up to questions right now from council members. Ms. Wei, I'd like to find out, we have a community with limited amount of land. How do we balance open space parks with recreational needs within the community? What do you see as a balancing factor?
Yeah, I feel after COVID, as mentioned by a few candidates before, the people's general psyche and approach still want to be in the open space. So even we have limited space, but we do have over 4,000 acres of open space and parkland. So we could look into open space even on the streets, like music concerts for California Avenue, and also look into the gym, not as just indoor gym, could look into our gym in Mitchell Park area, in different local parks, even in Johnson Park, people playing music over here during COVID, and the youth playing both basketball and rehearsal their plays as well, working with like local Palo Alto players can incorporate the existing land into an open gym, open concert hall, open door theater for Shakespeare theater in the summer, or Peking opera in the summer as well.
Thank you, Councilmember Lifkart-Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Wei, thank you so much for applying. We appreciate it. I'm interested in your work at bringing people together across differences. Just, for example, Neighbors Abroad. You're also mentioning in your application that with the Asian American population in Palo Alto now being the majority, which is relatively new, you seem to have a deep interest in bringing people from different cultures and backgrounds together. And you seem to have a sense that the parks and open space are perhaps uniquely situated to foster that kind of togetherness. Could you give us a specific example of what you might want to see happen as a commissioner in this regard?
So as I mentioned, I feel our parks open parks, not limited to the children's theater. So there's a lot of parks we could set up temporary stage, proper stage for them to perform either plays, dramas, or musicals onto that. And these will be for all families from all racial backgrounds. And indeed, bring coalition and bring people together is one of my strengths and my professional route as well, my career route too. So I think these can be something we can do together, cross-generation, cross-racial groups, and also bring them together into different cultural backgrounds and into one place for performing arts, and also even making arts in the parks, like Gamble Garden can be teaching photography outside, can be teaching painting outside in the Gamble Garden itself. So these could be leveraged as open classroom for our youth to help them finding identity, help them find their own voice as well. And also these opportunities for cross-generation learning for seniors to teach our youth, look into the nature, look into the birds, put on your canvas, put on your camera lens. So these might be the examples I could bring into.
Thank you, Ms. Wei. You have a few seconds. Would you like to provide your closing?
Yes, I'm very excited to serve on the Parks and Rec Commission to make a meaningful impact. And then together, I feel we can create inclusive, vibrant, thriving parks and recreation spaces that benefit everyone. I'm really grateful for your time, and I hope I'll be selected as a park commissioner, and it'd be great to appreciate so we can work together for a brighter Palo Alto, brighter future Palo Alto.
Ms. Wei, thank you so much for your application.
Thank you for your time.
All right, our next candidate is Nancy Howe, followed by Yudi Dang.
Good evening, I guess it's evening. I'm Nancy Howe, and should I start with my opening statement? Okay, just wanted to stop and make sure.
Ms. Howe,
Yes.
I'm not sure if you're here, but just so that we have some time that I want to make sure
Yes.
that you understand. So we'll have 1 minute for your opening,
Sure.
and then council members will go into
Sure.
their question, and then I'll let you have about 30 seconds for your closing,
Sure.
and we can restart the time. Thank you so
Okay.
much.
Opening statement. I think I've had the privilege of living in Palo Alto for over 30 years, and I've used many of the services of the city, including parks and recreation. And at the point in my life, I feel that I have experience and expertise to contribute to Parks and Rec. I have 4 particular lens that I'm interested in. They actually are A, B, and C, but that's kind of corny. Access, belonging, collaboration, and consensus are kind of the lens that drives my thinking. Access, an example is the city opening Foothill Park. I think that's a wonderful thing. The facilities in Palo Alto are used by many people outside the city of Palo Alto, and I think we should encourage that and work with local communities. Belonging, I think there's been discussion about that already, but I think there are many ways of creating belonging in Palo Alto, and I think the services of the Parks and Rec can do that. Collaboration, I'm very interested, particularly with, I'm a big Baylands person, with e-bike debate. I'm interested in how we can work more collaboratively across nearby communities to make the best decisions more regionally and not just within the city. And I'm not aware that that may be happening, so that's not a criticism. And then consensus, I think there always are more needs than any entity can accommodate. And so that I think as much as possible, we have to seek a balance and through kinds of consensus, which is pretty much my beginning.
Thank you. Councilmember Lithcott Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for applying, Ms. Howe. It's wonderful to see you. You have had a storied career at Stanford as Associate Dean for Student Affairs, and it strikes me that that's where your ABCs come from. Could you give us a specific example of something you're proud of having achieved through the ABCs, particularly your sense of there's a better place we can get to if we can build that sense of access, belonging, consensus, and whatever the second C was. Give us an example of something you're proud that you were able to achieve at some point along the way in your career that you would bring forth as an example of what you could do as a Parks and Rec Commissioner.
Achievement, maybe not as much as I would like, but I spent much of my career working with student organizations with a variety of views, including ones around free speech. And I think the ability to bring people together who are very passionate and are very opinionated and have them feel that their opinion matters. Did that with student groups over Palestine and Israel, with the Democrats and the Republicans. And these are very, very passionate things because they deal with identity. I think that's something you can never achieve it. But to bring people together, to find some common ground and understanding is, I think, one of the things I'm most proud about.
I see that you have here, you said that you support an urban forestry plan and that you'd like to see Palo Alto work in tandem with other communities. Can you share with us what that looks like?
Yes, I'll talk about the Baylands area. I was very aware of the e-bike debate. My husband is a big biker and he and I weren't on the same page initially. And I went to Redwood City's parks and they're doing some renovation. And I was just intrigued by how and I also spent a lot of time in Mountain View. I was just intrigued by each city kind of does things and approaches in different ways. And I feel like to do that more, to bring people together from other city entities, as well as thinking about the new building, whatever you call it, the wellness center. There are entities in Palo Alto that I think we should also collaborate for. I was on the board of the Y for a while. And I think that to think about ways we can bring these entities together and to think that the city itself isn't providing all the services for our community and our surrounding communities, that there are other government agencies and other nonprofits and other commercial activities that provide some of those services, to try to bring them all together, I think would be of value.
And how do you see, but how does the urban forestry plan look like?
Well, I didn't, what I was involved in is counting oak trees in Palo Alto. And I do have, which is another topic, some opinions about all the recent tree demises. I personally am interested over the long term, seeing more of our public lands being contributing to native species. That doesn't solve trees falling down necessarily, but I feel like there are opportunities to create more pockets of wildness in an urban area through native species.
Thank you. Councilmember Byrd?
Well, first, I'm really pleased to hear your last comments on the need and the challenge to really integrate our natural ecosystem within our urban habitat. But I want to pivot for a moment to ask you a little bit about your thoughts on recreation and in your role in student activities at Stanford. I'm interested in any thoughts you have on how we can make normal civic life have a greater integration with a broad definition of recreation, and including when you spoke about neighboring communities, but certainly East Palo Alto and Stanford are the two neighboring communities that we have the most integral relationship with, and how any of those recreation activities might build those relationships.
My beginning thought is, and I don't know if this is happening or not, I think it would be really useful to bring the key stakeholders together to share and problem solve on a regular basis. And that could include both city and nonprofits. How quite to do that, I'm not so sure. But I think that would go a long way, because I think some of the challenges that Palo Alto faces, nearby communities are also facing. And I feel that Palo Alto is a privileged community that should be able to also assist other communities, particularly East Palo Alto, to the extent possible. The specifics I don't know, but I think it's the dialogue, maybe even doing some annual workshops around that, and really creating a more collaborative approach. Not that everything has to be cookie cutter from city to city, but that we share the expertise and try to solve some of these problems or reach additional goals in a more collaborative and collective way.
Ms. Howell, if you'd like to use the remaining time to give us a closing.
Yes, I think the Parks and Rec is already a very good program, and I think the challenge is to figure out how. Pickleball was a really great example of something I thought was done really well in terms of trying to balance these competing needs. I think that I am aware of all the challenges of being in your role and having multiple and often very vocal needs expressed, and how to find some commonality that I think also has to be data-driven, but it also has to be value-based. And I'm also very aware of what it's like to either work with a board or serve on a board. And I understand my role as a commissioner. I'm not a staff person, and that I think you want to support the staff and assist them, but not, you're not running Parks and Rec. And so I've been in those roles as well. And I think that's something I can bring. And I would be happy to serve in whatever way I can.
Thank you so much for applying, Ms. Hall.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and our next candidate is Nancy Howe. Oh, sorry, excuse me, Yudi Dang, followed by Jeff Lemire. Sorry, Ms. Howe.
Good evening, council members.
Give me a minute, Ms. Dang. Thank you for your patience, Ms. Dan. Please go ahead with your introduction. You have about a minute, and then we'll go into questions and closing of 30 seconds or so for a full 10 minutes. Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you. Hi, council members. My name is Yudi Din, and I moved to Palo Alto 4.5 years ago from Bellevue, Washington. So I had the honor to serve on the City of Bellevue Parks and Community Service Board for 2 years. I really enjoyed my service there. I'm wearing the vest today as my pride. So I have 2 kids. They're in Aloni Elementary School. So I'm a school district parent. We use the facilities in City of Palo Alto almost every day. I just came from Guerrilla Park because my kids are there in their soccer practice, and I volunteered. I took the referee training, which was offered by Jeff Grindell, the chair of the current Parks Commission. So I'm a certified referee. I'm happy that I can serve the community. I also run at Public Track and Field every morning. Last year, when David Ross, the Friends of Palo Alto Parks, they put up the poster to raise money, I collaborated with my running group and my soccer club and my family. Together, we raised $10,000 to help refurbish the track and field, the field, yes. And that was featured in Palo Alto Weekly, which I'm very proud. So I'm very passionate, and I want to serve on the City of Palo Alto's Parks and Rec Commission again. First of all, I think City of Bellevue is very comparable to City of Palo Alto. They have this great open space plan, and we call our parks as the pearls on the necklace, because all the parks are kind of connected with beautiful trails. And City of Bellevue is also home for many high-tech company headquarters. So I think, my experience and background can definitely help City of Palo Alto and the Parks Commissioner. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Dang. Councilmember Livcott Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for applying, Ms. Dang. I love the pearls and necklace metaphor. I grew up in a planned community in Northern Virginia called Reston, and there were black paths that connected recreation and schools and local retail and whatnot, and it was lovely.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lovely vision, but if a city hasn't been created around that vision, it can be excruciating to try to really put something like that really requires a big plan and a comprehensive plan in place. So how would you bridge that distance from what you might wish for Palo Alto's parks and open space to look like and offer, and where we are now? What would be some of the steps you would take to begin to implement your vision for what things could be?
Right. So I did my homework. I think the most pressing, challenging issues facing our open space plan is state mandates that we need to increase 6,000 new housing units in the city. But I mean, we need to have we need to have the matching open space with that. And where do we have those lands, right? So I think that will be a big problem facing the Parks Commission right now. In terms of my vision, I think Palo Alto parks are great, but we also probably have financial issues because lots of parks and community centers are outdated. They need money to get refurbished. And so I think with my background in fundraising, because I serve on lots of nonprofit organizations for their fundraising, that is something that I feel confident I can contribute as well. In terms of vision, I think as a park and rec commissioner, we serve as an extension for the city council members. So I really rely on the city council member to guide us, and we can communicate with the local communities. And again, we give the staff directions so they can make plan before, they already made the plan.
Ms. Dang, I really appreciate what you brought up, and I think that you must have foreseen the question that I had, which centers around funding. While a lot of people see the city of Palo Alto as a well-to-do community, we do have budget matters, and and I think you might even have experience in some of the maintenance and repairs that are fields or certain areas that needs updating.
Mm-hmm.
And do you see the necessity for fundraising as part of a commissioner's to do?
Definitely. Yeah, I think city has a limited budget, and I mean, we can always issue bond, but it takes a long time, and because I am a leader in the Asian Americans communities locally, so I think I have the responsibility to represent my groups and also contribute. So yeah, I think this is something I would seriously think and take actions, just like what I did last year. Yeah.
Thank you for that. I think that's going to be a topic that's going to be coming up a lot, in terms of budgets and so forth. I don't see any other questions, but then I did want to say, in Bellevue, did you find the difficulty? Okay, I see lights coming on, so I'll hold back my question and go with Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's different than the budgetary constraints. We just have a lot of constraints on fields and courts and different interests, whether it be soccer to softball or pickleball to tennis.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think the commission's role is in trying to resolve some of those those conflicts, and how do you see your role there?
Right. I think first of all, we want to be a great listener. And I was here when the tennis, community and the pickleball communities are debating with each other. And also, I mean, I was a parent lead for our youth soccer club. So we had this brokering meetings, and I worked closely with the city staff and know how complicated it is to solve those conflicts. So I think with experience and with the right attitude, we can always make sure it's all about communication. I think our citizens here, they are reasonable. We just need to make very clear ahead of time communication to them. I do think the current Parks Board are lack of, Asian female faces, and as a young, as my generation. So I think I would represent a missing piece, and also to communicate to them. Yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Deng. And you just answered part of my question, but I'll ask the other part. With the Parks and Recreation Commission, the jurisdiction is actually interesting because we have parks and open space and then recreation and all its meanings, all of which are a little different.
Mm-hmm.
And so you mentioned in your application that you've attended the Parks and Rec Commissions monthly. And I was going to ask you what you thought was missing. And one, you just mentioned an Asian female face, but so perhaps maybe answer a little more broadly in terms of the different voices to address, that broad jurisdiction. Are there perspectives that you think the commission could benefit from?
Definitely. So I actually communicated with Jeff Grindell and Ann Cripps, and Nellis, I forgot his last name. They also invited me to serve as an advisor for the new recreation gym center. Yeah. So I said, well, let me take the Parks interview first. Then I will see if I have capacity. So I think, the current commissioners are already doing things separately to help subsidize the whole commission. Yeah. And I think that's probably the way to do. And I think we want to work closely with Planning Commission and also communicate with council members regularly. Mr. Greystone is the liaison. Yeah. Right. So we just need to hear different voices. Oh, I was at the Avenida Center last week, and they told me they think Palo Alto is lack of senior, activities. That's why, they're popular. So I know they work closely with the city, but again, why Ann Cripps, they need to propose this recreation gym center. Yeah, I think I'm very touched by the whole community and I'm really, really interested to help. Yeah.
Thank you.
So the time is up. I just want to say thank you so much for your application, Ms. Dang. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you for your time.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Tanaka, but we're out of time.
Our next candidate is Jeff Lemire, who is in person.
Hello, Mr. Lemire.
Hello. Thank you. Should I begin or?
Yes, please.
Okay. Well, first of all, I apologize. I'm a little more dressed down than normally. I'm in the middle of a Little League game. So once this is done, I'll return there and hopefully we've scored a couple runs. But for me, having served on the commission for around 6 years, it's been an honor and a privilege to serve the city. My life has been centered around helping people through the power of sport. First as a college basketball coach and now as a high school coach, high school basketball coach at Palo Alto High School. And it's allowed me to be around a lot of young people and just to see the importance of community. And that can be being part of a team, but being part of a community and to see the mental health and mental well-being that can provide. And it can be difficult. It can be difficult being part of a team and there's ups and downs and there's adversity, but to watch these kids grow through a season. And when I'm with them, it's a season is a lifetime and you have a beginning and you have an end. And to be a part of that for me has been extremely gratifying. I've also seen the impact that nature has had on students. And I think we are very fortunate to have the outdoor space that we do have. And for the people of our community to get outside. And I think it's been, there was great foresight by our city to preserve the places that have been preserved. And, again, for me to be able to serve on the commission and try to move forward with the goals of the city and the goals of our community has been one of the great honors and privileges of my life.
Thank you. Council members. Councilmember Lifcott-Haynes.
Mr. Lemire, thank you very much for your service and for wanting to throw your hat in the ring again. And thanks for being here instead of at that Little League game. Sorry, we're not completely on time for you. I'm struck by your decades of service in college athletics. And from my own work in the realm of supporting college students, I know how important ritual and tradition are to building a sense of belonging, a sense of team, and to really getting where you want to go in terms of achieving your goals, whether it's winning championships or graduating with honors, with opportunity. How does that translate to the work of the Parks and Rec effort of the city? Rituals and traditions.
Rituals and traditions. Well, for one, I think with the commission, it's working with community services and what are the opportunities out there for people to be a part of. And one thing that I do see on the high school level, at least, is someone may want to be part of a team, but they may not be able to commit the 20 hours a week because they're doing a couple other things. They're trying to fill that college resume, or maybe, for example, our freshman basketball team had 40 kids try out and we're keeping 15. What are these other kids doing to be a part of something? And some of them are able to join robotics or they're able to join speech and debate. And there's another club on campus that they can throw themselves into. But I also think that having the recreation component, and we've seen it a little bit now at Pally where they're trying to start some lunchtime games or starting to do some things to create that sense of belonging, but also a little bit of competitiveness that also sharpens you a little bit, but gives you a sense of, makes you feel when you're doing something. But I think working with our community services, and I tell you what, Adam Howard has done a really amazing job of trying to serve the community in all the different areas that he is balancing. But I think it comes down to how can we serve. And when I talk, certainly there's community and ritual amongst older people as well. And right now I've been focused on a younger subset, but I think through our community services and the offerings that they can bring. But one thing that happens on the youth side at least, is if students want to participate in something that needs to be indoors, at the high school level, those gyms and facilities are in use all of the time. And that's where it's very difficult to find the balance between our city and what we have with open spaces, what we have with our current recreation facilities, and what we try to do moving forward. And some of it always comes back to the question of Cubberley, and I'm feel better that there's now seems to be much more of a dialogue. I was discouraged for a while because I know Cubberley has sat there, but everything always seems to come back to Cubberley. I guess I kind of rambled a little bit, so I apologize for touching a few topics on that, but thank you for the question.
Councilmember Lowing.
Yeah, I'm going to give you a hard question. When you're applying for a position on the Parks Commission, not the Planning Commission. But when I was on the Parks Commission, it seemed much more like a land use set of issues because it's a trade-off with existing parkland and potentially new parkland as what do we do with that parkland? We kind of magically created 10.5 acres in the Baylands when we redid the golf course, which was worth about $50 million. It's worth way more than that in terms of the actual impact to the community. But how do you decide how to use that land and when? And many people sitting on this dais at the time said, great, more soccer fields. And before that, they said, great, more baseball fields. And then it went on to lacrosse fields. It's now sitting there not doing anything, which is not necessarily negative. But the question is, how do you sort of negotiate with the right thing for the community on where to use the land resources?
No, that's a great question. What's also interesting is not only do you have people talking about soccer fields and lacrosse fields, you have people talking about it perhaps being a bird sanctuary and remaining open space. And so I think there's a lot of different factions that when they do see space that is there, how can we use it? Because there are such little bit of land, but we have to listen to our constituency and we have to see if there can be things that are multi-use, that can serve different populations. But with so much of this, and there are topics that we've touched, one is the funding piece for it. But the second piece is we have projects that are lined up to go and we have interest to do it, and some of them have funding. A big issue for us in our city is our staff, and how is our staff already overloaded with the things that they're doing. And I think that's one thing that inhibits us a little bit is, I'll talk to Darren Anderson, he'll say, well, right now we're not able to do it because we don't have the staff. So sometimes it's not necessarily even a willingness or not necessarily even maybe we don't have funding, but it's what is the bandwidth of trying to be able to get a project done. And but in terms of how do we decide what to do, I think our commission actually has done a very nice job of trying to listen to different voices. We've tried to resolve issues such as the racket policy, which was very contentious. We're trying to push forward, and our commission, even though it was a little bit of a hot button issue, but the opening of Foothills Park and trying to open that up to the community, even though there was some pushback, certainly from a social justice perspective, which has been one of our city's goals. It's the right thing to do. And I think trying to weigh the different goals of the people and see what is the best use. But we also have to be forward looking with how we do it, especially with the open space, because once we do develop an open space, for example, with a building or take away parkland and put a building on it for a different use, that does stay there. And I think that's where, as we push forward with different projects, something to certainly weigh.
Commissioner Lemire, I'm really glad that you brought up that last part. When you build on an open piece of land, it's gone. And with growing with Palo Alto needing to grow, that's always going to be a challenge. How much open space do you preserve for this growing population? And especially when they're in much more higher, denser buildings that doesn't have much open space. And as we see in the pandemic, there's a lot of need for it. But from the breadth of conversation that you provided, you do see all the challenges, what the community needs, what are the challenges. And I think that I see you give it a lot of consideration as you go about doing this. With the time left, would you like to give a closing?
Yeah, certainly. It's, again, for me, it's been a great honor to be able to serve on the commission. And prior to doing that, I had no idea of how the city government worked. And I think the one thing that I've really understood is patience. And in that if there are things to get done, but they need to get done, one, in the right way. And you need to be able to find a project and stick with it and continue with it and follow it through until the end. And I think that's the biggest takeaway for me in terms of being part of government, is understanding things don't just happen by someone snapping their fingers, even if we all think it's the most wonderful idea. And I appreciate everything that you guys do, and I appreciate everything the staff does. It is really incredible to be able to have an honor to serve on a commission, so you really understand what goes in to making an amazing city. So again, I want to thank you guys for what you do, and certainly thank the staff, because without having the staff available to our city, we certainly are not doing anything. So again, thank you very much.
Thank you for your service, Mr. Lemire, and good luck today.
Thank you.
All right, our next candidate is Laura Granka, followed by Star Teacha.
Hi, everyone. Nice to see you. I'm Laura Granka, and I have lived in Palo Alto since I moved out to the Bay Area from New York in 2004, and after a brief stint in San Francisco, lived here since 2008, both as a grad student, enjoying space there, as well as a renter and now a parent and homeowner. And one of the things that has just kept me here routinely through the years is actually a lot of the things that Parks and Rec is responsible for. The open spaces, the parks, the community activities, the catalog of things that the kids can do. All of these things really help to bring a sense of community to this town or city, which is just made it just a wonderful place to live. I want to be able to give back to that and be able to help shape the future of the Parks and Rec Committee. I was looking through a lot of the programs and plans and for the coming year and coming years, and a lot of those things seem to be pretty critical for the growth of the city, and also pretty inspiring, and it feels like timely to be a part of that to help shape the course of that. So excited to be. Pierce Park is probably the favorite park for the kids, just because we used to live across the street from that. Pierce Park. But right now, where we are now, we're pretty equidistant to Jerry Bowden, Pierce Park, Heritage Park. And so with the kids, we usually bike to any number of parks on the weekend. So yeah.
That's kind of nice. So, the question always comes up, as you heard in the last interview, that there is always the balance of recreational, which is putting a building, and then there's the part of open space. So, I mean, it's a difficult question to answer, but, where do you see the value in preserving, and where do you see the value in actually putting more buildings up?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it is a balance, because a lot of the things that people can benefit from are not always some of the open spaces, especially people of all age groups. We're blessed to not have such a severe winter here, but it does rain. So I think having some indoor spaces, gyms, or even places for children that aren't necessarily gyms, but other activity centers, other types of things where kids can get together, or elderly, any age group can really get together. Right now, we basically have libraries or outdoor parks or indoor gyms, right? So are there other sort of multi-purpose spaces that can kind of enable and facilitate people kind of meeting, encouraging? I mean, partly a lot of this is, we really want to encourage community. I've met so many people, made friends with people through the parks, but that's because I have kids and people with kids are at parks, similar with people with dogs. And so trying to create some of those opportunities for people that don't necessarily have that bringing together like a kid or a dog or something like that.
Thank you for that. Councilmember Tanaka?
Yeah, thank you so much for applying. I really appreciate it. I saw that you have a strong UX background.
Yeah.
And so I was wondering, and I also saw your comment about the e-bikes and speed concerns. So, I mean, just if you put your design thinking cap on and look at this problem, what do you think are some ideas that might be to address these issues?
Yeah, great question. I think I thought about the e-bikes largely because I take the bike path from like Churchill Ave down to the Caltrain with my kids, and that's where my son learned to bike. And there are frequently a ton of e-bikes from Caltrain commuters like whizzing by at top speeds. And so when I see that, that's where I was pretty interested in that Parks and Rec committee where, there was the balance of do we put a policing of speeds or not? And I think there was, or speed limits. And I think one of the arguments was, well, it's if we can't police it, why should we put a limit? And there's different types of bikes. And I realize there's a lot there, but I think from a UX point of view, I think helping people realize, even if we can't police all these things, that there are certain limits that we would like to have somewhere along the path or along trails or any sort of place, I think is helpful. I think you want to, one of a very popular designer in the design community is Charles and Ray Eames, who did all the fancy chairs and furniture. And one of the quotes that, I always like from Charles Eames is, we want to make the best for the most for the least. And that applies to a lot of things with regards to funding. But I think thinking about who is going to be using the trails the most, what is going to be the best sort of environment and conditions for people using these things, and how do we kind of do that? We understand commuters need to go fast. They may be late for work. There's a lot of things, and there's a lot of reasons to be using an e-bike. But just understanding, are there different, is there a lane, just based on the space we have, what types of things we could do? I know there's debates on that in trails versus pavement and things like that, but yeah. That's a question.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Ms. Gronka, thank you so much for applying. We appreciate it. Sticking with your UX background, I know that design thinking entails a critical step of developing empathy for the end user, really going out and doing your research on who that end user is and not presuming to know what they need or want, but actually asking and listening, and then side of the e-bike example, I'm wondering how you would think of leveraging your UX background toward discerning what our residents and visitors need from our parks and open space and recreational facilities.
Yeah, no, that's empathy for everybody using what we provide is critical. I'm glad you brought it up. Someone on my team, not to bring another quote, someone on my team actually has this quote I love. He made it up. He said, "Empathy without action is wasted compassion," which I think is very true. And so what the goal here is, I guess there's been a lot of surveys. I think interviewing town members, I think meetings like this where we collect input, there's been a ton of collective input for a lot of the things like closing down the streets, University Ave, or reimagining what University Ave could be, taking in a lot of the input. I think City Council, you're amazing about soliciting all of the community feedback and all of the meetings and taking all of the feedback that way. I've emailed and I've gotten wonderful responses back. So I think taking in a lot of the inputs on some of these things, I'm giving enough notice, advertising out like you do on Instagram and Twitter about like getting feedback for these surveys. All of those things I think are pretty important to solicit the feedback, kind of look at, categorize what is the type of input coming in, and where can we kind of make the most, where can we make the most impact, really.
Yeah. Councilmember Lowing.
I appreciate that you read all the documents, particularly the Parks Master Plan. Glad it's getting read by some people out there. It's a big, thick book for your nightstand.
Yeah.
But I know we have a short amount of time, but are there a couple of priorities there that you would like to get out of that book and into the community?
Yeah, well, some of the things that were in it, and I read it in December, I don't refresh it regularly, but was in terms of the bike route and pedestrian routes through the city. I think that is actually pretty important. I biked here tonight, and I like to bike around with the kids. I see so many kids biking to school. I think transportation through the city is important. So, something like that is I think a good thing just to refresh and make sure we update it. When I moved to the Bay Area, looking at the bike route map, I had a physical paper map that I got from the city, I think, and this was a long time ago. And that was basically my Bible. I found all the bike routes and went everywhere. So not everybody likes to bike, I get it, but I think if we want to facilitate access to open spaces, to community centers, things like that, I think that's an important one. The other piece is, which is pretty notable about Palo Alto, is you have nearly everybody in the city is within walking distance to some sort of service like a library or a park or other type of thing. And so I think that, the walkability is important. We have beautiful sidewalks and stuff. So that'd be one.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You have a few more minutes. I just actually a couple, but I wanted to ask, when you said looking at the highest number of users, then how does science come into play into it, in terms of where you have technology going fast, getting to where they want to go, highest number, but then you also have the environment, the natural environment, right? How do you value those two?
Yeah, I would imagine that it wouldn't be just me, but we would come to some sort of criteria and weight some factors with the committee, with the city council. We would probably propose something and say, here's, because there's a lot of things in the Palo Alto Parks and Rec master plan, some of the goals and criteria and commitments that we want to be able to, embody as a community and as a city. So trying to weigh some of the factors there that we have. Also knowing, I know how the Palo Alto station is the most popular station outside of San Francisco, and during COVID, it was the most popular. So we have a lot of people that do need that access, but, also for the people who live here on a day-to-day basis, they're not just commuting through, what are some of the trade-offs? So I think we probably just kind of create a matrix and weigh some of the factors.
Would you like to finish off with some closing statements?
Yeah, sure. I was just reading an article actually, which had, you've probably all seen it, but it placed Palo Alto as number 3, the third ranked city in the entire United States for suburban places that actually have the best city feel. And I think it's actually quite true. And a lot of the things that Parks and Rec offer, access to parks, access to libraries, access to gyms, access to community centers, and all of that. And I think as Palo Alto grows and the people in the city change, I think just trying to figure out where we can put the most resources and services to the community is a pretty inspiring, I think, noble thing to do for the city, and I'd love to help be a part of it at any point. So thank you for your time.
Ms. Ganka, thank you so much for your application.
Of course. Thank you.
Congratulations on your home.
Oh, thank you.
Our next candidate is Star Teach Out, followed by Adriana Flores Rigatti.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Star Teach Out, and I'll tell you what I tell my students, that my name has nothing to do with trying to turn you into a superstar student. It is just my grandfather's name. So I always feel like I need to explain that name. I didn't pick it. I have been a resident of Palo Alto for about 20 years with my husband in Barron Park. We have 3 children. Our youngest is now a junior in high school. And we, of course, we have enjoyed, Palo Alto rec classes and parks and open space and adult school. I'm currently in adult school. And we very much run our home a little bit like a Climate 350 home. And we, sustainability and the environment are very important to us. And so we very much appreciate living in Palo Alto because of its bikeability. And that's one of our, as parents anyway, our kids are pretty good bikers, they're reluctant sometimes, but, and then most of my experience has been with, once I became a mother after engineering, I have basically been a volunteer in our schools, focused on green teams, starting a school garden at our elementary school, and then into middle school, helping with green teams. And then in high school, I think I included working with Challenge Success to really tackle some of the mindsets that success was just one way And so I helped put together several parent ed panels and talk about community college and other paths to success. So that's been a lot of where my energy has gone.
Thank you, council members. I'll start it off then. Thank you for applying. And I wanted to find out, so it's been my question about how do you balance when we have a growing population or the state is mandating us to build so many homes and there is only so much land, so much open space. How do we balance it where we keep it open and preserve that? How do we build gyms and recreation centers and all those other things that the community desires?
I think it's a difficult question. No doubt we're a popular place, and I think we need to compromise. Setting aside the community gym, in terms of having a duplex next to my house, I practically do have a duplex next to my house when someone built a very tall story that took away our sky view. And I think we have to compromise. But I do agree with, I think it was Carrie Templeton, who said in her interview that we should, of course, think about distributing development so that we lift the quality, maintain the quality, without just isolating, say, all of El Camino. I think that was a good point. So I'm not opposed to some development. I do think some of our parks, such as Mitchell, or I don't know about Greer, I'm not as keen on Greer, but I do think that we have room to put in a community gym. Explore more sharing resources with our school district. I know that one of our superintendents, not to be named, used to open up the gym at Gunn on Sunday nights so that a group of kids could play basketball. I think there are some opportunities, assuming that we can work together with the school district to try to share some of those resources. So we're a pretty frugal family, and I think there are a lot of things we could do that don't cost a lot of money, which I can talk to later, maybe in my closing statement. Yeah.
Councilmember Lowing.
Yes, thank you for applying. I'm very impressed that you talk so much about bringing a diversity of people together via the Parks Commission. It doesn't always have to be in just the HRC Commission or anywhere else. I think we should all be dedicated to that. So I appreciate the detail you have in there about that. On an earlier page, you talked about a lot of your energy has gone into advocacy in the schools to bridge the divide between staff and district office.
Mhm.
So I'm not going to be presuming that there's a problem on PRC with staff, but it's more of a general question of what skill sets do you have there that allows you to sort of heal divisions?
Well, I think whenever I've been involved in some things such as the PTA or our parent networks or our site council, I always try to be a good listener, and I always try to recognize both sides of an argument. I'm a pretty neutral person, and I attempt to be. I have a lot of patience when it comes to writing. They probably don't like it, but I do write a lot of letters, long letters, to elaborate an argument when I think there's a case to be made. I very much like to go to the source. So if there's an issue in our schools, I try to go, if it's with a teacher, I try to go to the teachers. I know quite a few teachers since I'm a substitute teacher in the district, and I've been in the district since 2003. And so I try to go to the source when I can. I try to bring the right people together because I'm not an expert on every issue. I try to connect. If you're the expert on focus on success for students, then I try to connect you with someone in our district so they can evaluate our services working for students. So that's the kind of thing that I try to do, is try to connect the right people. And then to, of course, add my voice if I feel like I have the proper information.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Council members, we have a few minutes left. Okay, oftentimes, other cities sees Palo Alto as a well-to-do city, and you did speak a little bit about being frugal. Maybe now it's a time that you might share some of what you do that you mentioned earlier.
Okay, sure. Well, in a way, I was inspired by our neighborhood association meeting, which I hadn't been to in a while. And I realized we have such a beautiful park in Barron Park, Bull Park. It's gorgeous. And it is not really very used that heavily, I don't think, whenever I walk my dogs all the time. So, and then coupled with that, just today, I was asking some students, if you had a free weekend, some of them don't, but if you did have a free weekend, what might you do? Oh, well, I'd probably just stay home. Like, well, but what if there were really something at the park? What if in the afternoon on Saturday, there's a juggling club? Like, oh, well, yeah, okay, I might do that because I'm in the juggling club, right? So, I mean, that's the sort of thing where I think that using our community, I'm not one that believes that money solves all problems. And of course, money solves some problems. We're feeding our children at schools, breakfast, lunch. But I think that it's easy to throw money at an issue. And I think that we have a lot of wonderful citizens. We have a lot of people who feel isolated. We have people who just don't have the initiative because they're comfortable at home. Our teenagers are like that too. And I think that there are opportunities where we could have recurring, talking about sort of ritual, some rituals. And it might take people a while and we survey and we find out what would you like to do in our park? And I'm actually going to experiment a little bit with this in Barron Park. And I think there are opportunities just to work with smaller groups. Not everyone wants to go to a chili cook-off race. I happen to like that because a friend of mine organizes it, but there are a lot of people who are really quieter and want a smaller group and they want it to be their neighbors. And so I think there's a lot of opportunity to try to develop some programs in our parks, which would get more people in our parks without costing too much money. And I think that's a win-win, getting more neighbors to know each other. So that's kind of a little snapshot of it. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. I thought that when we did our movie night and the robotics team from Gunn came out and showcased their robot throwing frisbees, I thought that kids loved it, catching the frisbee. So there's actually a lot of use that could entice more people there.
I think
But
so.
with your remaining time, would you like to give a closing?
Well, I think there are a few things near and dear to my heart. And one, I don't think we have a sustainability ad hoc committee on Parks and Rec. We have a sustainability and biodiversity liaison. And I sometimes wonder if it might be worthwhile to have a sustainable ad hoc committee or even a sustainability commission to serve you on your advising. And the reason I say this is because there are so many groups between Palo Alto 350 or Climate 350 and Actera. And I went on yesterday and just, so many. And I can say that information overload hits all of us. And I think something like the Pacc model, where we bring together the PTA presidents and they can go back and communicate. I think that's a really nice model. I used to attend, when I can, I still do attend the Sustainable Schools Committee meetings. And then I would go back when I was on the PTA and report to them what would happen. And I think that there's so much good happening, but a lot of the communication doesn't really get out. And I think looking at our communications would be a great project, trying to see where the barriers are, who are the key people that can keep people informed. And so anyway, those are two things that I'm very interested in.
Ms. Teachout, thank you so much for applying.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next candidate is Adriana Flores Rigatti, followed by Shawnee Kleinhaus. Sorry, I had to promote Miss Flores. It'll take 1 second. Adriana, you should be able to unmute and turn on your camera.
Okay, the days of Zoom learning have paid off. Good morning. Oh, good afternoon. Good evening, actually. My name is Adriana Flores Argade, and I am very grateful to be given the opportunity to join you tonight and express my candidacy for one of the open positions. I am a resident of Palo Alto. I've been a resident of Palo Alto for about 10 years. Prior to that, I was a resident of Mountain View, California for about a decade as well. So I'm very familiar with our community and our sister community in Mountain View. The part of the reason why I'm here with you is because I want to make a difference, and I want to make a difference for our youth. I have done a lot of work in education, having started in Spanish Media Network on social impact and community outreach work. And then I made a shift and joined education in a different way. I had been doing a lot of work at the macro level, and I really wanted to focus at the micro level and work in my community. So I became a school counselor. I'm currently a counselor at JLS Middle School here in Palo Alto. I have 2 children of my own, a 10-year-old and a 13-year-old. My 13-year-old is at JLS, and my 10-year-old is at Ohlone Elementary. And I have over 300 kids that are also of my own that go to JLS. I am the 6th grade counselor there. So thank you so much for the opportunity to talk to you about why I want to be part of this commission.
Thank you. Council members? Okay, I will ask the first one. So as I had mentioned earlier, Palo Alto is only 26 square miles. And how will you as a commissioner balance our recreational spaces for all the different activities people enjoy and want? And will you use some of our parks and open space to accommodate these recreational needs?
Absolutely. Part of the reason why I decided to apply was because my son plays for Palo Alto Soccer Club. He's been in the club for about 4 years, and we've actually been impacted. There are times when we have a field and we have 12 teams practicing at Coverly, the turf field, together. So in terms of development and growth, and you want kids to be involved in extracurricular activities and things that are going to help them develop, not just physically, but also, some of the values that we want them to have. And it's been challenging. So I think partnerships are extremely important. Partnerships with the school district, partnerships with some of the development or developers that are developing mixed use properties for mixed use. Any opportunity that we have, as a city, to think strategically of ways in which we can have that mixed use for parks and also or open space, and also the housing that's needed. Because I know I've been following the news for a long time here in our community, Palo Alto, both Palo Alto and Mountain View, and housing is something that's always come as a priority.
Thank you. Any other council members? Councilmember Lowy?
Yes, we have another great list of candidates for this role. And so we have a hard job. So I just wonder how you would sort of differentiate yourself from some of the other candidates in terms of what you would bring to the party, what your approach would be to others on the commission, or specific experience sets that you don't want us to miss in evaluating your candidacy.
Sure. I saw the list, and it's extremely impressive. And I also saw a lot of the work that you've been doing over, especially over the last year and during the COVID year. One of the things I think that differentiates me from other candidates is the fact that I want to bring in the youth voice. I know that many times we make decisions about different things as adults, but I really want to engage our youth and really contributing to what ultimately impacts them. And we know that parks and open space is not just for youth, but many of our youth end up using this. And if they're residents of Palo Alto, they're going to be growing up using, the different facilities. So bringing in the youth voice, bringing in a diverse voice as well. I would be happy to bring in communities, diverse stakeholders to conversations that are important as we make decisions as a community. And last but not least, I'm a lifelong learner. So I'm willing to learn and, always appreciate what others have to say based on their experiences. So I don't bring all of the experience maybe that some of our other wonderful candidates have, but I can tap some of the resources and also some of the people, some of the connections that I have to be able to get some answers and contribute in a more meaningful way.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Councilmember Vinker.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Ku. And thank you, Ms. Flores Regatta, for applying. I really appreciate your application. I noted in your application, you talk about being co-sponsor of the pickleball club at JLS and having over 50 kids on the first day that you launched. So definitely you're tapped into youth sports along with the soccer, this one. But what I wanted to ask you about is, it says, we have very limited space in lit court, so I really appreciated the spot checks made by staff, the input from the community, and the process through which new hours were determined. And, you would potentially be part of that process going forward. So I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about what you appreciated about it, what was good, maybe what we could do better, and how the input from the community factored into that. Could we do a better job with that?
I think, we're talking about the pickleball courts.
Yes, that process you mentioned.
I think you brought some really good stakeholders to the conversation. I think, you were talking about usage. You looked at the numbers of, how many people were using, and also, I think bringing in people, I think it was Monica, I believe, who provided some feedback on the growth in usage of the pickleball club or usage of pickleball courts in the city of Palo Alto, and also the youth. As you mentioned, we have a pickleball club at JLS, but I think you were also looking they were looking at the potential use of youth. So you're looking at different aspects of that, and I think that's important when it comes to conversations that could be challenging when you're dividing space, if I'm understanding the question correctly.
Oh, sorry, my mic was off. No, that's fine. I was just trying to get a sense of what you liked about the process, and you've explained that. And but maybe I could just ask you more generally to get more input from the community. Are there new ways that you would want to encourage us to pursue?
Sure. I think if we're talking about younger audiences with students, I think reaching out to some of the clubs that we now have in place, maybe reaching out also through this is not specific to pickleball, but maybe some of the other activities where we have heavy use by our students. Parents are going to be important in the conversation too, like I mentioned, but I think students are impacted. I think with pickleball, and one of the things that also can make a difference is those partnerships with organizations that are running some of the clubs. We forced through one of our volunteers, Pacc, we forged a partnership with the Pickleball Club Association, and some of our students are getting donated equipment tomorrow. So having partnerships with stakeholders that are directly working with the community that you want to impact makes a difference. So I complimented you on the fact that you did that. But if we can bring in more voices, I think it could make a difference. And that's through outreach, and it's through connections, and it's through, working with schools, and it's working with organizations and others that you're probably you're tapping already, but we can, I guess, increase more outreach.
Thank you.
Ms. Flores Regate, would you like to provide the last few seconds with your closing?
Sure, thank you. Well, thanks for the opportunity to listen to my pitch to join your commission. I think you do a lot of important work. I also coach track and field and cross country at JLS, and I have been very impressed with the work of the staff, or the Parks and Recreation staff. We work hand in hand with them. I think that there are opportunities for additional leadership development opportunities for youth, especially when it comes to filling some of the coaching position. Some youth at the high school level that could potentially come and continue to support some of the work that's going on at the middle school levels. And the other thing, and I'm hoping that if elected, I would love to bring up is the scholarship opportunities for middle school sports. Right now, we, sometimes staff pay for the 50%. If a student is not able to qualify for a full scholarship, we end up paying for the student if we want them to participate in activities. So I would love to kind of explore that with the commission and ways in which we could work with outside donors or other people to fundraise, so we can make things accessible to all members of our community, regardless of their economic.
Ms. Flores Regate, thank you so much for your application, and for also appreciate meeting you. Thank you.
Thank you.
My apologies, Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Our next candidate is Shawnee Kleinhaus, followed by Sierra Peterson.
Hello, Ms. Kleinhaus.
Good evening, Mayor Koo, Vice Mayor Stone, council members.
So we're going to go, your interview is for 10 minutes. You can start off with a 1-minute introduction, and we can close with 30 seconds with a closing.
Thank you. So my name is Shawnee Kleinhaus. Many of you know me. I've been on the PRC for a little over a year, and it's been a very, very busy year and very exciting and challenging at times. Previously, I served on the Citizen Advisory Committee for the Comprehensive Plan, and a stakeholder in the development of the Parks Master Plan, and many, many other efforts, both in Palo Alto and in other cities in our region. Professionally, I work for the Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society as an advocate. In that job, I work with ages 4 to 90. And many interns and young people are involved in our work, many volunteers. And I have a PhD in ecology from UC Davis. So I was a scientist before I became an advocate, and worked on environmental issues and nature and species protection, etc. So at the PRC, I made an effort to look at how do we protect and integrate nature into our landscapes, whether they're the natural or the urban landscapes. And I also worked on those with the comprehensive plan and the Parks Master Plan. So I guess that's my introduction, if I want to keep it to less than too long.
Thank you so much for that introduction, council members. Please light up early. In that case, I'll just go ahead. On the PRC, first, thank you for your service, but also you're the only one with a science background. I find that that's pretty important, as a balance for the commission. What are some of the challenges that you see or have faced during your time as a commissioner?
Explaining science, and often incomplete science, often we don't know everything. And so even when I do my research and look into the latest scientific information on anything, whether it's pickleball and species in our baylands, have to look at what we know, what we don't know, and the things that we don't know, could they potentially have an impact? And try to explain that to the public that comes to listen or reads about it in the media, and to my fellow commissioners, and try to make the best judgment I can. A different challenge completely is the fact that recreation is not my strongest. I have a lot to learn, and it's been very exciting and very interesting to learn. And an additional science issue that I have is I always have so many ideas of what we can do. I always want to do more, and on many levels. And it's very difficult. For example, I would love to see a youth ranger program that takes youth, young people, maybe high school, maybe even younger, and show them what our rangers do and the challenges that they face and what is happening in our nature. We have wonderful organizations working with us, like environmental volunteers and grassroots ecology and Save the Bay, but there is a separation in a way where I'm not sure that the things that we do, the community is fully aware of. And communication can come by sending things in the mail and explaining and doing events, but also by bringing people and showing them. And we're missing that a little bit. And I would like to see more of that. And I have a lot of other ideas that we could do for communication for youth. And I would like to see them happen, which is why I applied again.
Well, thank you so much. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Commissioner Kleinhaus, for your work. We appreciate you. Glad you're throwing your hat in the ring again. Could you share with us what have been one example of a challenging moment on the commission, either because you didn't agree with the majority or, well, or for whatever other reason there were challenges, and how you handled it and what you learned from it and what you do differently next time?
There are two things that are challenging, but I'll speak about an easier one. But the first thing I want to say is that we are limited to our work plan, and that's a challenge because sometimes you want to go a little further and explore things that were not in your work plan, and that sometimes would balance an issue. I think the electronic bicycles is an example of that, where had we looked at all bicycle use, we might have come to a different conclusion. And, you know, we had a lot of discussions with staff and community came from all directions to this one, but we didn't have a full spectrum, and that was the problem. I felt, and I think it actually came out in your discussions of the issue where there were requests for additional work on bicycle issues. A different one, and maybe I'm going too much on this, but you know, with dog parks, there is a lot of effort to create dog parks. And as other people, and you've asked about other people about, we have a limited space. And when we take a large park and start parsing pieces, one for Magic Bridge, which is a wonderful thing, and one for pickleball, and one for dog park, and so on. We may not have that big space, which is valuable. So with the dog park, expansion of the dog park at Mitchell Park, I wasn't comfortable with, but I did vote for it. So, you know, because it seemed like that was the only choice we had. I would much prefer to see some off-leash hours in several parks in the city and share the space in time rather than try to parse the spaces, my opinion.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Madam Mayor. Hi, Commissioner Kleinhaus. Thanks for reapplying and for your work. I always appreciate your environmental background and perspective. And what do you think in the coming kind of year for the HRC? What are you most interested in seeing as far as kind of more the environmental side of what the Parks and Recreation does?
So, other than what I said before, that I want to see more opportunities for people to directly experience and connect with nature. I would like to see an Adopt a Park program in Palo Alto. I was actually looking at Billington because I wanted to see what they do and if they have a program like that. And I ended up actually on a different Billington in Minnesota, which has a beautiful Adopt a Park program where neighborhoods can actually take responsibility for what's going to happen in their own park and take care of it. And they have a really good program for that. And I'm sorry, it's not the right Billington, but I thought we could do something like that. For nature specifically, we started with the comprehensive Baylands master plan. We didn't finish it. And there's parts of it that I would like to see forward that have to do with the enhancement of the environment. For example, we have sitting on the shelf a boring owl plan for the past, I don't know how many years now, and we never implemented it fully. So maybe some of those pieces of the comprehensive plan can be picked and moved forward.
Thank you. Councilmember Venker.
Thank you, and thank you, Commissioner Kleinhaus, for reapplying. I think that through that last answer, you actually answered my question in part, because you had mentioned that recreation wasn't the stronger part of your skill set that you bring. So I was going to ask you, how do you go about learning about recreation needs and then to balance them with the parks and the open space needs? Your example of the dog parks is kind of an instance where you learned about that a little bit. And then I believe you said you voted for it. But is there anything more you'd like to say about, how you've gone about sort of amping up your recreation side?
I do a lot of research on anything that comes to us, anything. And so I read what other cities do in the area and sometimes beyond. I listen to the public and read everything we get in the mail. And I listen to the other commissioners. They know a lot that I don't. And I have to consider, and there's ad hocs working on different issues. And I listen to their conclusions. I read anything they give us to read and ask questions on things that I don't understand. That's what I think is the right thing to do. And then hopefully make a recommendation that is palatable to all of you. Yeah.
Thank you.
I guess nature doesn't speak up for itself, so somebody has to. Would you like to give your closing statement in the next few seconds?
Just that it's been an honor to serve you. I enjoy it, even though it's occasionally extremely challenging and a lot of work. And I hope you give me the opportunity to continue. Thank you.
Commissioner Kleinhaus, thank you for reapplying and your service.
Okay, our next candidate is Sierra Peterson, followed by our final candidate, Joy Ochi.
Hello, Ms. Parker.
Hi there. Do you guys need me in the mic? Okay. I'm a bit of a yeller, so I don't want to blow your ears out. Hi, Mayor Koo and esteemed council members. I'm Sierra Peterson. I want to begin by thanking you for your time and energy that you've put into serving the community and community members such as myself. I know you've been here a long time tonight, and I really, really thank you for that. I moved to Palo Alto during the pandemic from wide open spaces of Montana, and I hardly knew a soul here. And as a renter, I was, of course, without a yard. My first weekend here, I walked through Johnson Park and I saw this amazing string quartet playing. I don't know if it was planned and organized or if it was just there, but I remember thinking how just exceptional that was. And I was seeing people scattered around on blankets and wearing their masks mid-pandemic and just enjoying the space and the music. And I thought to myself, this community right here is my home. Just for the rest of my life. And should I be appointed to serve on the Parks and Recreation Commission, it's the type of moment I would wish and want others to have the opportunity to experience. I've spent several weekend mornings playing tennis with new friends and several evenings enjoying the Twilight concert series. And actually over Thanksgiving last year, I spent the day hiking in the Foothills Park, which was amazing. Our parks are such a treasure, and I want to use my time and experience to help everyone enjoy them to their fullest. With my background in business, economics, and a personal focus on the UN 17 Sustainable Development Goals, I believe Parks and Recreation would be the absolute best opportunity for me to share my talents and impact our community for generations to come. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Parker. Okay, council members. Thank you, Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Hi, Ms. Peterson. Thank you for applying. I think your background is really fascinating, and you're going to bring a lot of different experiences, both professional and your own personal experiences. How, I guess, maybe your knowledge of kind of the existing commission, where do you kind of see yourself being able to fit in order to differentiate yourself on that commission and add a perspective that might not be there?
Well, I'll call out the obvious thing. Everyone here and everyone I've spoken to has talked about youth and wanting youth impact. I am the youth impact. I graduated from a university in the last 4 years-ish, and I have experience that is going to be new and unique and will definitely be different than everyone else. I have noticed throughout different meetings that it seems some ideas get there becomes this non-uniqueness to it. Everybody wants to go with the flow a little bit. And I think that is great in some situations, and it's also a handicap in others. And I think having the voice and not being afraid to stand out and ask the challenging questions, because those ultimately come to you, and then you guys ask the challenging questions. And I think that would be a really unique point of view that I will bring that not everybody would. Thank you.
Ms. Peterson, I want to apologize to you. I kept on calling you Ms. Parker. I don't know why. So I'm very sorry.
No worries.
Okay, Ms. Councilmember Lifcott-Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Peterson, thank you for applying. We appreciate it. I think a newcomer brings a fresh perspective. What you lack in familiarity with the city sharpens your curiosity about possibility. Tell us a little bit about your background. How is it that you got into events planning? And how will you bring that events planning work to the role of Commissioner of Parks and Rec?
Yeah, absolutely. So I actually flew in here. I left Dallas, Texas this morning at 4 a.m. from throwing about a 600-person event at the University of Texas at Dallas. All college students, all university students that want to change the world and are engaged in these similar roles. So events experience there. Also, I've not had enough coffee today. But I did events planning throughout high school. I worked in my local high school, actually in Ohio, and I worked with our athletic director to assist in different roles and different opportunities in the high school level. I've also worked at a collegiate level, serving and throwing multiple different collegiate events, and then now doing it professionally from a production standpoint, from an outdoor standpoint, from an indoor standpoint, and all of the things that go into events and the many stakeholders that we're trying to affect. And I think that's something that is definitely a strength of mine.
Councilmember Byrd.
Thank you. Well, as Councilmember Lowing noted, we have a problem of an overabundance of exceptional candidates. So I want to zero in on the role that you might have in ideas for how we further address the needs of our youth. We've set youth mental health as a priority. Programs that really further that goal as much as we would like. How do you see a broad definition of recreation that might focus on furthering that goal?
Yeah, I have a really big personal story with mental health. My own mother passed away when I was about 3 years old. She took her own life. So mental health has been something that has been in my world my entire life growing up. And I think it is so critical, especially coming out of the pandemic. I'm a kid that grew up in the arts, and I think the arts in a larger standard is also very, very critical to our recreational standpoint. The arts including, band and opportunities for choir. And one of my favorite things has been seeing different high school students be at the concerts in the park and coming back home to perform, Caitlin being one of them. And I think recreation has kind of gotten fit into this. I'm going to break your mic, has fit into this little box. And I think it's so much broader than we give it credit for. And I think we have the opportunity to expand that role.
Thank you. Okay, I'll go. You said that you live in a apartment and it has no backyard. And so, as you know, we are a limited space in Palo Alto. And how would you go about balancing recreational needs that needs a building and hardscape and keeping it open space and natural?
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
a difficult thing.
It is. And everyone I've heard talk about it has said balance. And I will echo that. I think anything within this role is a moderation, and it's balance, and it's weighing stakeholder needs, one group against another. But I also think that buildings come and go. We're watching people rampantly leave office space. We're watching individuals completely leave areas and leave buildings unattended. And we're not quite seeing that with land. Land is a non-renewable resource. We don't just create more space and create more land. And I think it's so important to protect that, because that has such a deeper impact on a long-term scale, because in 10 years and 50 years, you can tear down a building. You can't necessarily tear down land. So just as mass cannot be created, it can also not be destroyed.
Well, thank you. Would you like to use the remaining time for a closing?
I'd love another question if you'll give it.
All right. Okay. So oftentimes, recreation as well as keeping the natural space does take a lot of funding and money. It's not just, money, but also resources, right? And how would you consider doing that when there's always new things that we need, and at the same time, operational and maintenance?
Absolutely. So as someone whose company actually just started layoffs this morning, that's very fun to learn on your plane. I think funding is such an important opportunity. I have personal experience in grant writing, and I have gotten several grants through university organizations and forward. I also think that it is partially the job of commissioners, and it is the job of commissioners to go after those resources with such limited staff that are spread so incredibly thin. I think it is upon the commissioners in this role to absolutely be doing the legwork on some of this and going after these opportunities. And yeah.
Thank you for answering that.
You're
welcome. Would you
welcome.
like to use the remaining time for closing?
Yes, I would. I want to thank you all so much for taking the time. I know you have worked tirelessly for our community and the members, including myself. And I look forward to potentially serving under you all. And should I be elected, I hope that I can bring a fresh perspective that you haven't seen before. Thank you all very much for your time today.
Ms. Peterson, thank you so much for applying.
And our final candidate is Joy Oche.
Ooh, I still had 2 seconds.
Hello, Ms. Ocha.
Hi, good evening, Madam Mayor. Good evening, Vice Mayor. Excuse me. Good evening, council members. My name is Joy Oche, and my close friends and family call me Her Excellency. I'm a single mom of 2 boys, 2 very active boys who play soccer. And they are members of the Palo Alto soccer team. They frequently use our Paccs, and also they attend public school here in Palo Alto as well. If my accent hasn't already given me away, I'm an African immigrant. I'm from Nigeria originally, and I have a background in engineering. And also my day job, I work for one of the big tech companies here in the Bay Area as a sustainability TPM, technical program manager. I am reapplying because one of the major reasons why I'm reapplying is because I joined pretty late maybe like 10, 11 months ago. And I feel like I still have a lot of work that still needs to be done. And one of the things that resonates with me is in 18 months ago, I attended like a leadership conference. And one of the questions that the convener, John Maxwell, kept asking was, what's in your hand? What are the opportunities you have? What would you be remembered for? I'm an immigrant. I came to this country with $300 and 2 kids. Most people who know me will tell you that I'm a very happy, hardworking, and confident person. I know my late dad will be very proud of me for reapplying because he taught me the values to not always, always expect and receive from the system, but try to also give back. And that's what I'm trying to do. It's hard, it's a sacrifice, but I believe I'm leaving a legacy. Raising 2 Black boys in America, we already know what that means. Monkey see, monkey do. So I believe that once they see me, putting in efforts, despite my day job, being able to serve my community, I believe that they will also follow in line with that as well. I grew up in a home where my mom was also like an equivalent of a city council member 3 times. So I guess that I'm also following in her footsteps as well. I have a background in engineering, like I said. I have almost 20 years work experience here in the US, in the United Kingdom, where I had my master's degree in environmental engineering, and also worked in my home country, Nigeria. I'm very happy to serve, and I'm looking forward to be the best that I can be. So,
Thank you, Ms. Ocha. Councilmember Venker.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Ku, and thank you, Commissioner Ocha, for reapplying and for your service thus far. I am glad to see that we have a second scientific commissioner with scientific background, 2 degrees, 2 engineering degrees, 1 in environmental engineering. And so that's just terrific. So you do carve out time for this commission with a job at a major tech company, these 2 beautiful boys back here also wanting your time. Tell me, in the last 10 to 11 months, what has been the most rewarding part of that? What, you're giving back to our community. What do you get out of that service?
So for me, it's a mixture of several things. The fact that I'm not spending my Tuesday nights watching some soap opera or on Instagram, but being a blessing, being able to learn from my senior colleagues. I've learned a lot in the 10, 11 months that I've been on the commission. So for me, I've been a strong believer in, lifelong learning and, personal development. It's been a very great, rewarding experience for me to be invited to the table because I share a lot of commonalities with several demographics. And, I don't just see this as an opportunity to be a voice. I see it as a privilege to be invited to the table. So for me, that's a big motivating force for me. I don't like to play the victim game, but I was a victim of domestic violence. And that was, it was life-threatening. So for me to be able to rise up from that and be able to do something useful and be able to say that I'm
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. Joy, out of the work plan that the commission has for the coming year, what do you see as either the most important or the most challenging items that you're facing?
Okay, I would focus more on, so we have for the PLC priorities, we have 3 main priorities, biodiversity, environmental sustainability, and climate change. And most times we always focus only on the environmental side of things. One big gap that I've seen so far is the fact that we do so many beautiful things in the city, but we don't create awareness globally. I had earlier started like a correspondence with the Institute for Sustainable Infrastructure, and they're willing to train city staff for free and also let us use resources so that we can leverage on that and verify most of our projects and be globally awarded once we are verified. So I see that as something that we can, use to help our city to, proclaim what we're doing here in the city of Palo Alto. And then that's one for environmental side of things. Most times, like I said, we always focus on environment, but there's also a social part. And I grew up in the African culture, and we're known for storytelling. And I also see that gap as well between, I don't want to say seniors alone, but just seniors and the youth. I feel like there are a lot of resources that our seniors have, and I'm sure a lot of them will want to give back or volunteer to the community. And I can't say I have the solution to that now, but I know that there are a lot of people in our community that would, be able to help to make that happen, to be able to bridge that gap. We all know that mental health is, an issue in our society. And I believe that being able to bridge the gap between seniors and the youth, and also creating room for people with physical and cognitive disabilities. I haven't seen programming on that. That's something I'm looking forward to also see. Yeah.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, Commissioner Oche. Thank you for your service and your interest in reapplying. You've been on the commission now for almost a year. Can you talk about what's the biggest thing that you have learned during your time on the commission, and how does that inform you moving forward so you can be an even more effective commissioner?
Yeah. So for me, it's sitting down there is not easy. It's like a hot seat. And I'm sure you can tell because sometimes we see things from a different perspective. And for me, the major thing that I've learned is that you have to be open-minded to listen to people, to listen to their own perspectives as well, because your own way is not the only highway road to go. So for me, it's being able to step back and hear what people are saying, and also go back, do my research, and also know that the role that I'm playing affects a lot of people. So I just can't take decisions. It's not like going for dinner, choosing where you want to go for dinner. It affects a whole community. So for me, I take it really seriously, and it's something that I've learned. And then going forward for me, besides learning from my colleagues who have been there before me, and also the city staff who really, really helped me to onboard smoothly and also be able to pick up quickly, I believe that, opening myself up to learn from other cities might be a good thing. I like the fact that we have a sibling city. I want to see opportunities, about, collaborations with sister cities. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. We can learn how it's done in other places. I sat there and listened to a lot of candidates who talked about, compromising or trade-off. I believe that we are where we could, instead of using trade-off, begin to leverage on innovation. And we're in this, believe more research, more partnerships, being open-minded to what's possible, multi-use programming. Some cities are doing it in the US, Denver, Boston, Seattle. So I believe that is something we can learn and then replicate here in the city of Palo Alto and customize it to fit us. So.
Would you like to use the remaining time for your closing?
Yes, I didn't realize how time had gone. Thank you. Yeah, I just want to say that most people who know me would say that I have what it takes to do this role again. I look forward to being able to leverage on the gaps that I've seen. For the financial aspect, I've also seen that, budget is tight, and I believe that being able to join again would help me also do more research on grants. I feel like we're not exploring grants enough, available grants. I appreciate what the city staff does, and I appreciate what the city council also does. And I look forward to being able to be given the opportunity again. I want to end with a poem, if you don't mind. It's by a poet. And it says, I slept and dreamt that life was joy. I awoke and saw that life was service. I acted, and behold, service was joy. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Commissioner Ocha, and thank you for your service and reapplying. Madam Clerk, does this conclude our interviews?
Yes, it does.
Okay, very good. So let's take a 8-minute break and come back at 8:10. Thank you.
You need two more colleagues.
I know there's a colleague out in the, with the public. Thank you.
It's a struggle.
All right, City Clerk, Madam Clerk, we can get restarted and reconvene our meeting. Our next item is a study session. And it is, I'm sorry. Our next item is the adoption of a resolution to appoint Adrian D. McCoy of Baker Tilly as city auditor. This is the action item. Yes, Vice Mayor Stone, you're the chair of the CAO committee. Would you like to say something?
Yeah, I mean, just briefly, so the CAO committee met last Monday before the council meeting to discuss the appointment. I think we all, go back in time when the former city attorney Kyle O'Rourke left rather unexpectedly and quickly. It was great that Baker Tilly was able to fill that position, gave us several wonderful applicants. We were able to interview them at the time, and Adrian McCoy really kind of stood up amongst those applicants. And that was as an interim position. And during that time, I know I myself, I've been really impressed with Adrian's ability to catch up to speed working from Chicago. I mean, I guess shouldn't be too surprised. She has over 25 years of experience in the public sector, services, lots of certifications, a lot of degrees, master's degree, bachelor's degree, certified internal auditor. When I read that as CIA, I got all excited. So you're not a spy, just an excellent auditor, and certified government auditing professional certification as well. So not only on paper is Ms. McCoy incredibly qualified for the position, I think she has done a wonderful job, not only through the audit reports that are easy to read and digest, and as somebody who is not as familiar with reading through audits, I always find them to be incredibly beneficial and make it easy for me to understand. But also, Ms. McCoy has just been very open and accessible to any questions that I have. I know she has reached out to council members as well. So the ease of accessibility, the professionalism, and most importantly, at the end of the day, just the pure work product that is kind of what we expect here in Palo Alto. I've been really impressed and very happy, and wish I can go back in time and tell myself when Mr. O'Rourke left that it was going to be A-okay because we were going to have Adrian McCoy coming in. Wish I could, because I really appreciate Ms. McCoy stepping up and doing an incredible job. So we had this discussion at the CAO committee and recommended by a unanimous vote that the council adopt a resolution to appoint Adrian McCoy as the city auditor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Stone. Let's take it to the public for any comments. And we can do 3 minutes here.
There appears to be no request to speak, Madam Mayor.
Very good. So that concludes public comments, and we bring it back to council. Is there any comments or questions here from council members?
Do you need a second?
You can make the motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood. I thought you did.
Did you make the motion?
I apologize.
Do you want to make the motion?
Yes, I would move that we appoint our current, I guess, acting city auditor as
interim,
our formal Adrian McCoy as our city auditor.
Second. Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Vinker, seconded by Councilmember Lithcott Haynes to appoint Adrian D. McCoy as our auditor. Would you like to speak to your motion and second?
Just that from what I have seen from interacting with Ms. McCoy, I heartily second and associate myself with the remarks of the Vice Mayor.
Same goes for me. I've had the pleasure of speaking with Ms. McCoy on the phone. Really appreciate her thorough perspective, background, and deep interest in serving the city of Palo Alto.
Ms. McCoy, would you like to say something?
Well, thank you all very much for inviting me here this evening and also inviting me to work with you after Mr. O'Rourke left the firm. I have thoroughly enjoyed myself speaking with each and every one of you and working with the teams that have come and conducted the audits with management here as well over the past 6 months. And so I'm very excited to move forward and be here on a permanent basis and to hear what all of your concerns are, to hear what the community's concerns are, and to ensure that we are all operating together as a team to deliver what our community needs. I've spent, as has been mentioned, a number of decades in public sector in a variety of areas. And my feeling has always been at the end of a workday, I want to make sure that I can check myself and say that I have done the best I possibly can for the people who are depending on me, because there are people depending on us every day, all day. And so this will be another opportunity for me to give back and assist you, and hopefully we will accomplish things that we'd like to accomplish.
Thank you, Ms. McCoy.
Thank you.
And since I don't see any more lights or comments, can we please take the vote, Madam Clerk?
Yes, ma'am. Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames,
Yes.
and Vice Mayor Stone.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. And this concludes item number 2, adoption of a resolution to appoint Adrian McCoy to as city auditor. Thank you. Item number 3 is a study session, Safe Routes to School Annual Report for 2021 to 2022. Hello, Mr. Kami.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. So tonight for our study session on the Safe Routes to School Annual Report, joining me is Jose Palma, who's one of our Safe Routes to School coordinators. He's part of our 2-person team that works on Safe Routes to School. We also have Rose Mesterhazy here in the front row, who is our other Safe Routes to School coordinator, and Sylvia Starlak, who's the manager of that program. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jose for the presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. It's on. My name's Jose. I've been a Safe Routes to School coordinator with the city for a little over 3.5 years. So next slide, please. All right. So tonight I'll share an overview of the last completed school year for 2021-2022. I will discuss our post-pandemic response to parents and PAUSD restrictions related to the pandemic, education adjustments due to the pandemic, information about the new community outreach tool, and an overview of outcomes and data trends. Next slide. The Safe Routes to School mission and goals listed here help to reduce risks to students en route to and from school and encourage more families to choose healthy, active, sustainable alternatives to driving solo by following the Safe Routes to School's e-model for safe, active, healthy, sustainable school commutes. This work grows out of widely held community values codified in the comprehensive plan, the sustainable plan, and bike and pedestrian plan. And it allows for Palo Alto families to invest in different kinds of bikes and have mobility for school and other trips without using a car. Inactive school commutes are a concern of Palo Alto residents. The Safe Routes Partnership's goal is to increase community awareness of the many resources, educational programs, and encouragement opportunities available to address transportation safety. Next page. At the start of the new school year, the return to in-person teaching brought many challenges for everyone, including the Safe Routes to School program. Reopening schools was fraught with fear and uncertainty, but the Safe Routes to School program was determined to find ways to adapt and ensure education could continue virtually and in person. Due to the pandemic, PUSD had to limit campus access points to reduce cohort mixing and COVID exposure. Doing so changed how families plan their routes to and from school. In addition, since we were still learning the nature of the coronavirus, it appears that some parents believe that driving their children in a vehicle was a way to reduce exposure to corona. At the same time, parents, families, and others who chose to walk or bike to school were noticing more parents driving. Additionally, due to the limited campus access points, many students were unable to store their bikes conveniently as bike racks were no longer at every campus access point. Due to this change, we received a large amount of back to school bike and pedestrian safety requests that showed people were paying attention and valuing transportation safety and education. As a result, the Safe Routes staff and PhD staff conducted walk and bike audits during the reopening period to ensure biking and walking to and campus were improved. The pandemic also impacted a core component of the Safe Routes to School partnership, our parent volunteers. With high level of parent fear of exposure to the virus and PSU regulations limiting campus visitors, the Safe Routes school staff moved bike rodeo education to spring of 2022. In light of that change, the Safe Routes program delivered 6th grade education in the fall through online courses and kindergarten and 1st grade pedestrian lessons via Zoom in the spring. Next slide. Although fall reopening was challenging, we found that PhD parents were noticing the value and impact in school training and education. After announcing the spring bike rodeos, the Safe Route team was in high pedal gear, preparing for a new wave of volunteers that were nervous yet eager to bring back this cherished tradition for 3rd graders and their parents. Although we had to replan, the fall pause in programming gave the Safe Routes to School staff a chance to debut a new rodeo schedule software that makes rodeo scheduling a lot easier for everyone. Additionally, we also increased community outreach using an e-bike, which I'll explain more in the next slide. Lastly, we provided the kindergarten, 1st grade, 5th grade, and a portion of the 3rd grade pre-rodeo education online. Next slide. The Safe Routes to School team expanded community engagement through a physically distanced safety education pilot supported by VTA. Whimsically named Mike, the mobility information kiosk e-bike provided outdoor COVID-safe education and encouragement resources directly in the community at public parks and schools. This project showed residents that staff were using cargo bikes for official business, effectively demonstrating that bicycling could be used for more than recreation. The best place for Mike to meet the most people turned out to be Mitchell Park Community Center and bike repair events at school. One memorable interaction involved a parent, which we offered a walk and roll mat, sparked the curiosity of that parent who worked with her kids to create Safe Routes to School game at Hoover. She subsequently volunteers to work with our program and continues as involved to this day. Next slide. The partnership also implemented several programs to support families from historically underrepresented and economically adverse communities. We partnered with the Bay Area Outreach Recreation Program, or BORP, on an adaptive bicycling pilot for 22 secondary exceptional needs students and their parents. Shown in the photo on the left is a parent and her son on an adaptive bicycle. We coordinate a similar event for elementary students the year before. We hosted 5 bike repair events in collaboration with campus PTAs at Green, JLS, Fletcher, Pali, Gunn, and Escondido. We distributed approximately 75 helmets donated by the Santa Clara County Department of Health. also conducted a Black History Month celebration ride that was organized by Escondido and El Carmelo TSRs, or Transportation Safety Representatives, that honor historically achievements of Black Palo Altans and East Palo Altans. Next slide. Each year, the partnership reviews 5-year plans to ensure it remains responsive to community needs. In 2021-2022, we were able to complete 2 new strategies that brought us to 86 completion of the year 4 objectives. We conducted site assessments for Gunn High School and Briones Elementary and reviewed transportation concept plans and community engagement strategies with the City School Transportation Safety Committee. Next slide. As you can see, the change of pedestrian bike numbers appears mixed with an overall flat trend in walking, biking on average. However, driving appears to be increased district-wide. If we look at the historical trends, elementary school parents in 2021 were driving at essentially the same rate as 2016, erasing the progress we made since the peak year of 2019. Most concerning, driving numbers in middle and high school were higher in 2021 than they were in 2016. Next slide. For the 2021-2022 year, the high school bike count numbers were at 45 at Gunn and at 42% at Pali. Due to the lockdown in 2020, we do not have the data for that year. Next slide. For the 2021-22 year, the middle school bike counts numbers were 61% at Green and 53% at JLS and 40% at Fletcher. Next slide. This is preliminary data that was collected in fall of 2022 that we are sharing with you today because the trends are concerning. Statistics for driving are higher than in 2021 district-wide. Note that the pedestrian bike district-wide average is -2% compared to no change in 2021. A bright spot is that high school active transportation portions did not change, but normally we see an increase in this population. City staff suspects the following factors contributing to driving. These factors include: 1, the lack of city shuttle service, reduced in PAUSD busing; 2, driving habits developed during the pandemic; 3, campus access points limited due to security concerns; 4, disruption of the normal Safe Routes to School education schedule; and 5, reduced PTA volunteer capacity, especially for secondary schools. City staff look forward to working with the partnership to address these factors in order to reduce driving. Next slide. At the end of 2021-22 school year, the Safe Routes to School team piloted a zero waste rodeo model, upgraded our bike rodeo course maps, and supported PTA volunteer recruitments, as you can see from the image we took at this TSR gathering. Next slide. Thank you for your attention tonight and for your support and feedback. And here's my contact information. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Palmer. We'll bring it back to council for questions or comments. Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So I appreciate the interruption in that occurred in the training of students during the pandemic. Do you have any thoughts on our ability to capture those students who missed out on the training and kind of rebuild that impetus?
Yeah, well, I'll give my my initial reaction to that question, which is I think we're starting to catch up. And so I think we're starting to catch people that maybe weren't caught during the pandemic. We did offer some virtual options and did have people that did virtual trainings with us. But I think the in-person nature of bicycling and seeing an environment really lends itself to in-person learning on that. So I think it's going to take some time to just catch up.
Well, have been, a huge fan of this program for a long while. I don't think we're in jeopardy of beginning a downward spiral like we had back 30 years ago, where we had such a low bike and pedestrian travel to schools, that the number of cars created congestion that made it less safe for kids to bike and ride. And it was just this downward spiral. And it just took this year after year of steady progress to reverse that trend. And I think we have the foundation that we're not in jeopardy of having a permanent reversal, but I sure look forward to us getting back on that incredible path of 25 years of incredible progress that I don't know that everybody knows, but this program is just state and nationally recognized as amongst the tops anywhere.
Thank you. I do think it's fair to add, and I really appreciate your thoughts and comments, but I think it's also fair to add that, as you mentioned, it is a nationally recognized program. It's still, I believe, in the top 5 for the rates. I think nationally the biking rate is 2%. So significantly higher. The walking and biking.
Can you repeat that?
I believe it's 2% nationally, 11 to 15% walking and biking combined. But yeah, so still quite a success, even though it has tapered off through the pandemic.
Well, that's an even more striking number than I realized. Thanks.
Councilmember Venker.
Thank you, Mayor Koo, and kudos to everyone who has made this happen. I mean, staff, parents, it is a report, and you mentioned it in your report, that parent Ashley Sang actually made a board game out of one of the walk and roll maps, which is really just terrific. But I did want to pick up on a point you made about the increasing number of drivers, post-pandemic, and you've outlined a lot of the factors contributing to that. And at the top of page 17 of the staff report, you mentioned some things that we could do about it. But I wanted to ask if, given that one of the places the driving has increased is in middle and senior high school, so the elementary isn't, it's more worse in the higher grades. Those students are also quite climate aware. And I'm wondering if one of the things we can do is to remind them that that's one of the reasons we do. And that type of outreach, I didn't see, we're talking about returning to in-person training for elementary students, supporting PTA, reviewing campus access points. But I wonder if just, educating the older students about some of the other reasons we do this would be helpful. Are there any thoughts about that?
Yeah, well, I'll try and take this, and Jose, feel free to jump in if you have something. But just to note that the primary focus of the current educational programs within Safe Routes to School is on the elementary schools, and that you saw the really robust work plan that these two staff are delivering for the elementary schools. So previously, the secondary programs, the middle and high school programs, were delivered by super volunteers, and that's one thing that we actually are kind of lacking right now. And that's something that's somewhat disappeared throughout the pandemic and since, throughout this time. And so that's really something that can help us to deliver that program. I think you're actually right about the environmental prospect of this. And I think that one of the best practices in the field is actually leveraging some of the student run groups in that, so there's like student bicycle clubs and things like that maybe that would be the possible venue to do that. We're going to be conducting a needs assessment to figure out what resources might be needed in order to deliver some secondary programs. But right now our resources are kind of limited to the elementary school.
Got it. So we can look at it as showing that your program works in elementary schools, and maybe we can harness some of those high school student groups to partner with to help. The Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition being another one that you could tap. Second question. So I also noted on the slide, the lovely slide, the equity slide about adaptive cycling events. But I noticed on page 20, when we talk about year 4 strategies that are only partly completed, completing the year 3 strategy to work with PAUSD family engagement specialists to develop an equity action plan was on that list. And so could you talk a little bit about why that hasn't been completed and what the prospects are or next steps are for it?
Yeah, the equity plan is still in progress. We're in the communications with PAUSD FES staff to discuss opportunities to bring the draft plan at a different FEF events for 2022, 2023, because we want to get back, we want to hear feedback from family and students who will be impacted by the plan. So that's why the plan is still not been released.
Council, Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Kane, I was glad to hear you kind of make that recommendation about using more of these student-led groups. When I taught at JLS, I was the 7th grade student government advisor, and one of the projects that the students took on then was really focused on not only increasing bicycling into JLS, but also encouraging greater safety. And so we did like raffles for students who bike to school and were wearing their helmets, and other incentives to encourage biking and safe biking in particular. And I'm wondering, are you familiar? Is the school district, or are there opportunities for the city to partner with the school district to be able to offer incentives for students to be able to bike to school?
Yeah. So first, I want to note, apparently we have members of the Pali Bike Club here tonight in attendance. So just want to note that. I'm not aware of any, I guess, I'm not sure of any incentives. I do know that there's stuff that's offered through the PTA, but I'm not really sure of, I'm not familiar with the different incentives or programs that are exist within that. I'm not sure, Jose, if you have knowledge of that. If not, I could call up my staff, Rose Mesterhazy, to speak about that.
I would say ask Rose.
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Not
Rose.
a problem.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi, so the question was about incentives or different programming offered to middle school students.
But just incentive programs offered by the school district for students, middle school, high school, to encourage them to bike.
Yeah. I mean, the beauty of the program has always been that the act of biking itself is the incentive, that we don't need to give away trinkets because the intrinsic benefits of riding to school with your friends are, speak for themselves. And so, sure, whenever possible, we've had bike blender smoothie events. I just heard about an Earth Day event at JLS led by the PTA that was like mobbed. We've held events like that at Fletcher Middle School as well. We just had a really cool event by the Museum of Tomorrow for their budding sustainability program. That was a collaboration with Safe Routes to School, and they gave away some really cool material and fun things and presented bike safety combined with sustainability in a really novel way. So we make sure as a city to provide helmets as needed, to provide bicycles if needed to families in need, to provide bike repair events, and then usually the school and the students do the work of making it even more fun with whatever leadership projects they take up.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
And while you're there, and if you're aware or staff, what's the price of a student parking permit at either high school?
I don't have that information.
I think we got $100 at Pali. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think I'd be interested to see what kind of. I think a part of this is probably kind of a carrot stick approach of higher parking permits, greater incentive to bike, and see if we can offer some incentives there as well.
Lots of potential at the secondary level, absolutely.
Yeah.
I was just going to add that definitely is an incentive, not paying for parking.
Yes, definitely. Now, one thing that was kind of mentioned, which I've noticed sometimes can be, it's an incentive to bike is to be able to bike with your friends, but also notice sometimes I think that frustrates some of our safe biking routes. And so one example, I want to know if staff has kind of maybe observed some of this. The effectiveness of the protected bike lane on Arastadero and the number of Gunn and Fletcher students who are actually using that bike lane compared to Maybell. Because when I used to teach at Gunn, I remember oftentimes not seeing many students using the protected bike lane along Arastadero. And a couple of times I had to be rerouted along Maybell. And it was just, I mean, you could have 6, 7 students across riding. They look like they're having a great time, but not the safest. Any thoughts on that?
Well, and I think probably you're primarily speaking about older students doing this, but just noting that again, the limitations of our program is elementary education right now are mostly limited to elementary. In that, so that's the primary path that we do to get to the secondary students is to start at the younger age and to get the training. We do try and build infrastructure to create safety when possible, but also noting that bicyclists can behave as vehicles if they so choose to.
I think the early intervention is key, but also making sure that we are going back and having opportunities of follow up. And was kind of curious as far as maybe, I was interested. The report stated there were no juvenile diversion classes, no citations or warnings, and kind of curious how active. I don't want a culture of police pulling over students and ticketing them, but I wonder how active. I mean, do we have police officers on bikes in these heavily trafficked areas as reminders and an opportunity to be able to kind of reinforce the importance of the safety component?
I'd hesitate to speak for PD here, but I do believe that they do issue warnings and do talk to student cyclists when they see them in unsafe conditions.
Police? I haven't had any interaction on a bicycle.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Council Member Lifkar-Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Congratulations, Mr. Kami and team. Y'all work so hard and have so much to be proud of. As the mother of a 21-year-old who was pulled over by Palo Alto police on the corner of Maybell and Donald at age 12 and given a ticket, I can tell you that it does happen. It was one of the most embarrassing days of her life. And, she learned whatever she was doing wrong, she didn't do it again because that lesson needed to be learned. I don't know how often those spot checks happen, but I happened to catch my kid in the net that day. I have a bit of feedback on the slides. I know we're terribly proud of where we were in 1985, and we're trying to demonstrate that curve. But both of your slides go from 1985, and you skip some years. You go 85, 93, 99, 2000, 2001, and then every year after. So it creates a false impression of what of that curve looks like. And that's high school. Middle school went 85, 91, 93, 97, and then 2000 every year since. So I just think as a matter of sort of data accuracy, it'd be good to note whatever it is you're trying to denote with those early years, see if you can figure out a way to do that without compromising the sort of scale that's used on that axis. My question is about cars and the extent of your jurisdiction, which I'm gathering is probably rather limited with respect to motor vehicle drivers. I do like the Vice Mayor's notion of carrots and sticks and what does it cost to get a parking permit? And it made me wonder whether we ought to be charging parents for being in pickup and drop off lines in their cars, or figuring out some incentive to get parents out of that mode of thinking. I also wonder, because I do live off Maybell, and every morning I'm walking to get the Daily Post as the throng of cyclists are coming, the early kids coming to Gunn, some of the middle school kids coming to Fletcher, eventually the elementary kids coming to Briones, and then the big throng coming to Gunn. It's just like the Mississippi River starts flowing down Maybell. And it's beautiful and wonderful, and kids on bikes is amazing. And then every now and then, when it's not so busy with kids, cars are flying through, particularly earlier in the morning. And I want to walk down the street with a sign that just says, you know, slow down. And I wonder what is happening, whether it's in your purview or not. Excuse me. What can we do to educate drivers about the imperative to slow down, follow the rules of the road? There are children, for goodness sake, just trying to get to school.
This is like a safe routes to driving type education program. Yeah, so just quickly to note, because you touched on a lot of things, the graph, and I understand there's a lot of data on there, but the graph was designed that way to indicate the lows that occurred post-fatality in 2002. And that's why it has every year showing all the work that this program has put in since that time and really growing the program. And the one exception was the time during COVID years, but then showing that the program really had dropped off pre that 2002. And then there was the fatality. That's why it's kind of showing that tracking along there. Yeah, education for drivers is a real thing. I know that the Highway Patrol has some educational programs. I'm not sure if our PD does, but I do know that enforcement is actual a real education tool, as you yourself said, for your 12-year-old that got that ticket and had to learn the hard way. So education is definitely a way enforcement is definitely a way to provide education. I'll say that.
Councilmember Lowing.
Thank you. Yes, as we ask for improvements, we don't want to miss the fact that you did a heck of a job, particularly during the pandemic when it was just so difficult. And I'm well aware that a lot of parents try to do the same thing. And now we're out of it, and we should sort of use that as one of the carrots. So I think when you look at how the numbers go down, you target it to 17, but in the middle schools, it's actually Green is back to 08 when it had numbers this low, and JLS is back to 12, and Fletcher's back to 10. So it's even worse than that. And so it was going up and up and up, and then it stopped during the pandemic. So as one of your colleagues said, we shouldn't be using trinkets, which I agree with, but we should be using pride. Say, we had our numbers up there. We want to get those numbers back. Come on. And maybe we even want to have a higher percentage growth than your other middle schools, if that's another way to get the incentive. But just use the school pride and peer group pressure. And to me, that speaks to like a comms plan. You guys need to probably already going to do this, but a communications plan to the parents there that says, we slipped, but we know why, and the pandemic's over. Now let's get it together again. You're just working on such a fundamental issue, which is safety of our kids, and I think there's some easy fixes here in terms of at least getting the message out. When you got over to a very thorough description of what's it called? Infrastructure project timelines. One that is not on there is the one that's always in the spotlight, which is Lincoln and Middlefield. And I know you have a project to look at that, but since it's not listed on the infrastructure timeline, I wanted to ask what you thought was going to be the timeline for that.
Okay. Before I speak about that, I just wanted to mention, this kind of ties in also with what Councilmember Lithcott-Hames was saying, but parents receive educational messaging via Safe Routes to School. So that is both a way of parents getting educated, because we want parents to actually model these programs for their kids. So, as an example, parents wearing their helmets when they ride bikes helps the kids to know that. That's part of it. I also want to give a shout out to Arnott Bolins, who's here in our audience today, who does the walk-in roll to school events. And that's a really great way of educating and helping people. Regarding Lincoln and Middlefield, I know that we have a report from a consultant that's going to be posted quite soon, and that there will be, they're working right now to schedule community meetings on that.
Okay. And that's it for now.
I'm sorry, I missed that. You said the consultant for Lincoln and Middlefield, they're working to.
No, we have a report that's, I believe, still being reviewed by attorneys, but will be posted quite soon on our website, and we'll be having community meetings in the coming weeks.
Okay, I think it was reviewed by the attorneys that I missed on. Thank you so much. Council Member Tanaka?
Yeah, thank you for your work on this. Really appreciate it. I was looking at the graph of high school bike counts, and I'm looking at Gunn and Poly, and Poly, has a pretty sizable drop, right, from the peak of I guess the last time you measured it to last year or 2021. And in fact, I don't think it's been as low as since 2017. And Gunn's fallen a bit too, but not as much as Poly. And I was just wondering if you guys know, like, why is there such a drop at Poly?
Yes, this is one of the challenges and limitations with these counts, is just to note that this is a snapshot in time when we do these counts. So it might not accurately indicate the exact number of people riding. We did the Poly counts later than we normally would. And so we believe that could have contributed to the counts being a little bit lower at Poly this year. One other thing that I want to mention is we don't have the years during COVID accounts. And I think that the numbers, obviously when there was remote learning, but once people started returning to school, I think they would have been even lower than this. So I think we're starting to see a return that's not evident in this chart, because I think the valley was even lower.
Sure. I guess my one concern is I have kids at Poly, and these are the kids that were super excited in middle school and elementary school to bike. But at least in Poly, some of the vibe going on, and it's maybe just the vibe among the kids my kids hang out with, but it's not as cool to bike anymore. And so I think, while there's a lot of emphasis on elementary school and junior high, which is great, I think if you want to sustain this, I think, like my colleague said, I think there has to be some sort of programs or something in place, because I think there's some mind share being lost right now at Poly. And I could be wrong about this because it's very small sample size here. But yeah, so I think incentives or maybe a competition. I know there's like some sort of app you get on your phone. If you bike to downtown Palo Alto, you get like a little bit of money or something like that. But I think we should start thinking about that, just to keep, because high school kids, unlike middle school kids, have an option, right? Some of them can drive themselves. And if you want to hit our sustainability goals, I mean, trying to get the numbers back up at Poly, I think would be a good start. But I think there has to be some sort of and I can't speak about Gunn, but I can speak about Poly. There has to be some sort of changing of perception, right, or the coolness factor, right? And so yeah, so maybe using the bike app and maybe have some sort of raffle at the end or something. I don't know. It's just something that gets it kind of more front and center. And I think the other thing is, the social bike is actually maybe one of the incentives to get kids to bike, right? Is maybe there should be during school hours, for us to actually close the lane down so that kids can bike, six at a side or something. So it's kind of a cool thing to do versus right now, at least at Poly, it's getting less cool, right? To be biking to school, right? And so I'm just trying to, I think there's been so many years of work and you guys have built up such great progress. And it just seems like it's starting to erode, at least from what it looks like on the graph and from what I hear from my kids. And then I think the other suggestion I heard, and I actually like it, is maybe increase the price of parking, right? So, and so that maybe will swing it back. But I'm worried that. So I don't know if you have any thoughts about that.
Yeah, so just to provide a little extra context on the timing of the surveys, Most of the school surveys are done in September when we get our bike counts. And for Pali, they actually were delayed and they did not provide the data until February, which is actually, you remember the weather in February was really quite a bad time for counts to be done. So we suspect that they're artificially lower than they would have been otherwise, when that's quite a low time. But to your other points, just again, noting that we currently don't really have resources for a secondary program. We have resources for the elementary program. So we are limited there. But we do agree with your points. And that's why we're doing a needs assessment to figure out what resources would be necessary for that secondary program.
Maybe enlist some of the help of the student groups, like the ASB or whatever, and try to figure out, like, have them do a poll or try to figure out what's going on there, because I definitely am hearing this, right? And I'm a big bike fan myself. And so it kind of wigs me out when I hear, like, oh, what? My bike is not cool anymore? What's going on here, right? I mean, we're supposed to be a sustainability, right? But, you know, it's like, it seems to be going the other way. So I'm concerned. Even if the numbers are right, you know, I mean, in terms of maybe it's not as bad as it looks, but, you know, from what I'm hearing, it's a bit of a problem.
Councilmember Venker, did you want to speak again? Oh, yeah, fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames' description of these children as rivers coming down the street sort of reminded me I tend to take bike rides in the middle of the day for exercise. I have the circuit I do. And one day there was a river of students coming toward me. And I thought it was great. Like, I look up, it makes me smile. And then one of them turned left, ahead of me, which is fine, except that they all then continued and I had to slam on my brakes. So I hope that part of the bike rodeo training is that herd mentality isn't always the best option, because had I been a car, it might've been ugly. But I have a question about something that had troubled me on my street some time ago. And I don't know that it's within your purview, but it definitely affects the safety of students biking and or walking to school. And that is construction sites. So on our residential street, there was a time period where there were homes under construction on both sides of the street. So the students couldn't cross over to one or the other to walk or to ride. And okay, that's fine, except that in the mornings and at the end of the workday, when the large equipment is going in and going out, right? When they bring back the chain link and they go in, and that's the scariest thing for anyone. And it happens often to be at the exact time that the children are going to school or coming home. And I had wondered at the time if there's anything we could do as a city to say, you need to have your equipment on the property by X time, or you can't put it onto the property until Y time. And just so they're not backing up, coming and going, because it was terrifying to watch, honestly. So is that something within your purview or that you've addressed, or if not, who could?
Thank you. So just to note, we do provide some education about riding in Paccs, as you were talking about earlier. And then the second question, we do have involvement in the traffic control plans, which are often necessary for a construction site, but it really depends on the type of construction that's going on. If it's somebody just has some type of work that's going on in their house, that's not like they're rebuilding their house, or if it's some sort of, I should say, like commercial property or something like that. It really depends on the type of construction that's going on to our involvement. If they're not closing the road, if they're not closing a lane, then we have limited involvement in that process. So that could be more something of the involved in the planning department, but that's something happy to discuss that with them.
Yeah, I'd just be interested in what we could do, because it does seem like something we could regulate. I just don't know if it already is, or what's the right department, or how we get at it. But these were homes that were either being, had been scraped and were being built back up, or were being substantially remodeled. So they're the ones that have, the chain link fence around them, but it was not commercial, but they happened to be right across the street from each other. So it was tremendously dangerous at 2 chunks of the day when heavy equipment was coming and going.
Yeah, so indeed, if they're impacting sight lines or anything like that, we are definitely involved. So yeah, we would review the permits.
I don't know about, you mean sightlines?
For sightlines for any bicycle, pedestrian, or vehicle.
Yeah, I guess my point is it's like transitory. It's when it's these large things backing out or turning around and I live half a block from a couple of schools. So I get a lot of riders and walkers in very specific times a day. And I thought if we could just avoid those times a day, might be very helpful.
Yeah, we do typically require no work in the roads during school hours. I know that's not exactly what you're saying when you're talking about backing in and out. So it's a little bit more difficult to regulate.
Well, any guidance would be appreciated. Thank you.
I have some questions. So, the bicycle safety education, you mentioned that there is for e-bikes. Is it done at each of the schools and that is involving middle school and high schoolers, or did I hear it wrong? E-bikes, there's a mention about e-bikes, or is that something that is being rolled out yet?
Yeah, well, so just to note that in general, e-bike guidance for students, I'm sorry, I was trying to figure out whether he had mentioned it. I'm not sure that he did, but e-bike guidance for students is something that's in the Safe Routes to School world is kind of just being studied right now.
Oh, okay.
And so we're trying to follow the regional best practices that we're learning about, and we're actually there was supposed to be something that went live today on our website, but I believe it will be sometime this week. We'll have something that will go live on that, sharing that best practice.
Okay, so it's still being studied. That's good. I was just I thought I heard about it, and I kind of worry about the speed and everything that's involved, with that. And so I think in looking at that, education as well as enforcement is going to have to be addressed. And then I just want to say that when I first got on council, I saw Mr. Hazy and Ms. Starluck, who were so diligent in educating all the students, on their route, especially when Ross Road first came on and the circle. It was really impressive. And I just thank you so much for all the work you did. Is that still being continued with each start of school? With parents maybe as teams helping with riding with the students and helping them navigate the stop signs and the turns and so forth?
Yeah, I believe what you're talking about is the bike rodeo. Is that what you're referring to?
I don't know. I know that they were on the streets riding with the kids, and that time they had costumes on to help the kids identify who they are. I wasn't sure if that was the rodeo or if that was just the beginning of school and they were working on that.
Yeah, I think what you're referring to was the specific education around Ross Road. Is that what you were?
I think, okay, so maybe that was because I saw them there. So it was specific to that road. Is there anything that is helping the kids learn how to go down Arastadero or Charleston all the way down Arastadero to Fletcher and Gunn.
Well,
because of the merge, the bike lanes that are not on the street. So there's merging and there's all of that different ways.
Yeah, so I guess to answer that question, actually more broadly, the bike rodeos, we try and create real live situations at the bike rodeos for the students to ride through. So they experience what the different scenarios they'll encounter in the real world. So that's really the purpose of the bike rodeos, is to give that interaction with simulated real life biking scenarios.
Okay, so the bike rodeos are live. So
they're live in person, and we set up different transportation scenarios the students all process through it.
And so when do you do the online? You said there's a debut of a new rodeo scheduling software. So does that happen often, using software to teach the kids how to know?
That the online, that's just for scheduling.
Oh, okay. I didn't understand that. Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, good. And, we talked about enforcement, right? And when Councilmember Lithcott-Hames said, with the ticketing and so forth, but do parents help with the enforcement of the youth on bicycles for enforcement? Do parents help out with that? Instead of police, could the SRTS teams help with enforcement or helping the kids understand that they're not riding the bicycles the right way or they're not in compliance?
Well, so I guess to answer your question, yes, parents should and can and should definitely help. And we do have a lot of parent volunteers in this program, and they definitely do help. As far as enforcement, I don't think that our two Safe Routes to School coordinators are very, very busy. They have so many events that they put on throughout the year, so much information that they're trying to share, so much coordination that they're doing. I don't think it'd be real effective to have them out doing enforcement. But they do actually, when they are out in the field, talk to people. They know a lot of people in the community. They know a lot of people in this that are out there riding. They see them when they go into the school. So they do, I'm sure, talk to people when they're out there. But I don't think it's real effective use of their time to actually like station them in the field. But PD does station officers in the mornings and afternoons when schools are going into session and releasing.
So I may actually have the acronyms wrong. So when I said the SRTS team, that is staff. Okay, so no, I don't mean that. I meant the CSTSC, which is City School Transportation Safety Committee. These are from the individual schools, so parents make up these teams.
Well, that's a collaboration between our Safe Routes to School staff, the school district staff, and the parents.
So this is staff and staff. So how about the parent teams that are making up the Safe Route to Schools? Is there such a thing?
Yeah. So those are our TSRs and
TSRs.
Yeah. Sorry, too many acronyms. We don't want to do too many TLAs tonight. We'll get in trouble.
TSRs. Okay. I finally got down to it. All right, it's the TSR. So I was just kind of wondering, could there be a program that's put together where the TSRs are kind of helping with enforcement?
Yeah, I'm not sure I've heard of that model before. I think that's always a possibility. Volunteers right now to deliver the existing programs that we have.
Okay. That's helpful. Also, for when I forget the time, when the sun sets earlier, right? Nighttime biking, I've encountered, around 5 or 5:30, around that time when it's dark. I think we need to make sure that the youth have their lights on, both back and front. I've encountered quite a few that didn't have their lights on, and it's quite shocking. So I think those are some of the other areas that I just wanted to mention. I don't see any more lights, so we'll go to public comments.
Okay, our first speaker is Arnau Bolians. And if you would like to make a public comment, please make sure you add your name to the speaker sign-up list before the end of the second speaker.
Right. Good evening, for the council members. My name is Arnau Bolians. I'm the PTA Council Safe Routes to School chairperson. And yeah, first of all, I would like to thank all of you for your continued support of this program. As has been said, it is leading in the nation, and it's just a great sight to see all these kids walking and biking to school. This includes all your investments in infrastructure like Charleston and Astrodero, safety improvements at Churchill, but also employing Jose and Rose are great Safe Routes to School coordinators who, as was shown today, organize all these great events, educate all these children, and build this great community. So yeah, walking and rolling has many benefits to everyone involved in the program, right? For the kids, it's great because they are ready to learn when they get to school, they get the physical exercise. So both mental and physical benefits. For the city, they don't have to invest as much in infrastructure for cars, there's less congestion, severe reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, right? The parent going to school to drop off a child and coming back, and then in the afternoon going to school and back again is 4 car trips, which is replaced by 1 child walking or riding. And of course, for the district, it means they need to dedicate less space to parking on their school grounds. We all know the price of land in this town. So it's great to see that everyone is working very hard to get these numbers back up and get the mode share back up again. Now, of course, there's always some complaints about students not following the rules of the road. And I think it's just important to remember that different road users make different kinds of mistakes, right? Some do not fully stop at the stop sign. Others are speeding 10 to 15 miles an hour over the speed limit. Some forget to wear their helmet. Others are texting while driving. And so I think the most important thing is here that everyone on the road makes mistakes and people are vulnerable to injury, but that these kind of mistakes should never lead to a severe injury or fatality. And so let's design our roads so they are safe for everyone to use and encourage safe road behavior. And I'm sure with safer roads, we can get these numbers up and parents feel comfortable to let their kids walk and roll to school, and the students will be enthusiastic about it again. So thank you so much for considering my comments.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Reed Kleckner, followed by Carrie Wagner.
All right. Good evening, City Council and members. So thank you for supporting the Safe Routes to School program. I think it's been a great success. So I grew up here in Palo Alto. I went to school at Palo Alto schools. I biked through elementary school, starting from elementary school through high school. It's a completely normal thing to do. So I benefited from the work that people were doing at that time to build this culture. Now I'm a father of 2. I take my daughter to daycare every morning and I bike as often as I can. There at 8 in the morning on East Meadow, crossing Alma with all the other kids, going to high school, depending on whether I'm late or not. So I don't know. I'm part of the crowd, the river, so to speak. And I really appreciate what the Safe Routes to School program has sort of done to create that biking culture that I get to participate in. And I'd like to see, what more we can do with that. I think that we are here in Palo Alto, we are sort of leading the way. It was remarked upon in, moving mode share for students over to active, modes, walking and rolling. And, that's a really powerful legacy and, we should build on it. So I'm very excited to see what we can do. So I, ask you for your continued support.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Carrie Wagner, followed by Nikita Kutselov.
Hi, everyone. My name is Carrie Wagner. I'm the current president of the Palo Alto PTA Council. The Safe Routes to School program provides critical information and training to our students and their families. From a traffic and health perspective, I think we can all agree on the importance of our students biking and walking safely to school. Thank you for your support of the Safe Routes to School program. I look forward to a continuing partnership with the city to ensure our students and families gain the knowledge and confidence they need to safely walk and bike to school. Thank you all.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nikita, followed by Deborah Goldine.
So community awareness is not enough. You need infrastructure. And I haven't prepared a speech, but I have present for you. But before that, I want you to know that people take the most convenient route. If you build the safe route, which is not convenient, they're gonna ignore it. They're gonna still use convenient one. So the wise city government don't use police to enforce these pesky bicyclists into their place, but you build the road which is safe and convenient at the same time. So the same road. So now to the present. Sorry. City of Oslo, which is in Norway, achieved 0 fatalities in 4 years. So they started the program in 2015, and by 2019 they had 0 fatalities on the road. So about 6 months ago, they translated the design manual to English, and this is it. This is the design manual for City of Oslo. I want you to have it and use it. So that's it. Yeah.
Our next speaker is Deborah Goldine, followed by Owen.
I had 6 comments. One was from about 20 years ago. I chatted up a 14-year-old who spent his school year in France and his summers in the US. And I said, well, how is it? And he says, I love France, I hate the US. Well, why? In France, I can get around on my own. And in the US, I have to be driven everywhere. So this reinforces Rosa's comment that biking for kids is its own reward, because I can tell you there is no 12-year-old who wants to be driven by their parents. They want to be out on their bikes. 2, safety in numbers, Greer's comment. When you said it's unsafe to have these hordes of cyclists, actually, that's actually very safe for the cyclists. It's annoying as heck for the drivers. I have no sympathy with that one for the drivers. For the parking permits, $100 a month, a year. Had maybe half a dozen people who drove to work and drove to Pali, and everyone else biked, and they can bike too. What is it about what's happening to the drop in numbers that's recent? I don't know if it's temporary. If it isn't, I'd like to point out that Safe Routes to School lost its 2 biggest champions. This program exists because of 10 years of work on by Penny Elson and Kathy Durham, who were parents, and they put in 10 years of full-time volunteer work to make this program run. And when their kids aged out of the district, out of the schools, they lost their voice. So that may be part of the problem. Just a thought that there's been no one to replace them, as far as I know, in terms of the powerhouses and the intense amount of work they did. Kids and biking. There's a lot of information about how beneficial biking is for kids. I have personal experience with that as a horseback riding instructor. I spent 17 years teaching kids how to ride horses, and if a kid could bike to school, did bike to school, they could learn how to ride a horse. And if the kid didn't bike to school, they couldn't learn how to ride a horse. It was that clear. Basically, if you came to me and you said, my kid doesn't bike to school, I'd have to say, well, then they can't learn how to ride a horse. And it may seem a little bit obtuse, but it is a very tangible measure of what biking for kids to school does and how powerful an effect it has on all of their learning capacities. The last thought I want to leave with you is the importance of Safe Routes to School is that they've put in infrastructure. They have put in infrastructure that is life-saving. In the past 15 years, cars have gotten exponentially more dangerous for cyclists, and the only way to protect cyclists is with infrastructure, and Safe Routes to School, thank God, has done that. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Owen, followed by Fela. And I apologize if I spelled your names incorrectly. Oh, together? Okay, great.
Okay, good evening, Councilman. My name is Felder Simi, and I lead the biking club at Pali. And
This is Owen.
Yeah, my name is Owen. I also am part of the biking club. I've gone on a couple of their trips with them. And then I also worked with on a project through our school that was about bike safety. I don't know, we can explain more about that later, but that's my experience.
Yeah, so prior to coming to this meeting, I really did not know much about what's going on. But one thing that I would like to do, especially, is advocate for the safe routes to school program. And I think a lot of the issues that you guys brought up could be combated if you potentially expanded the program, especially regarding secondary students population and biking dropping. They mentioned that they're pretty strict on resources and they mainly rely on parent volunteers to do any secondary education for students. And personally, as a student, I know that at Pally, like after leaving middle school, there's been basically no talk about bike safety. And I think that though the clubs might be able to help, we shouldn't be the main focus. And like just some points that were brought up, like Vice Mayor Stone was saying that on Arrestadero, there's like a lot of bikers that don't seem to really be following rules, or Councilmember Tanaka saying that it's getting less popular. And I think that simply by increasing presence and mentioning more, like having more lessons and more education in the upper level classes will just bring a lot more awareness to biking and really encourage students to bike. Because for us, like the only time we ever hear mention about biking to school is once a year when there's a survey that's taking place, asking students how they get to school. And then I guess, yeah, through also having more members that are part of the Safe Routes to School, they can gauge the community. Because like for me, I was working with Arna and we did some surveys on how the student body at Pally would react to like the Churchill intersection. And though I'm happy to help with that, I think it would be more valuable if there is someone that was more direct and permanent, especially working with the city, as I will be leaving next year. And like the people who I'm handing the club off to, sure, they're willing to continue it, but they're certainly not as invested. And I think just like a greater presence from the city would definitely help increase bikers in the upper levels. And then the final thought was that I know that Mayor Koo was mentioning like e-bikes and the concern to that. And our project actually was regarding e-bike safety. And I think especially coming up, like recently, there's been a big push towards e-bikes and usage. And from our surveys, we see that there isn't very much awareness around the e-bikes, and let alone just like around bicycle safety. Like from our surveys, we see that almost 40% of students don't even know about the Safe Routes to School that go to Pally. And I think that's pretty alarming, and that could definitely be combated by a larger presence. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That said a lot of the things that I wanted to say too. But yeah, I want to emphasize that it was really like people are kind of responding to the things that are happening at Pally. Like there was like a bike repair event.
Yeah, like there's a bike repair event last year and there's over 130 students that came, which shows that people care. People want to have their bikes fixed. And like last weekend at Gun, I helped out, and there's also bike repair event there. And there's like tons of students that come and want their bikes to get fixed. And I think like definitely through programs like that, that incentivizes more people to ride their bikes to school.
Yeah, so I think as long as there are programs like that that are happening, we could have like more of those programs. There would be people that are showing up to that and like engaging with that. They just need to be there. Yeah, and then actually as far as the kind of incentives and stuff providing, like with the increasing the parking permit and stuff, I think it's also like that's definitely something that could be happening, but I think it is worth like just trying to increase that presence first and then maybe like see how that affects it. And then maybe it isn't even like necessary to have to do that. And then also, I think there was like some comment about the usage of like bike lights and stuff at night. And we actually did a survey of some of like the safety equipment that people are using. And we found that actually 30% of the students did not have lights on their bike. So I don't know if increasing just awareness about having a light on your bike or making them more accessible or anything would maybe help with that. But I think that's all I have to say.
Yeah, let me see. Yeah, that was basically it. But I think that like the program is very important, and especially if we were able to expand it, there would be like definitely a rise in cyclists biking to school.
Yeah, and I actually, that made me think of one more thing is that our project was on increasing bike safety at Pally. And one of the things we did find, we didn't find really that many like really conclusive evidence. The project was very like small scale. But we did note that like the e-bike use at Pally was growing, and even that there's an e-bike club this year that just got started. Yeah, it seems like the trend of like people using e-bikes is increasing, and I think increasing resources to try and like through this program, just kind of like maybe like monitoring that or making sure that there's those resources available. I think it might become more relevant in the future with regards to the safety of e-bike use, with it becoming more popular.
Yeah, and you can also like advocate for other things like climate change and why you should ride your bike. That was it. Yep. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Sherelle Spencer. Online, Sherelle, you can unmute and make your comments.
Good evening, council members. I understood this was the comment time for things not on the agenda. So my comment is not to
Ms. Spencer, unfortunately, we're still on the study session for Safe Routes to School.
So when can I speak to something not on the agenda?
In just a few minutes.
Okay, I will wait then. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that's the last request to speak, Madam Mayor.
Oh, great. So we'll conclude public comments and bring it back to council for any final comments. I want to just basically say to Fila and Owen, thank you so much for your survey and for answering most of those questions and giving us a snapshot into, what the schools are doing, especially in Palo Alto High School. So at least we have information to prepare. And, in a way, I think that we also need to kind of keep in touch, especially, I don't know how you can push up your discoveries to the schools, perhaps to a district, so that when the city schools liaison committee meets, that can be something that is also discussed between schools and cities. Just in case you don't know, we do have that committee where they share thoughts and ideas, what is going on at the schools, at the district, and then what is happening at the city, so that we can collaborate on matters that affect students and the youth here in the city. Again, thank you so much. And thank you to all the public commenters who spoke. It helped a lot for us to kind of get more understanding. I don't see any more lights. So I want to say thank you so much to staff for all the work that you do, both brain work and physical work. Thank you. And this concludes the study session. Oh, concludes study session, and now we move to agenda changes, additions, and deletions.
No changes, Mayor.
Okay, thank you so much, City Manager. And now we go to public comments for items not on the agenda.
All right, our first speaker is Diane Farrar in the council chamber, followed by Katie Ruff. And it appears Diane may no longer be here. We'll start with Katie Ruff, followed by Sherelle Spencer online.
Hello. Okay, just super briefly, we wanted to thank, just on behalf of the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition and 350 SD Palo Alto, we just wanted to thank a bunch of the city staff and council for supporting our youth this past Earth Week. So first of all, for attending and supporting our two main Earth Day events, which were the rally and the festival the day after. We wanted to thank Mayor Koo for speaking, Vice Mayor Stone for also speaking at the event the day afterwards, and council members Vicky Vinker and Pat Burt, and of course Sally Bemis too, for attending our events. And then for literally making our event possible, we wanted to thank Kristen O'Kane, Christine Luong, Cameron Granis, Leslie Milton, the Police Department, the Department of Community Service, and the Palo Alto Library, and of course the Think Fund and Maura Uman from YCS. We also wanted to let the city staff and council know that now that Earth Month is kind of wrapping up and after finals and AP is finished, we hope that you will look out for email invitations to meet with you to discuss how youth can stay connected with the wonderful and powerful support network that is Palo Alto. Especially now that you have established connecting with youth as a priority, we hope that you will take the time to sit down with us as we work together to build a strong foundation that can keep us working together for many years to come and to keep us celebrating Earth Month together. So thank you, and we hope to talk with you soon.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Cheryl Spencer online, followed by Aram James. Cheryl, you can make your comments now.
Good evening, council members. Daniel Ellsberg, the Pentagon Papers whistleblower, has been an inspiring activist for peace since the early 1970s. Recently, he wrote a public letter disclosing that he has been diagnosed with pancreatic cancer with a prognosis that he has only 3 to 6 months to live. April the 24th to the 30th, this week has been declared to be Daniel Ellsberg Week by a large coalition of peace organizations. And as a member of that coalition, I wish to bring to your attention a resolution which I am proud to have sent to you by email. I missed the deadline for actually asking you to vote on this resolution, but I will read it so it will appear in the public record. Whereas Daniel Ellsberg risked life in prison to reveal secret, illegal, and immoral activities to the people of the United States and the rest of the world by giving the Pentagon Papers to the US Congress and news media. Whereas Ellsberg's actions contributed to ending the war in Vietnam and to discouraging further war making, including by informing the public of the inner workings of the US government. Whereas further revelations made by Ellsberg over many years greatly informed the public of the dangers of nuclear weaponry. Whereas Daniel Ellsberg has been for decades an outstanding educator and activist on some of the most important issues facing the earth. Whereas Daniel Ellsberg has supported, encouraged, and inspired whistleblowers, journalists, and activists all over the world. Whereas the Bulletin of the American Scientists has placed its doomsday clock measurement of the current risk of nuclear war higher than it has ever been before, and every means of awakening people to the danger is merited. Therefore, we announce that April the 24th to the 30th, 2023 is Daniel Ellsberg Week, and encourage during this week the reading of his books, articles, and interviews, and the viewing of his films and videos, some of which can be found at a website. I'm going to tell you what the website is: diffusenuclearwar.org/Ellsberg. That is no periods between diffuse nuclear war except then .org, Ellsberg, ELLSBERG. Thank you very much for listening to my resolution here, and I hope that I will be in touch further about nuclear weapons. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Aram James.
Yeah, so first let me thank Cheryl Spencer for those profound comments on a national hero, Daniel Ellsberg. Of course, 1979, I tried In re Weller in the trial courts, and it was a nuclear weapons trespass case involving Lockheed's Miss One Space. We raised the application of the defense of necessity to a nuclear weapons protest. The court took all of our testimony during extensive in limine motions and ultimately would not let that defense go to the jury. But the record was preserved, and I'll send you all the decision in Ray Weller, which was the actual decision was written by Clint White, who was a civil rights lawyer of some note. And the decision was 3-0 against us. And by the time we went back to the Supreme Court, the only person that granted hearing was Rose Bird. Of course, that was during the period when Rose and other members of the Supreme Court were being tossed off in a recall election. But In re Weller is a very important read. I spent 7 years on that case, trying and then doing all the appellate work. So I'll send it to you. You can check it out. But Cheryl Spencer's comments were online. I'm surprised but happy to see that we're back to 3 minutes. But what's happened, I know one of the council members, one of the things say, look, we shortened our meeting because it doesn't seem like public comments are happening very regularly or at the same rate that they did in the past. And that's, of course, you've made this oral communications a moving target. Sometimes it's at 5, sometimes it's at 7, sometimes it's 8, sometimes it's at 9:30. And of course, I blame the mayor, the vice mayor, and the city manager, because as you're going to talk about later, the handbook suggests that you all make the agenda up. And why do you want to, have a shorter meeting at the expense of public input? Justice Brandeis, Louis Brandeis, as I've said multiple times, the first Jew on the court, said, the most important participant in a democracy is not the elected officials, it's the community members, it's the citizens. And the mayor and the city manager and the vice mayor are showing great disrespect and making a mockery out of our democracy if you want to shorten the meeting by continuing to make the oral communications a moving target. Shame on you for doing that. Let's get it back to a fixed time so people that, unlike myself, that can sit through a full meeting every night, we can have working class people who need to have a fixed time so that they know when they can make these public comments.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Julia Zeitlin.
Good evening, City Council members. I hope you are doing well. I would like to reiterate Katie's gratitude and further explain why we at Pacc do the organizing and work we do. My name is Julia Zeitlin, and I am the co-founder of the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition, or Pacc. This past Friday, April 21st, we hosted the 2023 March and Rally for Climate Justice at City Hall. We heard from speakers including Congresswoman Anna Eshoo, our very own Mayor Koo, Mayor Gaucher, and more. Members of the community from Palo Alto, including Councilmember Burt, Councilmember Vinker, community members from East Palo Alto, and other surrounding cities came to show their support for bold local climate action. We at Pacc, as well as our many adult allies, urge you as a council to take a bold stance, affirming your dedication to your priority of addressing the climate crisis. We urge you once again to set a date and clear timeline to phasing out one of our 2 largest sectors of greenhouse gas emissions, natural gas use. We are here and we're out in the streets last Friday to show you that there is widespread support for the phasing out of natural gas. But we aren't asking you to ignore those who aren't a part of this widespread community of support. We are not asking you to ignore the vocal groups of residents who, for example, love their gas stoves, or those who are hesitant to support outright bans. But we are asking you to help us bring them into this conversation, to bring every Palo Alton into the electrification conversation. By setting a date to phase out the use of natural gas, the city can set a clear timeline to demonstrate to the public and community clearly, effectively, and transparently how and why the city will be gradually shifting away from fossil fuels. As this timeline takes shape, we at Pacc are here to help with the public awareness and education campaigns necessary to bring every resident on board to this progressive, ethical, and environmentally conscious decision. Do not be scared off by alarming headlines of gas appliance ban reversals, such as the recent reversal in Berkeley. This should not make Palo Alto become afraid of living up to our name as innovative trailblazers. If we commit to phasing out natural gas gradually now, people will adjust accordingly and be ready and willing to make changes over time. However, if we wait too long and are eventually forced to take a more sudden approach, we are not setting ourselves up for success. So let's take informed and progressive action to make Palo Alto a more sustainable city. Thank you so much for your time.
And that's the end of public comment, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Now we move to consent calendar. We have 2 items on the consent calendar, and do we have any public comments on those?
It does not appear we have any requests to speak.
Okay, so we bring it back to council. I'll take a motion to move the consent calendar. Councilmember Lowing,
Move acceptance of the consent calendar.
did you say second? Oh, second. So Councilmember Lowing moves the consent calendar and Councilmember Burt seconds. We can take the vote, ma'am, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes,
Councilman or Vice Mayor Stone.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
thank you so much. Now we move to city manager comments.
Thank you, Mayor. Could I ask the city clerk's assistance with some slides? Just a few items, mostly reminders, I think, this evening for council and community. Next slide, please. Terrific, thank you. On the topic of Earth Month, I think we're going to try to stretch Earth Month to Earth Year, in that, in addition to the events that have been noted earlier this evening, we have a number of events shown here on this slide coming up over the next week, and including some tips and removing grass and replacing with water efficient garden, library activities, Palo Alto Reads, and the UNEF documentary coming up, as well as the end of the month, Earth Day photo contest. In addition, do want to note that the website identified here, cityofpaloalto.org/Earth Day, also have events that continue through the month of May and actually into June. So again, we're going to do our best to stretch this into a year-long recognition celebration of our Mother Earth. Next slide, please. Also, just in the near term, a couple of community engagement opportunities this week. The first being tomorrow at 6 p.m. This is related to the Historic Resources Reconnaissance Survey being led by our Planning and Development Services Department. Good opportunity to engage in a discussion of this ongoing project. And also on Thursday of this week, a virtual meeting at 6 p.m. related to the Car-Free Streets ongoing effort, both the progress report as well as opportunity for feedback on emerging recommendations. Next slide, please. Then coming up this Saturday, it is our annual Coverly Arts Tour or Arts Studio. I guess it's called the Coverly Art Studio, but it really is an open house opportunity for community members to see the artists that are in residence at the Coverly facilities. And information here is abbreviation cityofpaloalto.org/CASP. I'm not sure what the P stands for. Anyway, we'll keep going. Next, coming up also this within the next 2 weeks, the puzzle hunt. If you participated in this last year, found it pretty informative as well as fun, tied in with the Mayfet, which, believe it or not, is just next weekend. So if you haven't already marked it on your calendar, Mayfet parade coming up on May 6th, but leads off with the puzzle hunt, which will be unrolling on May 1st. Next slide, please. And here, a little more detail on the Mayfet Parade that is again on May 6th, just next Saturday, 10 a.m. Here downtown, leading to the Mayfet Fair at Heritage Park. Information here, cityofpaloalto.org/Mayfet. Next slide, please. Then just a quick recap on upcoming agenda items. Do want to note we've had some changes this week as we've been looking at the agendas ahead, and we've now had the opportunity to put placeholders on all items through the month of June. So really now have a pretty clear picture of items that will be ready for council discussion. Again, So here next week, you will be talking about the proposed budget. This will be the first discussion and really the rollout of the budget, then leading to Finance Committee discussions and extended meetings over the following weeks. CDBG annual community development block grant, annual action plan, and public hearing on a proposed land use change at 2147 Yale Street. The following week on May 8th is largely devoted to the Council and Planning Commission in joint session, reviewing proposed revisions to the housing element based on feedback from the State Housing Community Development Department. Then on the 15th of May, you've got, where we have scheduled the legislative update that was deferred off agenda of a couple of weeks ago, as well as updated ordinance on accessory dwelling units. May 22nd, now the current date for Cubberley study session, as well as a feedback discussion from the Finance Committee's budget deliberations and an opportunity to report out in progress information to the full council and get feedback from the full council on the Finance Committee's ongoing work. And then you see here listed a number of items identified to come back to you in June. I would note, as perhaps no surprise, that we have quite a few items listed here, as well as I believe a few that are not listed here, such that we do expect your council docket to be full now through the month of June. I believe that's my last slide. And with that, back to you, Mayor.
Thank you, City Manager Sakata. Now we move to action items. Well, action item. Review and adoption of the council procedures and protocols handbook, including changes directed by council at our meetings on January 30th and March 20th, 2023. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Chantel Cotton Gaines, Deputy City Manager. We are bringing back the document that you've worked so much on. We as staff went and made those edits. So the items before you this evening, it's a summary document of the changes that we've made. So I will do a few place setting items and then turn it back over to the mayor. The first is, I believe that we had an issue with the document that was uploaded to the website. So the red line version should now be in your hands, the one that looks like it's lined up properly with headers properly on each page. So just making sure we all have the same one that we're working from. So there are two attachments as previously shared with council. One is a red line version and one is a quote clean version, depending on whatever your preference is for your own review. In terms of the changes that staff made to the document, we took all the council actions from both January 30th as well as March 20th, and we put them into the document. And as we went through it, we also cleaned up any of those clerical things that we could find, as well as sometimes when we made the change that council recommended, it also required us to move a few other things around or just to clean the language up a little bit further. Attachment A in your packet is the summary of all of the changes that we made to the document, minus very small clerical things, but it's a good way to track the specific changes that we made. The items we wanted to highlight specifically this evening are just actually about 5 of the items, which is in the staff report. The City Council asked us to look at the procedure section 2.3B to C. We also went through the document and properly numbered everything, so we can refer to that throughout the document review today. This has to do with general procedures for appearing remotely. At the last discussion, when we went over this, there was a concern that AB 2449 would not allow us to continue the council meeting if one of the council members attending remotely through AB 2449 for some reason was disconnected. Upon further review of that, we actually clarified that it would just be the need to stop the meeting if the broadcast is broken, not the individual council member's connection. So that's an important nuance, and that has to do with just public transparency and the public's ability to participate in the meeting. So that language has been updated to reflect that. The next item is procedure section 3.1 under call to order, as well as procedure section 3.4 special orders of the day. Each year we are going forward, we're going to bring the council calendar to the city council that just is acknowledging different holidays going on throughout the year. So these two items that we added as staff to your procedures and protocols handbook is just allowing you a few different tools to be able to highlight those different holidays and dates of special significance. So that's all that one is.
Ms. Cotton Gaines, can I just, can I give the council member pages to those sections?
Absolutely, thank you.
So for number 1, it's packet page 59. Number 2 is packet page 64. Number 3 is packet page 66. Did I say number 3 is packet page 66. Number 4 is packet page 68. And number 5 is packet page 89.
Thank you, Mayor. And those last two items, item 4, as the mayor mentioned, packet page 68, which is procedure section 3.9B9, cancellation of meetings or scheduling of a special meeting. We are proposing deletion of this text as the current practice does not require these items to be included on the consent agenda. So that is just cleaning up based off current practice. And the last one is, as the mayor referenced, packet page 89, which is protocols section 1.6D. And that's the section on being cautious and representing city positions on issues. So staff added new text based off of the May 20th council motion to further clarify that council member roles on different regional bodies. And so if there are changes to this proposed language, we would love to make those as appropriate. This is just language that we're trying to offer to the council, reflecting the action that you asked for. And that's it for the 5 items we wanted to highlight. And of course, if there are any other pieces, then we're open to discussing those as well.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Cotton Gaines. So I'll bring it back to council. The goal tonight is to adopt the, is to hopefully, well, I'd like to see that we adopt this procedures and protocols handbook after we discuss these 5 items that staff has made revisions to or had more clarifications for. We'll go through each of those items, each one, and then we'll take a vote on that so that we can move forward on this handbook. Is there any question? Yeah. Okay, you have a clarifying question
I
on
do,
procedure?
Madam
Yes,
Mayor.
okay, please, Councilmember Lithcott-Ames.
Thank you. Are we only allowed to comment on the 5 items that Ms. Cotton Gaines referred to?
No, we're
Okay.
going to do those ones first.
I see. Thank you
Because
very
they
much.
were, and then we can go into further discussion on
Okay.
if there's any other items that you'd like to change. But it might not be something that we're going to be making a decision on tonight. We may not be. It may be referred to a standing committee.
Okay, thank
Well,
you.
let's see what staff has to say, whether they can accommodate that or not. Any further instructions?
Just one perhaps footnote here. If council members have in the course of your review identified other clerical corrections that are necessary, I would ask that we handle that. Obtain those from you and we can do the cleanup as a next step.
Very good. Can we go to public comments, please?
Okay, we have one speaker at this time, Mr. Aram James. You can unmute and make your comments.
So, I don't like my city council members that I vote for being cautious about matters they speak on. I think what it is that the city manager, city attorney, who I have deep respect for the city attorney, but all the same, they want to manage your conversation in a way that impinges not only on your First Amendment rights to speak out on critical social, political, and legal matters, but as Republican Party versus White Supreme Court case out of 2002 says, the First Amendment rights of public officials is not only critical for them to be able to speak out on these issues, but for the members of the public to be fully informed on the issues, particularly how our government is being run. And Shikata would like to manage your conversation in a way that impinges on the Constitution, chills your advocacy. And you know, the matter came up when the ACLU member, the ACLU wrote about the planning commissioner in Los Gatos who was being censored for saying, hey, you rich white people are responsible for making sure we don't have sufficient housing here. And it created an uproar and they censored her. And the ACLU said, you know, the First Amendment protects the rights of all citizens, including public employees, to speak as private citizens on matters of public concern. So all you need to do, city council members, if you're going to speak out on Zach Perone, which you never do, you let it just, you know, they've schooled you on that. Don't speak on that. You know what I mean? Don't speak on the fact that we have an all-white command staff on the police department. Don't speak on the fact that you know, the RIPA data consistently shows that the police department is racist in their policies and their stops in reference to African Americans. All you got to do is to protect yourself as a city council member, consistent with the Constitution, and say, hey, I'm going to go with tonight, not speaking as a council member, but as a private citizen, because it's so critical. But the city manager wants to manage your conversation in a way that is in the light best for him to control the agenda and to silence you, particularly on police practices issues. And I've said this before. Yeah, personnel files are absolutely confidential still under the law with some exceptions, but the public record on Zach Perone is there. The Black Lives Matter 6 police officers who sued on the BLM matter, that's public record, okay? So you can speak out on that. The command staff being all white, that's public record in the press. You can speak out on that. So don't let the city manager gag you, okay? You need to speak out on these issues because the public wants to know what your views are. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's the last public comment.
Thank you. That concludes public comments. We'll bring it back to subject at hand. Let's go to item number 1, which is on packet page 59. Is there any comments on this?
Madam Mayor, could you clarify? I know it's package page 59, but specifically what were the item numbers? I'm not looking.
I'm sorry.
I'm not looking at the correct red line because I.
Okay, so that would be 2.3B between brackets 2C, and on packet page 59, it's at the very top. It only says ABC and it'll be the C.
Okay, thank you.
And I believe Ms. Cotton Gaines and got clarification from city attorney that the meeting doesn't have to stop unless there's a broadcast disruption. That is correct.
Just in case there are discrepancies in versions that folks are looking at, the way that C should read is council. Oh, perfect. Thank you. Thank you. You got it.
So
Thank
just to
you,
recall
Madam
to
Clerk.
council members, there had been a somewhat complicated discussion about how to manage the situation where a remotely participating council member might have connectivity problems. And in looking more closely at this complex new state law, I came to the conclusion that we had been too strict in believing that that was an issue that we really needed to deal with. In other words, if there is a connectivity problem, council can continue unless the the disruption is with the public broadcast or the ability to take public comment, in which case you must pause your proceedings while that's resolved.
Thank you, Madam Attorney. Councilmember Venker.
Madam Mayor, may I move the acceptance of this amendment? Is that what you're looking for?
Bless your heart. I'll second.
I so move then.
Can we do all 5 at once?
No.
Why not?
All at once? What do you
all 5
mean?
of them.
Oh, you want to do all 5 at once?
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, if there's no objection, Madam Clerk, let's do all 5 at once. Would you like to restate your motion, Councilmember Venker? Mm-hmm.
No, I could. Do you want me to?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I would like to restate my motion.
Yes, please go ahead.
I would like to move adoption of all of the amendments as articulated, numbers 1 through 5 on page 43 of the staff report.
Yeah, and I stand with the second.
Do you have any comments?
No.
No.
Thank you. Does that work for you, Ms. Cotton Gaines? It's fine. And when you're ready, Madam Clerk, you can take the votes.
Okay. Councilmember Lithcott Hames.
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker.
Yes.
Mayor Ku. Yes. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing.
Yes.
Councilmember Burt.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Ms. Cotton Gaines, do you want to go to the next section?
So the next piece of it, and I understand there are pieces of the document that the council members would also like to discuss, but I just wanted to share the items that have been referred to Policy and Services Committee, just for the group's awareness. And I believe there are 1 or 2 that didn't make it to our work plan list last week, so don't worry, I will reconcile these 2 lists. Luckily, I'm the same person in both places, so I can take care of that. But the items that were sent to Policy and Services Committee have to do with the annual organization of the City Council related to the mayoral appointment. Also, video participation for public comment. There was an interest in that going to Policy and Services Committee. The way that we've written the language in the handbook for that actually is that we would research it, and if it's feasible, we would just implement it. But if there's anything further to discuss, that can go to committee. The next one is the censure language, where we had language proposed. So we pulled. Last is related to, or not last, I'm sorry, next is refraining from lobbying board and commission members. This is in protocols. Also protocol section 2.8, the role of council liaison to boards and commissions and involving the board and commission chair people in that discussion. Protocol section 4 on international travel. This is actually scheduled to go to Policy and Services Committee in 2 days at the rescheduled meeting. The next one is protocol section 4.1 on miscellaneous expenditures, the council referral related to discretionary funds and expenditures of $2,000 annually for each council member from the council contingency for that council member to decide its use. So those are the 7 items that have been referred to Policy and Services Committee. And the way that staff plans to bring them is that we'll bring one of them as a discussion item. And then if it's efficient in the discussion, there's room to talk about any of the other ones. So we'll kind of have it as a continued opportunity for a rolling discussion. If Policy and Services is particularly on a roll one night, we'll just keep cranking through because there's quite a list here. And that's all.
Thank you. Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So I just wanted to call to colleagues' attention two things on packet page 80 that the way they're written, they're a little bit out of kilter from what seem to be current practices, and since we'd be adopting them as kind of protocols or procedures, I want to make sure everybody actually wants to do that. So the first one is under individual public speaker time limits. It says if there are it's under example, but it says if there are fewer than 10 speakers, the presiding officer will typically allow speakers 3 minutes to speak. And if there are 10, more than 10, then the presiding officer may choose to reduce that time. So if we have a meeting where we have a lot of items on the meeting, and we might have, say, multiple items where you have close to 10 speakers, we could have, and we have recently where the mayor has chosen to limit it to 2 minutes per speaker. This doesn't appear to give that discretion, although it is, I'm a little confused because it says under, for example, but that's an example of not a way that the way I read it is not an example of what the mayor might or might do. It seems directive. So I'm just not clear on that. The other one is down at the bottom of the page under gaining permission to speak. And this is from members of the public basically signing up, and it says that we will accept, or the presiding officer will accept cards until approximately 5 minutes after the staff presentation ends. If we don't go to council member questions after a staff presentation, or if those questions didn't take 5 minutes, then this procedure would mean that we'd have to keep taking cards after first speakers began. And that can be sometimes problematic in determining how long to allocate for speakers. I'm good either way on these things, but I wanted to call attention to them to see how folks felt about them and make sure that what we're adopting is what we're comfortable with.
Would you like to?
No, I just wanted to point out it's on the screen, and that is section 5.1 D, or C and D.
C1.
Yes.
So if we can discuss this matter, before a new matter comes up. Councilmember Lithcott Hames, is this pertaining to what Councilmember Burt brought up?
No, it is not.
Okay, please hold and we'll come back to it. So I do want to thank you for bringing that up, Councilmember Burt, especially the item under D, because a lot of times if I wait for 5 minutes after the staff presentation ends, and I have to give how much time to the public speaker, then I could limit it to 2, but then it might, I might give it 3, but then at a later time when it goes over 10 or to a higher number of public speakers, I can't quite lower it to a lesser amount of time for the speakers. So I've been kind of having that dilemma since I started as mayor and managing the meetings. I think that it might have to be revisited when we close public comments, at which point.
Madam Mayor, may I make a suggestion? So it sounds like maybe more flexibility is needed here. So maybe it can say something to the effect of the presiding officer will endeavor to identify in advance the time when public comment cards will no longer be accepted and announce that publicly. And that will give you then flexibility to respond to the situation.
Okay. Thank you.
But Mayor, are you good with C, or did you want to comment on that?
I took that as an example, so I'm working with it as an example unless there's clearer language that you want, that you see. Yeah. Although I see in the strikeouts that there is a strikeout for the parentheses, and that was on purpose, right?
It was. So Madam Clerk, if you could scroll to see, the first sentence has the broader set of circumstances that Councilmember Byrd identified. Actually, it's the second sentence. Council generally allow 3 minutes per speaker, but a short time may be designated when there are many speakers, numerous items on the agenda, or items anticipated to be lengthy. So that was intended to capture a broader set of circumstances where you might want to shorten time. And then there's an example of one of those. So, you know, we try to put what we, in my profession, call waffle language, you know, for example, and then, you know, typically may choose. So we're trying to soften it and allow discretion, but you could strike that sentence or you could expand it to put more examples. Whatever you wish is fine.
If I may, what if we simply change that presiding officer typically will weaken it a little bit by may, and leave out typically, just say may?
Yeah, I think if you want to use may, then you would strike both typically and will, and that would be fine.
So I don't know, I guess I'll put as a motion then to under C1 there to strike typically will and replace it with may. And then down on D, in the second paragraph, to strike from request to speak, 4 lines all the way down through to speak on an item. And just leave in place the presiding officer will endeavor, et cetera. Second.
Can you read the whole sentence then?
Okay, it would be unless otherwise determined by the presiding officer.
I think you'd strike that as well.
Oh,
that
yeah.
First phrase.
Just start with the presiding officer will endeavor to announce the pending cutoff time. A lot fewer words.
Yeah. Do you have anybody have any comments on this motion? Councilmember Venker?
Madam Mayor, I think you would want to say the pending cutoff time then is a little bit abrupt and it's not clear what that means. So you might want to say, announce the time when speaker cards will no longer be accepted.
Did you catch that, Leslie? You want to give Leslie the word, the verbiage?
Can you repeat that, City Attorney?
You have it there accurately.
Okay.
I see that it says in advance to when. I guess no to.
You want to say in advance the time when.
The time. Great.
Good.
Councilmember Venker, did it answer your question?
No, I have another just question. I don't have strong feelings about this. I just, on the top individual speakers, I'm just wondering how, I mean, you won't always know whether there's 10 speakers or not. And I think that's what you are articulating you struggle with. And so I'm curious if anyone has a suggestion about.
So the way it
that.
would typically work is if the mayor would be saying, we will be cutting off card submittals in 5 minutes or whatever. And at that time, the mayor would be able to see how many speakers there are and then decide how much time per speaker.
Oh, I thought sometimes card submittals were being taken while comments were being taken, and she's already had to say whether it's 2 or 3 minutes, but no?
No.
So the effort is to avoid that situation and to have the speaker cards come in sooner. It does require the mayor to predict what's happening in the meeting, and this is an art, not a science, and sometimes we're not going to get it right. But generally, you'll have a sense of how many items are on your agenda, whether your room is packed full of people, and whether items are complex.
Yeah, no, I appreciate and like and support the speakers, items, lengthiness, all that. That gives us lots of wiggle room. I'm just was saying as a practical matter, don't we usually continue to take cards after the first speaker starts?
No, that's the point. We
Okay.
would announce in advance the time at which speakers must submit their cards prior to commencing with the first speaker talking.
That's the language at the bottom.
We're proposing to say presiding officer will endeavor to identify and advance the time when public comment cards will no longer be accepted. I mean, one of the ways that I've actually been considering on doing it is right after the presentation. So announce before presentation starts that after the presentation, to submit your cards during the presentation.
Okay, then, so I didn't read that language to say what Councilmember Byrd has been saying. So if it means to say that, perhaps it could be clear. Because it says, well, identify and advance the time when public comment cards will no longer be accepted. So sometimes before speakers start, you'll say, get your comment cards in by the second speaker. That is in advance to me, but I think what you're trying to say is that we'll identify a time when public comments cards will no longer be accepted in advance of the public comments. Is that?
So I think you're recalling a time that we did experiment with that formulation where the sort of cutoff time was after the second or third speaker or something like that. But I think the mayor's current practice is actually a better one, which is to have the cutoff time before the public comment starts so that she can assess how many comments are coming in.
Agreed. Do we say that?
I don't think we need to.
We're not trying to be overly prescriptive. We're saying that the mayor will endeavor to notify the public in advance.
And I can explain why we want to keep it this way and not be too prescriptive is because sometimes I'm so excited about the staff presentation, I forget to say we will not be taking cards after the presentation is over. So that gives me a little bit of a wiggle room to say when I'm going to stop taking cards.
Okay.
Okay. All right. I don't see any more lights. Shall we take a vote on this motion? Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
and Councilmember Binker.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Councilmember Lithcott Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have 2 points. One is relatively simple and it may even fall into the clerical category. So please let me know if it does. I'm not clear, which is why I'm raising it. It is on packet page 60, item 2.3B5. It's the header AB 2449 remote attendance procedures. Packet page 60. And item 2.3, which is attendance procedures, subsection B, remote attendance, subsection 5, AB 2449, remote attendance procedures.
We already approved some changes that were made to that to clarify it, I believe. My concern is that there's nothing in this section that indicates to a reader why AB 2449 is different than regular or standard remote attendance. It doesn't say, for example, that no notice is required. It doesn't say that the agenda does not have to be posted in advance. And it doesn't therefore distinguish it clearly, I think, from the standard remote guidelines, which do require notice and the posting of the agenda. I think the point of the remote attendance procedures is sometimes you have just cause, like the sickness of a child or a parent or an illness, that mean you don't have the capacity to give notice and post the agenda in advance, and you're excused from those requirements, which the Brown Act otherwise would have you adhere to. So I'm just wondering if it's possible to have a short description of what AB 2449 relieves one of by way of obligation to the Brown Act.
This is a very good point.
Oh, I'm so glad.
I feel like it must have been in there and somehow we deleted it.
Yeah, there's been a lot of back and forth, and that's totally understandable. I think it would just help, particularly for readers who aren't familiar with the subject matter.
Mayor, I have a couple adds to exactly that point.
Great.
Can I go ahead?
Can we just take that as a direction to add that a paragraph in there? And we'll write that as a staff in the background and add it.
That works for me. I know that Councilmember Lowing has some thoughts on it.
Yeah, isn't 5 A just cause D, isn't that incorrect? Because we intentionally wanted to include someone, like has already happened, is sitting in a hotel room in Minneapolis on a business trip and needs to connect with the meeting. So that's not really even under quote just cause unless we list that as a just cause, but it's not listed there. It says, the way I read it, it says travel while on the business of a state or local agency.
Right.
It's
So
not-
this is a statement of the law. This capital A, yes, A little I, little a, B, C, D. Those are the elements of the law. So the council.
I'll say it differently. That's absolutely right. We want to make sure that someone can travel on business on whatever we agreed on 5 or 6 times a year.
And all of that falls under standard remote attendance guidelines.
Okay.
So they can do that 5 times a year, but they can't use AB 2449.
Okay.
They have to use standard.
And the point of that is you don't have to give notice with AB 2449. When the mayor was in DC, when I was in Minneapolis, we had to have those agendas posted in advance, 72 hours and all of that. AB 2449 relieves you of that because you've had an illness or a family member is sick.
Okay, great.
Actually, when I was in DC, I was conducting city business, right? Well, it's okay. I still posted. Okay, but I did anyways. Okay.
I do have one more point, Madam Mayor, if that's all right. Are we good on this one? Oh,
sure.
Just in case it's helpful at all, particularly for the city attorney. Further down under 6, where they have the AB 2449 remote attendance sample script, it lists a lot of those reasons. And I don't know if that's helpful to you in that paragraph. But reasons 5 and 6, there's something strange about the wording because it doesn't come after because. So it lists like the because caregiving, illness, disability, traveling for city business, because no one over the age of 18, something's funky there, but it does relate to what we were just talking about. So I just wanted to point that out so you can deal with it offline, I suppose.
Okay, yes, that needs further proofreading as well. Thanks.
Councilmember Lowing, are you finished?
I am, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lifcott-Hames.
thank you, Madam Mayor. My more substantive concern is on packet page 56 regarding meeting schedules, agendas, and supporting materials. So packet page 56, item 2.1. This pertains to regular meetings and special meetings. 2.1A reads, the city council generally conducts 2 different kinds of meetings, regular meetings and special meetings. As far as I can tell, we no longer have regular meetings. We only have special meetings. And that's because, according to the Muni Code, regular meetings start at 6. So since we start at 5, we call our regular meetings special meetings. My colleagues, you may be saying, so what? Why does this matter? I think it matters because I have encountered members of the public who are confused. For example, someone will reach out to me and say, I want to come to council and talk about something in public comment, but I see that tonight's meeting is a special meeting, so I should wait. And I have to explain, it's technically called a special meeting for these reasons, but no, you are welcome to come and speak at public comment. I think calling our regular work special meeting confuses the public. So I would like us to consider admitting that we start at 5 and amending the Muni Code to say that regular meetings start at 5, or moving our start time to 6. Personally, I'm fine with either. But if we're going to officially start general meetings or regular meetings at 5, I would like to then ask for a mandatory 20-minute break, not a 10-minute break, because and to scarf down that dinner in 10 minutes. If we have a closed session, we can eat during the closed session, which we do. But in meetings where we don't have a closed session and we have a packed agenda, we may be limited to 10 minutes. And I've watched colleagues, and I myself have experienced people snarfing down food. I think it's just asking a bit much of us. Whereas if we move our start time to 6, don't have to amend the Muni Code, then we can presume that people have the opportunity to grab some food, some dinner before they get here. And then we could retain the 10-minute minimum break that is currently written in section 2.3A under attendance required. So I would love to see us resolve this so that our words reflect our practice. I realize it gets complicated if we start at 6, then we're going to go in later in the night. I know we have concerns about our efficiency and timeliness. These are no police officer is going to stand here and, blow a flag if we don't do what we say in this regard. But I think in terms of the public, I'm worried about them being confused by us calling our regular meetings special meetings. So I'd like to see this resolved and wonder if there's any appetite for that.
Let's find out. Councilmember Burt?
Well, I think we're kind of conflating two things. One is our start time and the other is whether there are special meetings and regular meetings. We have special meetings on other days of the week, other times of the day. We need to have the ability to have regular meetings and special meetings regardless of what we set as our standard start time. So I think those are two different issues. I do agree that that if we're going to have a long meeting, maybe we should have a routine 15-minute break if many council members, if the meeting starts at 5 and not everybody can get here to eat beforehand, 15 minutes is not a long dinner. So maybe that would be a good routine practice. But for the reasons I said, I think the language here needs to stay the same. And if we want to take up the issue of our routine start time, that's another discussion.
Thank you. Councilmember Tanaka?
Yeah, I just want to thank my colleague for bringing this issue up. It's something that's kind of bugged me for some time. So I appreciate you highlighting this. I think we should just meet at 6. That's the regular time. I mean, we meet earlier and we meet longer than just about any other city council, and we meet more frequently. But I believe that you guys probably heard the saying that work expands to fill the time, and I think that's what's going on here. So I think if we meet at 6, we would still finish roughly at the same time. We would just talk less and move faster, which I think would be good for everyone. So the other thing is 6 o'clock is more accessible for the public. A lot of people have to work. So I think we should just meet at the regular time, 6 p.m., and not have to change this.
Thank you. Councilmember Vinker?
Thank you, Mayor Ku. Yeah, I mean, I agree. We definitely need to retain the ability to have special meetings, and I don't think anyone's challenging that. But what bothers me is I don't think we have regular meetings right now. We don't have meetings that start at 6 o'clock, and kind of odd. We only do special meetings, and I think it's limited, but I think there are certain things that we can or can't do at each kind of meeting. And so it seems like we should have regular meetings. My whole thing is that I would like for people to be able to work a normal work day until 5 o'clock and then come. So, 5:30 is good enough for me if we're worried about the length of meetings. I know that we'd still have to amend the code because the code says 6. But if we started at 5:30 and had a 15-minute break, I think we'd get a lot of work done. I think we'd be fine. I think people could work a full day and still put themselves up as candidates for city council, which I would like to see. And if we could make that, on that.
Councilmember Lowing.
I'm actually quite fine with the suggestion of Councilmember Vinker. That's kind of splitting the numbers and having it 5:30 and get it back to call it a regular. I concur that it's confusing to the public because they do think, well, I wanted to go to the regular one. I don't know what you're doing in the special one. Is there another agenda? So I agree with both of you. There's one other kind of related item. I don't know if we need to codify it, but if we're starting at 5:30 and we go to 11:30, that's still a 6-hour meeting. And we've all proven that it's impossible to sit here for 6 hours. Just, the body doesn't take it. So we can have that informal of, every couple hours we need a short break. We don't have to codify it as if we're hourly employees because we sure know we're not hourly employees where, every 2 hours or whatever it is, you have to take a 15-minute break by law. But I think we just need to be reasonable because we're going to take those breaks anyway. And we have to do it in the context of a presentation or a public comment or something that's sort of, less important for 3 minutes where you can run out and run back in. So that's something we could also consider, but I'm quite in support of both suggestions here.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I mean, I'd be more in favor of just amending the code to start our meeting time at 5:30 at the latest. I mean, I'm just being realistic. There's no way we talk an hour less if we start at 6. If we start at 6, we're getting out of here an hour later. If we start at 5:30, we're getting out of here a half hour later. We're almost in May. I think we've had one meeting where we've gotten out before 11. And I don't know about all you, I'm exhausted. It's 10:30 right now. We all know we don't work as well when the hour gets late. And so I'd love to be able to start later. I'd love to be able to have time before dinner, but I think reality is if we do this, our norm is getting out past midnight and we're not thinking the best at that time. And it gets very difficult to serve on this body, especially if we're talking about trying to incorporate more people who can be working members. It is very difficult to wake up at 6:30 tomorrow morning to go to work when we're out of here past midnight. So I agree with the concern of the special meeting. I've always been frustrated about that, but I'm just being very realistic about what we can and cannot do as far as efficiency of meetings. And we're not saving, I don't think we're saving any time. So that's my really big concern here. So I'd be willing to do 5:30 at the latest, but also recognizing that gets us out on average a half hour later every night. But I think 6 is way too late.
I agree with Vice Mayor Stone. We have to also not only think about our time and whether it is realistic to start at 6 and end at 10:30 or 11. It's not realistic. And then the other part of it is staff is going to be here even later. And I know that when we do our pre-meetings, they've already been at it since 8 o'clock in the morning. So I think there's that consideration that needs to go into deciding on this time as well and how we do it. So I think I'd like to ask Madam Attorney, what does it take to change the code?
So it's very straightforward. So first of all, I hear a consensus on this body to align the code with your practice so that you can mostly have regular meetings. And I applaud you for that. So that takes an ordinance. And if we get direction on what the ordinance should say, we can bring that back on consent for a first reading and then consent for a second reading, and then we're done. And it's just the start time that needs to be in the code. The issue about taking breaks can be handled either informally or in these procedures. So I think where you need to decide now, where you need to focus is what is that start time, that new start time?
Right, and I thank you for distinguishing that because for changing the code to be only the time of when it starts. And for the breaks and et cetera, I think that we might just have to do a agenda ordering and include that break in there. But I do private functions, you can leave at any time to go and do those, even when we're in session, as long as we still have a quorum here. So 3 can go at the same time. But so anyways, I don't know how you want to go forward on this, but if you like, I mean, surely I can make a motion just to have exploring or to direct staff to change them. You want to do it?
I'd like to make a motion that we adjust the code amend the code so that the start time of our general meetings is 5:30 p.m. And then separately, this is not amending the code, but we could put in there that we will adopt a general practice of taking a 15-minute break. Or would you prefer it?
Second.
I would say to leave the break out so that we put it into our agenda ordering, how the agenda is ordered, which is on packet page 63.
Oh, so you want to amend the P&P manual to say that? Okay, so we can make a second motion later. Okay, then, I guess it would be confusing to put it in the same one.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, I don't think we know when the break is needed. I'm not sure that we can put the break specifically. I'm comfortable with you, Madam Mayor, looking around and saying, shall we take a break? For me, it's the duration. I don't think 8 minutes tonight was not sufficient. 10 minutes is not sufficient. And the California Labor Code demands more of, for most employees in California. So I'm okay with 15 minutes. I would prefer 20, but I can live with 15.
Thank you. Okay, so are you
So
okay
that's
taking
my-
out the general practice of taking a 15-minute break and just leaving it to the 5:30 start time?
Okay, I thought that we just said the opposite. Okay.
Council members, there is a reference to a break already in the procedures. It's on packet page 58, section 2.3, subparagraph A. Attendance required. In the middle of that paragraph, it says the presiding officer will ensure that each meeting include at least one 10-minute break. You could leave that and then adopt another general practice, or you could amend that.
Why don't we, yeah. no,
I'd like to see us change that. That's the section I was
Yeah,
referring to.
that's actually what I thought she was referring to earlier. So that's what I was trying to do. Is there any reason we can't do it in this motion? And just say,
No, you can do 2 parts to the motion.
Two
So
parts to the
yes, I
motion.
understand the motion. Maybe the clerk, Madam Clerk, if you could separate the 2 parts, because the first part is an ordinance.
Right.
And the second part is amend the PNP.
Exactly.
Section 2.3A. I think just to include, yes, at least one 15-minute break.
Excellent. Thank you. I'm comfortable with that.
Okay, so we have Councilmember Vinker who moved it. Do we have a seconder?
Second.
Thank you. Councilmember Lithcott Haynes seconds. Do you need to speak to this?
I'll just stand on my prior comments for brevity.
Thank you.
I have one additional comment, which is simply that this is not just for us. Our staff also need a decent break in the middle of a long meeting. So this is their workplace, just like it is ours. And so I'm offering this really for the sake of all of us and to model a wellness practice for our community.
Thank you. I don't see any other comments, so shall we take the vote, please?
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames,
Yes.
motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Councilmember Burt.
So is it now in order to move the balance of the procedures and protocols as one whole?
Actually, I have a
Oh.
couple, sorry. On packet page 63. That's the order, the council meeting order of the agenda. I'd like to see, because public comments now is coming on pretty late, I was wondering if there's a way to move special orders of the date to just before action items? Or is there a process why we have it so early?
This is a policy question. You can place it where you choose at any time during the meeting.
And I would just offer the comment, I think part of the rationale for having it at the beginning of the meeting is to not have anyone who's being recognized to have to wait through.
Oh, I'm
the
so sorry.
variability.
I didn't mean special orders of the day. I meant study sessions.
Oh,
I'm sorry, study sessions. Because study sessions does take up a big bulk of our earlier time.
yes.
And if that could be perhaps moved to somewhere else before action items.
Just immediately following general public comment? Or be good with that?
That's, yeah, as long as we have public comments early on enough. That's on items not on the agenda. Councilmember Winkler?
So if, I do think it's nice to have the, sorry, so the consent agenda. I'll withdraw my comment.
I apologize. I was talking about study sessions, not special
So
orders of the
in
day.
the interest of expediency, I will move that special orders of the day under section 3 be moved
Study
to-
sessions,
Sorry,
study sessions.
I'm sorry, study sessions be moved, it's late. Be moved to immediately following general public comment.
Second.
Second.
To clarify, that's just study sessions, not closed sessions.
Correct.
Thanks.
And I have no further comments at this hour.
Hint, hint, right? So no comments. Do you want to speak to it? No. You-
No.
Okay, so can we take a vote on that? And it was Councilmember Lowing who seconded, yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
and Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
One more item on the same order of the agenda. I'd like to see if we may be able to move city manager comments to after consent items. That's again on page 63, packet page 63. 63.
Yeah, I'm not sure why.
I think after and announcements, as well as consent agenda items, there are some times that we may misspeak or provide incorrect or inaccurate information. And if the city manager knows, then he might be able to help clarify information that we may have misrepresented or misspoke upon.
I'll second.
Thank you. So I spoke to that. Is there any, Councilmember Burt? No. Oh, Councilmember Tanaka?
Yeah, I think we're going back and forth now, because I think last time we talked about this, we moved it and then you're moving it back the other way. And and I thought for consent items, the point wasn't to debate the item. So I guess I don't understand why we want to move it back. We talked about it last time. And so I don't support reversing it, because it's not supposed to be a debate on consent item, right? We speak why we don't vote on it, and that's it. That's it, right? It shouldn't be something where the city manager can rebut it.
I don't believe the city manager would be rebutting it. He is actually making a clarification on items that we may not have full information on and be speaking on it. But in addition, now we have added council member question, comments, and announcements here. And if we make the announcements or questions and comments inaccurately, then we do want to get the right information out to the general public and not leave them hanging with the inaccurate information. Okay, so that's my comments, and I don't see, did you have your light on? No, your knee, huh? Let's, Madam Clerk, can we take the vote? Oh, Councilmember Venker has a question.
I'm really sorry, but I've been trying to do all this digitally, and the numbers in my digital packet are just not lining up with this.
I'm
And this
so
paper
sorry.
packet has no numbers. It just has the other numbers. So could you just very quickly tell me what we just did? So we
Okay.
have the call to order, special orders of the day are still, there's a study session moved somewhere.
Let me go,
We can run through
Ms.
it.
Cotton Gaines, will
Yeah,
you go
but-
through it?
So the last council action that was taken made the new agenda order be as follows: call to order, special orders of the day, closed session, agenda changes, additions and deletions, general public comment, study sessions, city manager comments, council member questions, comments and announcements, consent, action, adjournment. And the item currently being proposed is to relocate the city manager comments down by 2 to go under consent. Correct. That's the current motion on the floor. Yes. Which actually, if you see the strike through of where it used to be, yeah.
Thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, so I didn't get to finish what I was saying, but yeah, because I think the reason why we moved the city manager comments to after general public comment was for actually to address maybe something that the public said. But because if you move it after consent agenda, there's a bigger gap between that and the general public. And then, like I said before, unless you're proposing that, on councilmember questions, comments, and announcements, we rebut what was just rebutted. Is that what we're trying to do on the consent items? Because I thought consent items just one and done, right? We're not going to debate the items. So I'm just trying to understand the logic of moving it back after we talked about it last time to move it where it is now.
I just made the motion and I don't know if we're debating, we can just, it's going to be just a vote. Councilmember Venker.
I have a friendly amendment if you feel like it. I just think that the council member questions, et cetera, might want to come right after general public comment, simply because they're both sort of lighter, shorter things. And it might make sense to have those coupled. Because we typically did, right? Previously, we had, coming into tonight, we had general public comments, city manager comments, and council member questions. So it was sort of that chunk of the agenda where it's just updates from everybody. And then we put the city manager comments back for the reasons you articulated, or at least that's the motion. But the study session slipped in between. And so what I'm wondering is whether we should keep the public and the council comments in one, because it's in the nature of a bunch of different updates. You're kind of in update mode. So it's just a friendly amendment suggestion.
Okay.
I'll accept that.
I'm sorry, can you please repeat what that friendly amendment will be?
So council member questions, comments, and announcements will go before study session and after general public comment. Councilmember Tanaka?
Actually, I think that's actually a good point. And I was thinking, if we're going to do that, why not have it after city manager comments so we could actually ask the city manager about things versus, because we can't really ask the public, we can't engage them. But the city manager might have comments and we might want to ask them about them.
I won't accept that. Okay, so let's take a vote.
So just to clarify, let me amend the actual motion to reflect the order as it's listed here. Is that correct? Okay. Okay, Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
No.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
and Councilmember Lithcott Hames.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1.
One last thing. I'm sorry. Madam Attorney, did you take a look at Mr. Borok's recommendation on packet page 73?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So a member of the public suggested that this rather unusual motion, which is point of personal privilege, it is on packet page 73 in the middle of that chart, raise a question of privilege. That description be amended to specify that the case where a council member's personal integrity, character, or motives are questioned arises from a comment by another council member, as opposed to his point is it should not be raised in response to a comment by a member of the public. His concern is that it actually does not. The member of the public can make critical comments about officials, and then officials can respond with more speech. That's not an infringement of the free speech. However, Mr. Borok is correct that that is the classical understanding of point of personal privilege in Robert's Rules of Order. So if you would like to add that language that he recommends, that's certainly fine. You may do that. If you don't, it's not a legal problem.
Okay, so basically, Mr. Borok is saying to add to the end of that description, instead of the period, to continue it by saying, or motives are questioned by another council member at the meeting. Did you read it that way?
And I won't support that.
You won't be supporting that, all right. I actually think it's pretty clear, right, that it is not rebuttal to accusation from the general public, but rather. Oh, can you turn on your mic?
Sorry, no, the way it's written, it can be a rebuttal to a member of the public and I would favor that, allowing it. If council members' integrity, character, or motives are questioned, that council member can speak to it.
I agree.
So I'm understanding your colleagues to say they wish to retain the language of the rule as it is, and that's perfectly fine if that's council's wish.
Okay, I'm fine with that. I just wanted to address something that a member of the public brought in. Yes.
All right, I will move the balance of the items inclusive of all of the amendments this evening. Move the balance of the text of the procedures and protocols.
Second.
No.
I have nothing more to say.
Councilmember Vinker.
No, I was just going to speak to myself.
Oh, I'm sorry. Vice Mayor Stone gets to speak to his second.
I was just going to say, I want to thank staff, especially Ms. Gaines, we've been working on this since last fall with policy and services to now. We've been at this for many, many, many meetings. I'm glad that we're finally going to resolve this.
Councilmember Vinker. Oh.
If it's not imperative.
She left. Let's vote.
Oh, wow, we have this moment. Thank you to the council for working so hard on this. It's a huge lift, and I know it's been many years coming. So thank you for all your hard work.
Councilmember Vinker.
I have confirmed that we can consider what I was going to raise as a matter of form, so I have nothing further substantively other than to thank staff and my colleagues for getting us to this point.
Yes, I do want to thank staff, Molly as well, city manager, everybody involved. Thank you. Policy and services clerk. All right, shall we take the vote?
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcutt-Hames,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
and Councilmember Lowing.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations.
Councilmember Burt, thank you for your patience. Okay, council member questions, comments, and announcements. Let me have it. I don't see any lights. We're adjourned.